We are going through Kev Logan, Prager FU. They are brilliant videos. He's also got his massive Descent of Manosphere with lots of delightful people in it. After we've done these 13, we might move on to a couple of them. I will take suggestions. You can go through the Descent of Manosphere. It'll be fun because there's some right bellends in it. There's ones that I only know from Descent of Manosphere playlist, but there's ones who are very recognisable, obviously, including Sargon of Akkad, or Carl Benjamin as he is more actually called, or as I like to call him, Bellend. So let's go. Recognise your black privilege. This one done by a token black man that works for PragerU, which is fun. Kev utterly destroys PragerU, obviously, because he is a sensible leftist person like myself. Shall we get into it?
The Slice of Prager FU, the series where I dissect and debunk the paid shill bullshittery of the laughably dreadful YouTube channel which masquerades, rather poorly, as a university, that being PragerU. And when I'm done with them, I crush them with my meaty bear paw like the intellectually floundering salmon that they are, by saying, "Hey Prager, FU. Oh, I'm so fucking clever." And the video we'll be taking a look at today is such a lie that even its title is dishonest. That title being How to End White Privilege, which you would assume would be a guide to ending white privilege, right? Well, no. In the video, our host, Brandon Tatum, argues that white privilege doesn't even exist, so why the fuck is the video called that? Jesus! But anyways, our black human shield, I mean of course, a host for the video, is literally a fucking cop. They felt the need to tell us that at the start of the video, at the bottom of the screen the first time he appears. I think that's to tell your average PragerU video that, don't worry, he is black, but he's one of the good ones, right? So if you could try not to leave too many overtly racist comments about him under the video, that'd be just super duper, thanks. And Brandon also used to work over at Turning Point USA as their Director for Urban Engagement, which might as well read Director for Talking to the Blacks because we don't want to. Good job at not tokenising there, Charlie, you small-faced little freak.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Anyways, let's take a look at this garbage, shall we?
Hello, Jester. Welcome in. We've just had the lovely Shanna helping me get onboarded. So, yay! I've finally managed to activate my affiliate account. So this will be fun. This is Kev Logan, another Britoid like myself. He is from Birmingham, one of the larger cities in England. He is good. He is based, if a little bit filthy at times. But we love Kevin. Kevin is awesome. And this is a series of 13 videos, and some of them are laughable, as you would expect from PragerU, of course. But this one is just, excuse me now. So I will add my own commentary to this as well as Kev. It is so easy to debunk some of their fucking BS. Seriously, Dennis, what the hell are you doing, man?
Woke white people.
That's Kev.
I'd like to ask you a favor. Please stop asking for forgiveness for your white privilege.
And we have our first straw man, starting very early. Solid PragerUing, Mr. Tatum. Look, nobody is asking for forgiveness for anything, you lying arsehole. Recognising white privilege is about seeing the ways in which a society benefits you as a white person and working to dismantle those systems. I have never seen a single goddamn person ask for forgiveness for their white privilege. Although the internet does have some weird people, so maybe there's like one out there or something. But even if there are any, they are a statistically irrelevant number. So, you know, shut the fuck up. Although, I don't even know why I'm bothering to say that, as I know you don't actually stop using this shit in the video, but whatever.
Shanna, thank you so much. I really appreciate your help. That is lovely. So yay, finally got my affiliate set up. Fantastic. I'll go through the rest of it later. But I wanted to get to this because this series of Prager FU by Kev is absolutely genius. It might be Kevin might mention it might be on this playlist somewhere. It hits on all the major points, and some of the ones that they do are just wild. So this one's got your token black man, essentially, Brandon Tatum, a former cop. And he must be one of the good ones because he's black and a cop. So he's a good man, apparently. We'll see if that's true or not. Let's see.
You're not fooling anybody. You're not helping black people or any other minority. And your public confessions don't make you look virtuous. They make you look disingenuous, which is a really nice way of saying fake, phony, and fraudulent.
Firstly, you're doing a Prager FU video, Mr. Tatum. You are in no position to be accusing others of being disingenuous, or fake, or phony, or fraudulent, because all of those words should be next to Prager FU in a thesaurus. And secondly, there are many people of colour who appreciate white people working to dismantle systems of oppression, and note there that I use the phrase people of colour, because in this video you acknowledge the existence of white people and black people, forgetting that of course in America, and indeed around the world, there are a huge array of different groupings and identities of people who are subject to systems of privilege one way or the other. Oh, there I go again, acting as if Prager would be remotely bothered by nuance or actually understanding any of the complexities of an issue. Silly me.
For starters, what is white privilege anyway? Because you're born with white skin, you have all these advantages that I don't have?
Well, when socioeconomic position is taken into account, yes.
Like what? Like you can get a mortgage loan that I can't get? I got a loan. At a great rate, by the way.
So chalk one up in the personal anecdote column. Look, just because it happened to you doesn't mean it would happen for black people in general. Plus, the systems of oppression that fuck over black Americans every day aren't going to affect you as much because you're a rich person and an ex-cop. You're a core part of the system, for fuck's sake.
And I got the house. Why would a banker not give a loan to someone who met the loan requirements? He doesn't want to make money?
And in Jim Crow America, why would a restaurant owner not serve a black person? What, does he not want to earn that guy's money or something? Look, you corporate shill motherfucker, you should know that capitalist arseholes like, say, fracking billionaires the Wilkes brothers, the ones who fund Prager FU and whose blood money you're currently indulging in, yeah, those kinds of people obviously don't just care about the money. They also care about other things, like preserving racism and shit. You of all people should know that, as they are using you as a black human shield in a racist way in this very video. Look, Brandon, if capitalism could have ended racism, it would have done. But it hasn't. Kind of seems like capitalism maybe has a vested interest in keeping systems of oppression going on and on forever, which, by the way, is why it's fundamentally anti-human.
Or how about this? You can enter a store and not be looked upon with suspicion, but I, a black person, cannot? Except that has never happened to me.
Yet another personal anecdote, and it's no less not a fucking argument than it was the first time. Do you think, Brandon, that
these personal anecdotes that Prager use really are quite irritating. They're so easily debunked now. I'll give you some background in Glasgow. We're 97% white here in Glasgow. So, Scotland, 97% white. Glasgow's 94% white, with various groupings of Arab, Chinese, Southeast Asian, African. There's actually quite a thriving Ghanaian population here in Glasgow. We have 2 restaurants. One of them is bloody awesome. Ghanaian food fucking rocks. And we've got Mongolian restaurants. We're kind of diverse, and we have some of the best restaurants here in the UK, and some have actually won international awards, especially our curry houses. There's lots of Sikhs here in Glasgow. There's lots of Hindus who've escaped from Modi's hellhole. They love it here because we treat them with respect and love their food. And we invite them into our society. We love it here. They love it here. And we are glad for them. And we have one of the most beautiful mosques in all of Europe, apparently. The Glasgow Central Mosque is absolutely gorgeous. I've been in it once. It is beautiful. Obviously, I'm not a Muslim, I'm an atheist. But I did get invited a few years ago now, just before the pandemic, actually. It is a beautiful building. I absolutely love it. And we have some of the best chapels, a Catholic church. And obviously, we've still got Protestant churches here as well. As you can imagine, a little bit austere Protestantism. What are you going to do? The main kirk up in Perth is so austere and it's bloody cold. The building is tall as hell. You should check it out. It's called St John's Kirk and it's in Perth. I've been in it twice, both for weddings.
Maybe just because it hasn't happened to you doesn't mean it might not have happened to millions of Americans all the fucking time. And maybe, just maybe, being a former cop, you carry yourself in a way which seems more authoritative and less suspicious, and that's why it hasn't happened to you. Or maybe you're a socially oblivious idiot who doesn't know how.
That could be done, but that was probably for the Reconquista. You've got some of the most beautiful churches and mosques in Spain, especially down in the southern coast, down on the southern coast of Spain. That's on my bucket list, and getting Barcelona, obviously, to see Gaudi's last masterpiece. Still isn't finished, but it still looks gorgeous. My sister's been to Barcelona. She says, you need to get there because I know how many left. She said, apparently there's a lot of leftists in Barcelona. Fantastic. I would like to meet a few.
To discern when someone is shooting them the old stink eye treatment. Don't know about you, but both of those seem like far more plausible explanations than racism having ceased to exist.
God, that baseball cap irritates the fuck out of me. I wonder how many they've actually sold. I've actually seen people here in Glasgow wearing one. Please, why? I thought we were mostly sensible here. Most of us absolutely despise Trump. Dear God, I feel for you all. I keep on saying to you all, if you can escape, come over here. But our immigration service is, well, Labour say they're fixing it. Believe it when I see it. But effectively 14 years of the scum, our immigration service basically got balderised by the fuckers. That's why we've got asylum hotels. Just getting these people's asylum claims processed, that might help. So we're not spending $6 billion a year and housing them in bloody hotels and feeding them and giving them a certain standard of living, I guess. Still trapped in a fucking hotel though, not a home, or a house, flat, or anything. Dear God.
But if I was a young dude with my pants hanging down to my butt, I could understand why the store owner would be concerned. I used to be a cop.
Yes, you are a cunt. You already told us that at the start.
Believe me, I understand. If I owned a store, I'd be tracking that kid too.
Being cautious is one thing. Being a prick to an entire demographic based on the actions of a small number of said demo is quite another. The attitude of the police, exemplified by Tatum here, is very much what's called the law of the instrument, which is more commonly referred to by the phrase, to the man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Looks like a nail.
But there's another way of looking at this. In many ways, in today's America, blacks have more privilege than whites.
Well, this should be interesting.
It's been my experience that whites bent over backwards to give blacks every possible advantage.
Wow, Prager are getting really fucking lazy. They couldn't even be bothered to come up with a meaningless graph for this bit. Just some hands with the word advantage. Poor form, Prager. Poor form.
No graph. Not a graph. Not a graph. Oh, not a graph. Oh, yet again, not a graph.
If two people are equally qualified for a job, the black person will usually get it.
That's literally just a fucking lie, okay? A study, which, unlike PragerU, I link my shit below, right? A study by Bertrand and Mullainathan, apologies for that pronunciation, found that job applications with traditionally white-sounding names gave a significantly higher callback rate compared to traditionally black-sounding names, which amounted to the difference of 8 extra years of experience. So here, white privilege is the same as having worked 8 fucking years more than a black applicant for doing
I have seen pictures of that. I've had friends who've went on holiday there, and they've given me access to their cloud storage for their holiday photos, so I can take a look. Yes, it does look beautiful. Shame that that absolute fucking waste of humanity is buried there. I would have just dumped him in the fucking sea, personally. Did they get rid of it? Is it still Columbus Day? I can't remember. Please educate this poor UK citizen, or this poor Scottish person. I wouldn't give him a day. I wouldn't give him a fucking minute, essentially. The man was utter garbage. Yeah. Screw you, Christopher Columbus.
literally nothing more. Brandon Tatum and PragerU should be fucking ashamed of themselves for having stated the exact opposite of reality as a fact. And I know they won't because it's a cop and PragerU I'm talking about, but whatevs.
Big companies and prestigious universities fall all over one another trying to sign up talented black people.
How then, Brandon, do you account for the fact that between 2010 and 2017, black college enrolment actually fell? Kinda seems that even with affirmative action plans in place, the systems of oppression that you have fought all of your adult life to uphold are being upheld. What a surprise.
If you deny this, you are denying reality, which is what the person who dreamed up this whole thing did. A professor of women's studies at Wellesley College by the name of Peggy McIntosh. She wrote in an article in 1988 about all the white privilege she thought
It's
she
50,
had.
you wank.
She listed 46, including this one. I can choose bandages and flesh color and have them more or less match my skin. Wow, that's some kind of privilege.
Now here, the propaganda from Prager gets a little more subtle, because yes, Peggy McIntosh did list that as one of the 50 daily effects of white privilege. Not that you'd be able to tell that from PragerU's video, because, surprise surprise, they leave no fucking links to anything below the video. What utterly lazy and dishonest hacks they are. But I looked it up, because clearly I have nothing better to do than to mop up PragerU's intellectual piss puddles. But anyways, the list entitled Daily Effects of White Privilege is from an article called White Privilege, Unpacking the Invisible Knapsack. It's actually quite interesting, and unlike PragerU, I've linked it below so you can go and check it out if you want to. But anyways,
I have read it.
PragerU have specifically and purposefully chosen the least consequential item from the list to make it seem like the list is full of petty and frivolous nonsense and people should just totally ignore it. But that list also contains some incredibly serious topics as well, like these examples.
15. I do not have to educate my children to be aware of systemic racism for their own daily physical protection. 25. If a traffic cop pulls me over or if the IRS audits my tax return, I can be sure I haven't been singled out because of my race. 41. I can be sure that if I need legal or medical help, my race will not work against me.
Now, regardless of whether PragerU or Brandon Tatum believe that those are problems actually faced by black people or not, if they wished to honestly and fairly depict the contents of that article, they would have chosen one of the items from it that were a bit more substantial than the one about flesh-coloured band-aids. But then again, PragerU are not really in the business of fairly or honestly depicting their opponents now, are they?
Today, these so-called progressives dominate our colleges and universities, imposing this absurd notion of white privilege on their students. That's
Ooh. Okay, Cathedral del Seville. I'll take a look at that. I'll look it up. I'm assuming there's pictures of it on the internet somewhere. Obviously trying to damage it or anything, I would just go there and give it the finger. Screw you, Columbus.
too bad because it does nothing good for white students.
Ah, damn. Sorry.
And it does nothing good for black students.
And here we see a very typical PragerU tactic, boldly asserting something and then moving on without even attempting to back it up. This time the claim is that educating college students about privilege doesn't help white or black students. Now firstly, as I mentioned earlier, it's not a binary thing. There are also, Hispanic students and First Nation students and Chinese and Japanese descended students and all kinds of fucking different people, Prager, you dickheads. But regardless, it would be good in one of these videos, just one of them, if Prager would make a solid argument and back it up with some fucking fucking evidence, leave some sources and shit. Is that too much to ask? Is it too much to fucking ask, Dennis?
But of the two, ironically, the white
Probably
students get
is.
the better of the deal. Let me explain. To acknowledge your white privilege is supposed to make you feel bad.
Straw man. It's not supposed to make you feel bad. It's supposed to educate and hopefully motivate you to act. Feeling guilt is useless, self-indulgent fuckery. What oppressed people need is action.
And as a virtue bonus, it also makes you a better person than those whites who don't acknowledge their privilege. White privilege, which is supposed to make you feel bad, ends up making you feel good. Meanwhile, the real damage is to blacks. What makes whites feel good makes blacks angry.
What the fuck are you even talking about now? That's just racist
Excuse me
gibberish,
now?
you stupid bastard.
More than 50 years after the civil rights movement, the message is, you're still oppressed. How can this not create a victim mentality?
How ludicrous that in this video, you, Brandon Tatum, would accuse others of having a victim mentality, considering you have literally said the following.
Being a Trump supporter is the new gay. People are strategically waiting for the right moment to come out to the world. Some will be rejected by family and friends. Some will be alienated from jobs and opportunities where intolerance runs rampant.
So you're a massive fucking hypocrite then, Brandon. You'll fit in very nicely at Prager U. Although you'll probably still have to use that different drinking fountain at Prager HQ, but you know, anything to take away the taste of boot leather, I suppose.
And here's the kicker. Even if it were true, all those claims about white privilege, so what?
And there we have the ultimate mask slip moment from Prager U. Their message is simple. Black people, just shut up and accept your oppression, because black people wanting rights makes Big Daddy Den-Den's Winky feel sad. And on that horrific mental image of Dennis Prager's saggy, wrinkly old cock, we shall conclude our Prager perusal. And where to even begin with this utter fucking bullshit? I guess firstly it's worth pointing out that personal anecdotes and straw manning aren't intellectually honest pursuits, which is probably why you see so much of them in Prager U videos. But I suppose the overarching point I want you to take away from this one is that obviously white privilege exists. You can argue about to what extent and what people should do about it, but the mere fact of its existence is as blatantly obvious as the earth being round, by which I mean only fucking cranks would disagree. Yes, I'm talking about you, Dennis. And in terms of black people's thoughts on the topic, Brandon is an outlier, as well as just being a liar, in the African American community on this one. I'll leave some links to videos below which explain in greater detail the kinds of fuckery black folk have to put up with in everyday life, which shows that Brandon, and PragerU more generally, are just full of shit. And of course, Prager just loved playing the victim on behalf of white people, and on this occasion cynically exploited a black guy to front that shit, which is all pretty despicable. So, you know, hey Prager, F you. So fucking clever.
Hello everyone, this is Kev talking to you from 6 months after the main body of this episode was scripted and recorded and all that jazz. That's because this was originally meant to come out in January of 2020, but some Nazis attacked my channel with a false flagging campaign, and of course YouTube sided with the Nazis. I mean, what else were they going to do? Something not repulsively disgusting? Pfft, please, listen to yourself. So I had to mothball the channel and wait out the 3 months for the strikes to run out and be removed from the channel. And then laziness delayed me a little bit more, and so here we are with a video being released in June of 2020. Now there are 2 reasons I'm telling you all of this, both of which relate to the murder of George Floyd and the protests which followed from that. Firstly, as this video is at least in part about race relations and policing in America, I didn't want people to think that I'd jumped on a bandwagon. It just so happened that the timings of when I originally recorded, and now, happened to fall either side of that tragic event. And a quick shout out to the fantastic YouTuber Mexi for recording the quotes from the white privilege article. Lo, those many months ago, all the way back in January. So thank you to Mexi, and her channel is linked below. Go and subscribe forthwith. And secondly, in the aftermath of Mr. Floyd's murder and the resultant atmosphere around some of the topics touched upon in this video, the originally planned satirical/comedic ending to this video just didn't seem appropriate at this time. So instead of that, as you can now see, scrolling by on the screen, are a list of names. A very, very long list of names. These are all the people that have been killed by police in America in 2020, or at least up to the 14th of June of this year. And these are the ones for which we actually have a name thus far. There are about 70 others who are yet to be identified for various reasons, so I've left those out because I don't have a name to put up on the screen. But just know that those people exist too. And the number next to each name refers to the age of the person at the time that they were killed by those who were supposed to be protecting them. Now, many of you might not necessarily want to sit through this long ass list, so what you could be doing during that that time is going to the description box below this video to check out the links to sites where you can donate financially to legal funds and mutual aid societies set up by awesome peeps who are helping out those affected in the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd. Also below, I have left links to a number of awesome content creators of colour who you should definitely go and subscribe to and watch their content, because listening to what marginalised people have to say is pretty important too. Anyways, I'm going to stop talking now, but this list has some ways to go. So I'll just say rest in peace to all of these people scrolling by on the screen, and I sincerely hope that their families and friends can get justice. Goodbye.
Kev wasn't kidding. It's a long-ass list. And that's just in one fucking year, remember? Up until June, which is halfway through the year. Sorry, America, you don't have a police force. You've got a paramilitary force that is essentially unaccountable. Get rid of qualified immunity
Hello there,
to begin
everyone,
with.
and welcome to another slice of Prager FU, the series where I dissect and debunk the page shill bullshittery of the laughably dreadful YouTube channel which masquerades, rather poorly, as a university, that being PragerU. And when I'm done with them, I toss them aside angrily like the intellectual split condom that they are by saying, "Hey Prager, F you." I'm so funny. And today we're going to be taking a look at a video Prager put up recently called What Was the Enlightenment? And having watched the video, I'm certain that PragerU weren't asking that question rhetorically. They literally don't actually seem to know what it was,
welcome.
or when it was, or a lot of things actually. But anyways, this one is hosted by our old friend Yoram Hazoni, and it's his second appearance in the series, so if it happens again, for a third time, I think that means I get to keep him. I'm pretty sure that's how it works anyway. Yes, in the intermittent 12 months since his first visit with us, Yoram, you'll be glad to hear, has become no less dishonest. Fun times. Now, in the video, Yoram, and by extension PragerU, want to shit all over the Enlightenment and claim that all of its advancements were actually down to religious governance, to bolster their whole idea of wanting to set up America as a dictatorial theocracy, albeit that they're too cowardly and /or dishonest to just come right out and say it. So, you know, typical PragerU PragerUing.
Modern science, medicine, political freedom, the market economy. All of them, we're told, are the result of a sort of miracle that took place 250 years ago. That miracle is called the Enlightenment.
Well, not a miracle, more a long process of incremental scientific, social and political advancement.
Good for you, Dargesh. Thank you. Indigenous Peoples Day. Fantastic. I approve. Yeah, screw him. The man was a fucking monster. Did any of your founding fathers actually praise the cunt? I bloody hope not. But I've got a funny feeling they probably did. They were slave owners after all. I like it from Little Nicky. With Hitler, he has to choose what pineapple gets used to get inserted sideways. That's too good for Columbus. I know what I'd want to do to the bastard.
Which gave birth to the modern world. But other than that, basically yes.
A moment in history when philosophers suddenly overthrew religious dogma and tradition and replaced it with human reason.
I hope they do get it changed. Yes, I approve.
Progress is a gift of the ideals of the Enlightenment. There's just one problem with this claim. It isn't really true.
Is Columbus, Ohio named after the cunt as well? Yeah, the maid outfit. I always thought that was a bit funny. I do like Little Nicky. It is really fun. I approve of that film. It makes me laugh. It hurts my face so much. I don't have my DVD player with me. It's down in my other flat. Oh, I've been decanted, by the way. This isn't my actual flat I'm in just now, because the mould and the damp in my actual flat is unfucking believable. they are actually fixing it properly for a change. So we've been decanted to this 22nd floor. Well, the flat itself is quite nice. It's a 2-bedroom flat, and it's a hell of a bigger than my actual flat, but fuck being 22 floors up. I'm scared of heights. I've barely looked out the fucking window. I'm too high up. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Oh, I'll see. I can actually do some research on that during the day and find who you can actually put on the $20 bill. Would you leave Benjamin alone? I know how iconic it is. Christ, there's a song named after it. All about the Benjamins, baby. How do I feel about Benjamin Franklin? Yeah, we need to get it. Yeah, getting rid of Jackson off the $20 bill would be a good place to start. Susan B. Anthony, Harriet Tubman. Fuck it, Reverend King. That might be fun. Ooh, I thought I'd heard that somewhere. Thanks, Jester. Yes, I think she'd be a good addition, a good person instead of Andrew Jackson.
There are many things one can quibble with Steven Pinker over, like whether or not it's cool to be friends with a child rapist, or even indeed to attempt to help the legal case of said pedophile, but the claim he makes in the quote you put up there is not one of those things.
Consider the U.S. Constitution, which is frequently said to be a product of Enlightenment thought. But you only need to read about English common law, which Alexander Hamilton and James Madison certainly did, to see that this isn't so. Already in the 15th century, the English jurist John Fortescue elaborated the theory of checks and balances, due process, and the role of private property.
Yoram, no one has ever claimed that the ideas expressed in the United States Constitution were invented solely by the Founding Fathers, or that those notions had never been thought of or expressed in the history of humanity. Look, people obviously had some cool...
They were heavily influenced by the Declaration of Growth. Look it up. You might see something very similar, so a lot of things very similar in the Declaration of Our Growth. It's quite fun. I love it when I educate Americans about that a lot. Two of them actually told in a pub bloody years ago, and they were stopped. No, it's not. It's an original document. Is it? Fuck. And I showed them the Declaration of Our Growth, and what they're fucking. Yes, all of your things are fucking borrowed from us, and mostly the Scots. Some from the English, of course, but mostly from us Scots. Because we were a major, highly enlightened society up here. We always have been. And the English were so fucking shocked at our legal system, they changed it because they're fucking morons. But a lot of your jurisprudence and the way you govern your country is based on how we used to govern and what we came up with as our founding documents, oddly enough. Funny that, you having a lot of Scots and you borrowing from some of our legal presidents and stuff. I always thought that was a bit fun.
ideas before the Enlightenment, but note what I said earlier about it being a long incremental process. The Enlightenment thinkers were, to appropriate
yes,
the words
Rosa
of one particular
Parks.
early Enlightenment bod, standing on the shoulders of giants. They were building on what had come before and laying the path for what was to come.
Similarly, the U.S. Bill of Rights has its sources in English common law of the 1600s.
2
Hi,
points here,
Christina.
Yoram. Firstly, a lot of historians consider the Enlightenment to be underway by the mid to late 1600s, and the publication of Isaac Newton's Principia Mathematica in 1687 to be the first of the major Enlightenment works. So saying that the Bill of Rights is a product of the 17th century doesn't actually do anything to remove it from the Enlightenment, you historically illiterate testicle. And secondly, although English common law definitely had a significant impact...
Oh, don't get me wrong, maybe not fascists as such, but a good number of they're called classical liberals now. Don't get me wrong, there's still conservatives up here in Scotland, but they're all older than me, essentially. There are some young ones, which is kind of weird, voting against their own interests. Trying to reach out to the ones that are under 30, essentially, or under my own age, 45. But all the boomers, most of them who are Tories just now, they've been Tories for a while, so trying to reach them is a lost cause, essentially. But most Scots people from just under my age, probably the upper limit, and younger, we're all basically leftists, essentially. About, what's it? About 55 to 60% of under 30s here in Scotland, leftists. We know our self-interest. That's why a lot of us go on strike if we're working. And a good portion of disabled people like myself, maybe not a Marxist like me, but definitely a leftist of some description. But yeah, thanks to the Enlightenment, two of the greatest thinkers from the Enlightenment, John Hume, and you might recognise this name, Adam Smith. I have read The Wealth of Nations, and Thatcher took it way too she took it way too far. Christ, I hate fucking neoliberalism.
Enlightenment thinking was at the very core of the initial legal framework of the United States. Thomas motherfucking Jefferson himself, in his writings, later name-checked Algernon Sidney and fellow Enlightenment thinker John Locke as inspiration for said documents, for crying out loud.
Or consider modern science and medicine. Long before the Enlightenment, tradition-bound English kings sponsored path-breaking scientific institutions, such as the Royal College of Physicians, founded in 1518, and the Royal Society of London, founded in 1660.
Again, you're mentioning something here from 1660, which is pretty much the beginning of the Enlightenment, certainly post-Renaissance and post-European religious Reformation, so this does nothing to bolster the whole religion is totally awesome for scientific advancement shtick that you're trying to push here. And in terms of kings sponsoring scientific advancement, so fucking what exactly? We have seen a breathtaking pace of scientific advancement in the age since the end of the divine right of kings, so shut the fuck up. And also, is this PragerU arguing for monarchy? Really? I mean, I knew Dennis Prager's bootlickery was extensive, but I didn't think he'd sink quite this low.
The truth is that statesmen and philosophers, especially in England and the Netherlands, articulated the principles of free government centuries before America was founded.
Well, the Enlightenment obviously started before the United States of America did, so why is this even a point worth making? Is this you just not knowing when the Enlightenment started again?
So why give the Enlightenment all the credit? Apparently, because it doesn't look good to admit that the best and most important parts of modernity were given to us by individuals who nearly all held conservative religious and political beliefs.
Note the phenomenally slippery use of the generic term conservative here, because that term, in a historical context, can mean a million different things. I mean, conservatism in the West today would be ultra-liberal by the standards of the Enlightenment, and exactly what conservatism is varies enormously based on geography, culture, and the political systems at play. So basically, the word conservative here means nothing. PragerU, not for the first time, is being dishonest as fuck with its use of language. How very unsurprising. And in terms of the thinkers themselves being religious, again, so fucking what exactly? If this was the point you wanted to make, you could have just cut out the entire rest of the video and just pointed out that most Enlightenment thinkers were religious. Look, before science really got to grips with a basic understanding of the world, every motherfucker was religious, because it was the only game in town in terms of explaining, well, pretty much fucking anything. But now that science has knocked down the bullshit superstition of religious doctrine, people no longer live by the edicts of your ancient fairy stories. They might very well still believe in those gods, but they do not live under your religious boot anymore, Prager. And that is ultimately what pisses you off, isn't it, Dennis?
The claim that all good things come from the Enlightenment is most closely associated with the late 18th century German philosopher Immanuel Kant. For Kant, reason is universal, infallible, and independent of experience.
Well, that is just a bold-faced lie. I mean, why the fuck make up such falsehoods about a great, if flawed, philosopher like that? It's just so fucking unnecessary, you utter dick. Anyways, Kant did not espouse the shit you just claimed he did. Kant said of reason that it was the origin of certain concepts and principles. So hardly universal as you just dishonestly claimed. Also, you monumental idiot, you are now ignoring the very quote-unquote argument that you just made, because if these dudes being religious means that religion gets to claim all of their achievements for itself, then congratulations, because you can also claim Kant, because he believed very firmly in the existence of a god. So you could just claim his achievements like you did with all the others a moment ago. Oh, but wait, this is just PragerU doing their usual throw as much shit at the wall and see what sticks approach to argumentation formation.
But this Enlightenment view is not only wrong, it's dangerous. Human reason, when cut loose from the constraints imposed by history, tradition, and experience, produces a lot of crazy notions. The abstract Enlightenment philosophy of Jean-Jacques Rousseau is a good example. It quickly pulled down the French state, leading to the French Revolution.
The French state that Rousseau apparently did away with, because it was definitely his fault, obviously, even though he'd been dead for over a fucking decade by that point. But whatever, personal responsibility be damned when it suits PragerU, I guess. Well, that particular French state was a fucking disgrace. Corrupt and decadent aristocrats partying away the nation's wealth, while the ordinary feudal French peasants starved. It was a fucking monstrosity. And I'll do PragerU the service of suggesting that they weren't arguing for the Ancien regime, although they were kind of arguing for monarchy earlier, so who knows. But either way, the horrific political system of pre-revolutionary France need...
Correct, Jester. Correct. I've tried to read Can't he do it? I have tried, though. I do try my best. Mind you, I'm a bit of a Hellenist, so I probably read more Plato, Socrates. Diogenes is my favourite. I absolutely love the man. And there are playwrights as well, like Aristophanes, Aeschylus. Those people, they are awesome. So whenever PragerU actually hits on those people, they get my ire up. So don't fucking tempt me, Dennis.
to go. So quite why you're arguing for tradition here, I do not know.
It quickly pulled down the French state, leading to the French Revolution, the Reign of Terror.
Yes, the terror was pretty fucked up, but I think we need a little bit of context here, okay? There were massive foreign armies invading the country, and the people were pretty fucking scared, with good reason as well, as the Duke of Brunswick-Lunenburg, the head of one of those armies, issued a declaration of demands, which included this little gem.
The city of Paris and all its inhabitants, without distinction, shall be required to submit at once and without delay to the king, to place that prince in full and complete liberty, and to assure to him, as well as to the other royal personages, the inviolability and respect which the law of nature and of nations demand of subjects towards sovereigns. And if...
Hello, I'm a Republican, not the American type. I'm a Republican. I don't think there should be any fucking monarchies at all, anywhere, ever. So actually advocating to reinstall a monarchy, which I still live under, fuck that. Head of state, screw that sausage-fingered bastard. Really, no. It's the 21st century, for fuck's sake. Constitutional monarchy sucks arse.
Their safety and their liberty be not immediately assured, I will inflict a ever memorable vengeance by delivering over the city of Paris to military execution.
So yeah, rather understandably,
Delightful.
suspicion of traitors and fifth columnists was pretty high, but of course they took it to a stupid extent. But context is important, motherfuckers. For instance, the Reign of Terror took the lives of around 2,400 people, which is pretty fucked up. But let's compare that to another needless bloody slaughter from history, shall we? In the British Army alone, on the first day of the Battle of the Somme in 1916, the lives of around 19,300...
Behold, a man. I approved of that one. I like that. It's funny as hell. Seriously, Plato. Don't get me wrong, I've got problems with Plato and Aristotle and Socrates. All of them. Athens is the good place because philosophers and enlightened people live there. Get the fuck. You treated women like crap, you bastards. You still had slaves. So no, fair enough. Lots of Western ideals were first espoused in Athens. I get that. Thank you. Thank you for your work. We have progressed. I keep on thinking what Diogenes would think of society now. Be quite fun.
100 soldiers were lost, which is about 8 times as many as during the Terror, but that was just in one day, in one battle, in one army, in one war. And just as an interesting statistical aside, that averages out to around one soldier's death every 4.4 seconds for the entirety of that 24 hours. And that was done by capitalist, monarchist, imperialist forces, the kind that you tend to like over at PragerU. So PragerU here trying to pin needless bloodshed on the Enlightenment as if it were solely the preserve of the Enlightenment is dishonest as fuck. Which I know is PragerU's entire modus operandi, but, you know, flagging it up is kind of the point of this series, I suppose. As well as me getting to call Dennis Prager a prick regularly, which is, you know, cathartic.
Hello, my lovely Canadian comrade. Welcome in. We are going through Kevin Logan's Prager FU list. It is fun. It's not fulsome or anything, but it is fun dunking on PragerU, obviously, because it's so fucking easy. We can counter all these arguments in our fucking sleep, for crying out loud.
It quickly pulled down the French state, leading to the French Revolution, the Reign of Terror, and the Napoleonic Wars.
Oh,
Millions
yes, he is.
died as Napoleon's army sought to rebuild every government in Europe.
Oh, well, this is just fucking absurd now. Here, PragerU attacks Napoleon Bonaparte, which in this context is actually pretty fucking dumb, for 2 main reasons. Firstly, Napoleon, as the Emperor of France, could hardly be considered to be following Enlightenment philosophical ideas, you lying bastards.
He wasn't.
And secondly, and this is ridiculous even for PragerU, they mention here how terrible and awful Napoleon was and how millions died in his wars of conquest and tyranny, even though 1 week, literally 7 fucking days before they published this video, they put one up sucking Napoleon's dick and telling us all how fucking awesome he was. Does PragerU have any consistent position on fucking anything? God damn it.
Today's cheerleaders for the Enlightenment tend to skip this part of the story. They also pass over the fact that the father of communism, Karl Marx...
Karl fucking Marx was an Enlightenment philosopher now, was he? Are you kidding me? Look, Prager, I know you clearly don't know when the Enlightenment was, but I'll spell it out for you. It was before Karl Marx fucking existed, you assholes.
His new science of economics ended up killing tens of millions of people in the 20th century.
Oh,
so did the supposedly scientific race theories of the Nazis.
How ironic that you decry Hitler here, given that he was actually pretty damn conservative. And religious. Interesting.
I think a lot about common sense these days, as I see American and European elites clamoring for enlightenment now. They rushed.
Oh, don't you worry. When Kev was live earlier on, a few hours ago now, I asked him if I could do a pick from the Descent of Manosphere. He said, my channel is yours, Mad Cat. Have it. I will not claim you. Feel free to educate people, especially about some of the dickheads on the Descent of Manosphere. So we will do that. We will go through and see what ones we want to destroy. Obviously, my favourite one to actually debunk is Sargon, because he's so easy to access and so easy to debunk. The man's an absolute dickhead, for crying out loud.
Embrace every fashionable new ism, socialism, feminism, environmentalism, and so on.
How deliciously hypocritical of PragerU to say that, given that in recent times they have so eagerly embraced the isms of nationalism and populism. Yeah, I see you, Prager, you grifting bastards. And by the way, nationalism is one we will return to in just a second.
They display contempt towards those who won't embrace their dogmas, branding them unenlightened, illiberal, deplorable, and worse.
Yes, because as we know, the right are totally accepting of political difference and would never seek to apply pejorative terms or insults towards those who disagree with them. Obviously.
Enlightenment over confidence in reason has led us badly astray too many times. I'm Yoram Chazoni, author of The Virtue of Nationalism for Prager University.
And there we have it. Having said that people are silly for embracing isms, this dumb cunt has literally written a book called The Virtue of Nationalism. What a prick. Also, just a quick note for you, dude. The nation-state, which nationalism depends on for its very existence, is in fact an Enlightenment concept, you clueless scrotal wart. And there we shall leave this particular PragerU audio-visual bowel movement. So, what can we take from this particular PragerU video? Well, as usual, not a lot, to be honest. Certainly nothing of educational worth, which is odd for a self-styled university, but whatevs. What can be said for PragerU, though, is that they still have the capacity to occasionally surprise me. I mean, I really did not see the 7-day, 180-degree switcheroo on Napoleon coming at all. That totally blindsided me. And just when you think they have reached their chronological depths they're willing to sink in order to, drag humanity backwards, it's usually somewhere in the 1950s or something, right? But in this video, they decided to just outright Cleveland steamer the advancements of the 17th and 18th century, for fuck's sake. When Rousseau and Locke are too modern for your tastes, you have taken the boomer thing far too far, Dennis. I mean, what next? Maybe one day we'll see PragerU decrying the development of agriculture, and Dennis Prager will whine on and on about how humanity had it so much better before the Neolithic Revolution. Actually, that video would be amazing. Please, Dennis, please make that video. It would be fucking hilarious. But until that blessed day, I will have to content
Snake,
myself by
hello.
saying, hey Prager, FU!
Hello, Flow Snake. We are going through Prager FU by Kev Logan. I've been wanting to show these videos for a while now, and the lovely Kev has given me free reign on his channel to pick whatever I like. Because having someone else to comment on how fucked up PragerU is always a good thing. Welcome in, by the way. I've actually managed to get my lovely MB niece to read Plato and Socrates now. I am slowly changing her into a proper leftist. She's a good little MB. So I can keep on misgendering her. Sorry, darling. It's a learning curve. I will get through it. But she understands. And she does love me. They love me. Damn it! Ah!
Oh, I'm so fucking clever. Anyways, to play us out, some random geek, whose channel is linked below, and also read out the quote from the Duke of Brunswick earlier. The verbal talents are endless with this person. Anyways, they will be reading out a quote from a supporter of the French Revolution, and a great Enlightenment thinker in his own right, Ludwig van Beethoven. In a letter resigning the patronage of Prince Lichnowsky, apologies to the people of Central and Eastern Europe for fucking that name up, I'm sure. But anyways, Beethoven summed up the emancipating beauty of Enlightenment thought in a simple yet powerful way.
Prince, what you are through chance and birth. What am I? I am through my own labor. There are many princes, and there will continue to be thousands more, but there is only one Beethoven.
Hello there everyone, and welcome to another slice of Prager FU, the series where I dissect and debunk the paid shill bullshittery of the laughable YouTube channel, which masquerades, rather poorly, as a university, PragerU. And after I'm done with them, I scrape them off the sole of my shoe like the proverbial dog shit that they are by saying, hey Prager, FU. I am just too clever. I really, really am. And today we will be hearing from Johnny Moore, who apparently is the president of the Congress of Christian Leaders, whatever the hell that is. And more importantly, Johnny is the most incessantly smiley person ever, and that totally doesn't come across as insincere and creepy as fuck at all. Anyways, Johnny's going to tell us all about supposedly the best book to read
Good
to
for
your
you,
kids.
Jester.
And as
Well
this is a
done.
Prager FU video, you can guarantee that it'll actually be the worst possible book to read to your kids, but whatevs, let's take a look.
There's a book you can read to your children that will make your job as a parent a lot easier. This book will teach them lessons in character, how to distinguish right from wrong, about gratitude, respect, and perseverance.
It's got to be Harry Potter, definitely.
And that's in the opening chapters. Parents have been reading this book to their children for a very long time. It's one reason it's a perpetual bestseller.
Okay, brah, dial it the fuck back, okay? There's no need for your face to be that upbeat and animated. This isn't kids' TV, for fuck's sake.
This book, of course, is the Bible.
Oh, for fuck's sake, here we go. You're
Good PSA here. Gender is a social construct. I identify as a woman because I like that. I agree with that classification for myself. I am she, her. So I do use it, but I can demolish it if need be. Like I keep on forgetting our lovely MB kit, Adrian. We love Adrian. They are awesome. I'm getting better with them now, which is good. So Adrian, Vixen, they, them. Plus, they are awesome. Check out Adrian. We love them.
going to make me look up a shit ton of Bible verses for this one, aren't you? You smiling little prick. Your happiness just got way more irritating. Okay, so there are going to be a whole buttload of Bible verses and stuff upcoming. The exact wording will be coming from the New International Version of the Bible. And by the way, Christians, nothing says that this is the divinely inspired word of the one true God, like having a million different versions of it, but whatevs. The readings of said verses was kindly performed by the Surfs, whose channel is awesome and linked below. Go and check them out, their stuff is way better than the shite I put out. And just lastly, I wanted to say that in mocking Johnny's bullshit cherry-picking of the Bible, I am not intending to attack Christians in general. I realise that most Christians aren't extremists and don't take the entire book literally. Moderate Christians, I have no beef with you, okay? So you can stick around and watch me metaphorically slap Johnny and Prager you upside the head with Bible verses, or you can decide that you don't really want any part of that and bail out here. I totally understand either way.
This book, of course, is the Bible. And you don't have to be religious to read it, and your children don't have to be religious to enjoy it and get a whole lot out of it.
Yeah, that is definitely true, but don't let us pretend for a second, Johnny, that you want people to read the Bible for secular reasons, you disingenuous, smiley arsehole.
Decency?
Oh, like that time that the Israelites destroyed the town of Jabesh Gilead because the people there believed in a different god?
Kill every male and every woman who is not a virgin. They found among the people living in Jabesh Gilead 400 young women who had never slept with a man, and they took them to the camp at Shiloh in Canaan.
So mass murder, genocide and sex slavery. So much for decency then.
Kindness?
Oh, like that totally appropriate punishment for unruly children.
Anyone who curses their father or mother is to be put to death, because they have cursed their
Extreme.
father or mother. Their blood will be on their head.
Johnny, I think your definition...
Not very tolerant, is it? Sorry, by the way, from a person from Perth, that absolute religious wanker, that bigoted man, John Knox, is from my hometown, my home city. Dear God, I hope he is burning. Sorry for inflicting our brand of Protestantism on the world, especially in parts of America. Sorry. Don't get me wrong, there are good Protestants out there. There's also good Catholics. I haven't met any Methodists. I've met 2 Mormons. Polite enough, I guess. I'll give them that. But dear God, that's more a cult. Well, yeah, I suppose you could describe any religion as a cult, kind of. And I was so worried about pissing off my future mother and father-in-law that I actually started converting to Catholicism to keep his Protestant mother, my super hubby's Protestant mother, happy, so they said, we'll only come to your wedding if it's in a chapel. And I said this to the priest I was seeing for lessons. Well, it was basically just a meeting. Just a lovely afternoon spent with him talking about this. He said, you don't need to do this. I have met his family, and I don't understand why his mother is like this. So you don't need to do that. Feel free to come, expand your faith, and learn about the Bible and the actual nice aspects of Christianity. And I did. I kept it up for 6 months. I loved Father Henry. He was amazing. But you don't need to do that just to keep them happy. As long as you are happy in your relationship with my now super hubby, you don't need to convert. Plus, even if you were to convert, you have to give us 6 months to a year run up before you can actually get married in chapel. Plus, the charges that you have to pay to actually get married in a chapel are ridiculous now, and a lot of people can't afford it. I've been to a good number of weddings. I've only been to 2 in Kirks and Protestant churches. The other 8 that I've been to, they've all been in chapels. And dear God, the price you have to pay to get married in a chapel is fucking ridiculous.
Of kindness is rather different to mine.
Kindness, charity.
I like the story of the faithful Canaanite woman and her incredibly sick daughter.
A Canaanite woman from the vicinity came to him, crying out, Lord, Son of David, have mercy on me. My daughter is demon-possessed and suffering terribly. Jesus did not answer a word. So his disciples came to him and urged him, Send her away, for she keeps crying out after us. He answered, I was sent only to the lost sheep of Israel. The woman came and knelt before him. Lord, help me, she said. He replied, It is not right to take the children's bread and toss it to the dogs.
So that's Jesus initially refusing to heal a sick child because her mother isn't an Israelite. And of course, in the process, he refers to all non-Israelites as dogs. Because, you know, the Bible is low-key and high-key racist as fuck. Again, Johnny, this does not seem very charitable to me, bruh.
Selflessness.
And God spoke all these words, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven above, or on earth beneath, or in the water.
They're essentially picking all the bits from the Old Testament, which is essentially and largely without Jesus. I am, if anything, I agree with more in the New Testament, which is basically Christianity, the teachings of Christ. The Old Testament is a more like fire and brimstone kind of wrath of God kind of side of Christianity, which a lot of like Westboro Baptist, Westboro Church, those kind of people, those religious fundamentalists who really don't follow most of the teachings from the New Testament, which is basically all of Christ's work, essentially. So no thanks. Yeah. Thanks, Jester. Christina. I have met some revolutionary Catholics. They are bloody awesome people. I love them. I've also managed to get to Super Hubby's younger brother. He's the same age as me. I'm March. Is he June? Is he June? Yes, his birthday's in June. And I've managed to reach out to him. So I'm I've been able to help him progress politically and religiously, essentially. He still goes to chapel, he still goes to Mass. And his wife, she was brought up Protestant, but she didn't feel the need. She went to her minister and said, "Should I convert so I can get married?" He said, "No. You can still go to Mass with your husband. You can still go to Mass with him. You don't need to convert if you don't want to." So a lot of priests and ministers and vicars here, a good few of them are now very progressive. I like that. It is good. Father Henry was always kind of progressive. I like that. It is good. He still kept his faith, obviously. Oh, and he's a Jesuit. He wasn't always a priest. He got his calling later in life. He didn't become a priest until he was in his late 30s. Yeah, you averagely start in your late teens or early 20s when you go and do your divination. And to actually get through, you have to have a degree now. Well, I think you had to have a degree from 50s or 60s onwards, really. So most of the priests you've ever met in your life, especially here in Scotland, they've all got divination or theology degrees. And quite a lot of them have got degrees in theocratic philosophy. I like that. It is good. They still have to go to seminary. They still have to go to Rome to actually become priests.
Waters below. You shall not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord, am your God, and am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents to the third and fourth generations of those who hate me.
If Yahweh himself cannot show selflessness, and he is supposed to be perfect for fuck's sake, then what chance have humans got? I mean, really, this is some weak sauce, Johnny. Come on now.
Selflessness and sacrifice?
Like when God orders Abraham to sacrifice his own son, and then Abraham is literally about to murder Isaac, his only child, and then God's all like, no, I was only testing you, bro, lol, JK. Oh, but I'm guessing that human sacrifice wasn't quite the sacrifice you were referring to.
Consider the story of David and Goliath. 9 feet tall, clad in armor, Goliath is the most fearsome warrior of his day. How could he not be? He's 9 feet tall, for goodness sake.
So he was 9 foot tall, was he? Now, whilst that is obviously unrealistic, it's probably one of the many embellished elements of the Bible which is actually vaguely possible. I mean, some phenomenally tall people have been documented, but being that tall, Johnny, is basically a disability, okay? Do you know the medical problems that are associated with either hyperplasia of the pituitary gland or as a side effect of Marfan syndrome, both of which are most likely to be the causes of such enormous growth? Because both of those conditions have ridiculously massive impacts on a person's health, including potentially enormous damage to eyesight, the cardiovascular system, the lungs and immune system. And whilst Marfan syndrome can be managed in the modern era with the aid of beta blocker drugs and surgery, this was most assuredly not the case in Iron Age Palestine, you idiot. So in no way could being that tall automatically make you the greatest warrior of the age. In fact, it would almost certainly render the poor individual incapable of any meaningful combat whatsoever. For fuck's sake, Johnny, read a book. Well, a book other than the Bible, because clearly that book is full of shit.
Who wants to go against a giant like that? No Israelite, that's for sure. Except for one. A skinny shepherd boy named David. This boy has 3 things going for him. Courage, a slingshot, and faith that God is with him.
Yeah, I've been to a couple of mystery plays in my life as well. Translating Latin is an unforgivable task. Trust me, I've done it. Don't get me wrong, I do know my Latin roots and my Greek roots. They're all stored up here. Because I'm sad like that. I remember lots of different little tidbits. Well, a good portion of Latin theocratic and philosophical tenets, essentially. But yeah, translating Latin is, God, a task and a half. Seriously, I feel for priests and other people who do divination and theology, especially ones for the Catholic Church, to become a priest. Holy fuck. And some of them do multidisciplinary. They translate from Arabic and North African languages. And some of them specialise in translating for East Asian, like Southeast Asian and Chinese and Japanese and Korean and stuff, and they translate the Latin into those languages to make it easier for Chinese, Japanese, Malaysian, Filipino priests and stuff like that, which is, dear God, that's a level of dedication I admire, essentially. Good for them. So all of these have got translated, essentially.
The first two of those three things is useful. The third, however, is not, because everybody thinks that God is on their side before a war. When have you ever heard a general address his troops and say, "Listen up, men, I have spoken with the Lord God Almighty, the Rock of Ages, the Light, the Way, the Knower of all things that is to be known, the Divine Creator of everything"? And unfortunately he's with the French on this one, so we might as well pack up our shit and go home. Tally-ho, pip-pip. It's never fucking happened, okay? Every fucker thinks God is on their side, and then loads of them, from both sides, go and get fucking slaughtered. Yeah, he moves in mysterious ways indeed. So mysterious, in fact, it's almost like he isn't there at all and that human beings are just dumb, violent, hairless apes thrashing around on a speck of dust in the vast cosmos or something.
As he strides out onto the battlefield to face Goliath in single combat,
Sorry, people. There we go.
he holds the future of the Israelite nation, not to mention his own life, in his hands.
And as we all know, after this heroic win for the Israelites, God never allowed harm to befall his chosen people ever again.
Wrapped up in all of this tension and drama are valuable lessons that any child can profit from. David refuses to be intimidated by a bully. He's willing to act, to show resolve, even in the face of his own self-doubt. His actions paint a portrait of true heroism in the face of true danger. Isn't that the kind of strength we want our children to emulate? To be able to defend themselves and later their families and their country.
And to cut the head off your enemy and hoist it high to parade in front of your people in a show of breathtaking and unnecessary savagery. Oh, you forgot to mention that part of the story, Johnny. It's almost like you're a propagandist dickhead who doesn't want to tell the truth about all the horrific shit that's in your book of ancient fables. How interesting.
Or how about the story of the brothers, Cain and Abel? Abel, the shepherd, looks at his lot and he's filled with gratitude for his blessings. He offers as a gift to God the very best of his flock. Cain, the farmer, is selfish, unsatisfied with what he has, and he offers only a paltry gift of grain. When God favors Abel's present, Cain allows jealousy to overwhelm him.
Johnny, how do you not see that this story makes God look like a monumentally petty prick?
God speaks to Cain and tells him, "I know you're feeling angry, but you can overcome those feelings and master them." Cain doesn't listen, doesn't control his jealousy, and kills Abel.
And you want parents to tell this story to kids? What the fuck is wrong with you? You see, little Timmy, there were once two brothers, and they had something of a disagreement. One of them got a little bit angry, and then caved his brother's fucking head in with a rock. Night-night, Timmy.
Oh, don't. Self-care always, Vendale. Honestly, if you need to go and look after yourself and get some sleep, carry on, my man. Honestly. Thank you for joining us. It's always good to have you. But yeah, look after yourself. I'll be here tomorrow night as well if you want to drop by. No pressure, of course. Entirely up to you. Always look after yourself, okay?
sweet dreams. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Johnny? Also, I just want to point out here that Johnny doesn't mention the fact that he beat his brother's head in with a rock. Just that he killed him, which is bad enough in of itself. But again, Johnny, if you just want to cut out the gruesome bits, that's really, really dishonest.
When God asks Cain, where is Abel, your brother? Cain lies and says, I do not know.
Why is God even asking the question? I mean, he already knows, right? He knows all things. Also, why didn't he just step in and stop him from killing his brother? And before anyone wants to step up with that whole, well, God doesn't want to interfere with the lives of man. We have free will and stuff. Derp. I will have to point out, right, that God here is literally talking to these men. He is favouring the sacrifice of one over the other. He is already directly interfering with the free will of man, and then just letting shit play out like, oh, he's just down there murdering his brother, lol. Like, legitimately, how do you not see how stupid this story is? And also, I think it's worth just pointing out here as a bit of extra context that as there was only one family on the earth at this point, because, you know, Cain and Abel were both the sons of Adam and Eve, the first people, supposedly, that both Cain and Abel and their siblings would have to have fucked either their sister/mother or brothers/father in order for the human race to continue. Now I ask you, Johnny, is mass incest really appropriate fare for children?
Cain lies.
They always seem to gloss over that, don't they? Genetic diversity is the best for the human race, by the way. So racists like Dennis Prager really don't want the best for the world, do they? Trust me, I know. I've got a fucking degree in biology, for crying out loud.
And says, I do not know. And then, am I my brother's keeper? Yes, should have been Cain's answer to his own question. We are responsible for ourselves, and we have an obligation to others.
And I wonder, Johnny, how the mantra of being your brother's keeper sits with PragerU's whole attitude of, why should I have to pay for the health care of the poor people? And I also want to know how you square your love of money and capitalism with the later stuff in the Bible about how, you know, money is the root of all evil, and that it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. Yeah, kind of seems like Jesus wouldn't really be too on board with the whole PragerU neoliberal capitalism wet dream fetish, to be honest, guys.
We all have emotions and passions, but God has given us the tools to master those emotions. And master them we must if we are to live a productive and ethical life. Most important of all, life is a gift from God. We have no right to take it away from the innocent.
So I presume that PragerU, therefore, are going to stop being warmongering scumbags. Because you know, Johnny, that most of the lives lost in America's recent imperialist wars that have been supported directly by PragerU and their intellectual acolytes have been innocent people that have been killed. You know, just ordinary citizens, slaughtered on the altar of Dennis Prager's neocon bloodlust. I really have to point out here, Prager, you are fantastically bad Christians, even by your own description of what a Christian should be.
The stories of David and Goliath and Cain and Abel are only two examples of the many invaluable lessons the Bible offers to children. Think of a lesson, and there's a Bible story to teach it. About family dynamics.
You know, like that time when Lot, the supposedly one good man in the town of Sodom, offers up his two virginal daughters to be raped by a baying mob, only for the two of them to later intoxicate and rape their father so that they could have incestuous rape babies by him. Yeah, that's some really interesting family values to teach to children there, Johnny.
Family dynamics, friendship.
Do not be yoked together with unbelievers. For what do righteousness and wickedness have in common? Or what fellowship can light have with darkness?
Yeah, so don't be friends with anyone who isn't also a Christian, which is fucking terrible advice for anyone, especially impressionable children, about friendship.
Family dynamics, friendship, forgiveness.
Does this sound like forgiveness to you, Johnny?
I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them.
Well, that certainly shouldn't sound like forgiveness, and that's Yahweh talking there, supposedly. That's the Christian God describing the coming Noachian flood, where he wiped out all of the people of Earth except 8 of them, because apparently everyone was evil, including the newborn babies, somehow. The biblical God, Johnny, is not forgiving. He is a genocidal maniac who I am very glad doesn't actually fucking exist.
Forgiveness, leadership.
Oh, Jester. My granddad, my my dad's dad, I never met my mum's dad. He died when I was 3 months old. So he's been dead for 45 years essentially, nearly 46. So it'll be 46 years in May next year, so in a few months. But my granddad, I told him I was a Marxist. He says, I quite understand. I know why. You always seemed a bit left to me, Katie. But my mum's dad, he was a Protestant, and he was a very harsh man, apparently, very strict father. And my mum's always said to me, he said, I'm glad of you because I'm glad you exist. You're a good person. But I think Grandad would have been slightly upset with your political outlook on life. I don't think he would have managed to get to me actually becoming an actual leftist. He was born in 1915. So let's see. 2015, I would have been 89, 09. I would have been 36 if he'd managed to make it to 100. Well, I did say that I was a Marxist when I was 16. He isn't smart. He's a grifter. And him promising to give Manfrog all that money? Dear God, fuck that. Seriously, Elon, just piss off. And didn't give Manfrog money, for the love of God. Seriously. I didn't need to see more of Nigel Farage, please. The man is a fucking waste. Yes, he radicalised himself on his own platform. Well done, Elon. Well done.
Again, I'm just going to cite Noah's flood here, because if God couldn't lead the people of Earth in any other way but by global genocide, then looking for leadership tips from Pol Pot would literally be less bad than consulting Yahweh.
Forgiveness, leadership, humility.
God, the blessed and only ruler, the King of kings and Lord of lords, who alone is immortal and who lives in unapproachable light.
Oh, Yahweh, why so much humility, O King of Kings? Fuck off.
About what is important and...
Will it be all settled for Tuesday, do we think, Christina? Obviously, moving across country, that's going to be a major undertaking from. I get that. That's thousands of miles he's having to trek. Taking all of the lock, stock and barrel with him is going to be a bit of a task. And I completely understand why he didn't stream on Tuesday and Thursday this week. Oh no, he already left. He didn't stream on Tuesday and he didn't stream on Thursday. So we'll find, he'll say if he's going to be streaming on Tuesday or not anyway, so look out for that. I'm sure we'll get the alert anyway when he goes live, or when he's about to go live. Yeah, moving from Vermont to Arizona is going to be a bit of an undertaking, isn't it? He'll keep us posted, don't you worry.
what is not.
Yeah, like how in the Ten Commandments, God found space for the whole graven images bullshit, but not so much for the rape and slavery, both of which are literally permitted in the Bible. So yeah, his priorities differ from mine quite a lot, and frankly they differ quite a lot from any decent human being, Johnny, so maybe just shut the fuck up.
The Bible also teaches children, more effectively than any book ever, that they are not the center of the universe.
Yeah, it kind of does teach children that they're not the centre of the universe, but instead that they are innately sinful, broken, evil garbage
I like that,
who can
emo.
only be salvaged by submitting completely to a petty, vindictive, capricious, all-powerful celestial dictator. Please do tell me again how that's a morally good proposition, because I'm really struggling to see here how that isn't child abuse.
Children who internalize this lesson are much more likely to be kinder and more mindful of how they behave than those who do not.
Johnny, have you ever met fundamentalist Christians? Because nobody who ever has could say what you just said with a straight face. But then again, you're getting paid to shill, not tell the truth. My, and here was me thinking that not bearing false witness was one of those 10 commandments that you Christians were supposed to follow. Oh yeah, it fucking is. Kinda seems like you're calling out Yahweh on this one. Bold move, because he really, really doesn't like that kind of shit.
My mum understands that I'm a Marxist. She understands that. She can't go that far herself. She is still a kind of leftist. Sort them more than anything. But she's a decent human being, and she worked in the NHS for 40 years, for crying out loud. She was a midwife for 38 years. And before that, she was a sister at the Glasgow Western. That hospital's gone now. But she was the sister there, or the matron, which is essentially the lead nurse for accident emergency. Or the emergency room, as you Americans would call it. So she was the head nurse, essentially. And she is amazing. So she knows lots of stuff about the NHS and how it runs and how it should be run. Funny that, working in the NHS for over 40 years actually educates you.
Well, Johnny, I do hope you enjoy eternal fiery pits of torment, you smiley prick.
As Lincoln suggests, the Bible is the moral foundation on which Western civilization is built.
Are you just taking the piss now? Because you must be aware, having read the Bible, that the Roman Empire existed before Christianity. Because, you know, it was the Romans that were already there that killed Jesus, not the Jews. I know you tried to pin that on them, which led to a lot of, you know, anti-Semitic slaughter through the centuries, so well done on that one, you fucking evil pricks. Again, not the moderate Christians, the people who run Christianity. Anyway, that was an aside. Right, the Roman Empire were already there, they already existed, they predated both Christianity and the Bible. And chronologically, therefore, the ancient Greek civilization existed before them, so they were around before Christianity and the Bible, and it is therefore ancient Greece and Rome which are the actual bedrock of Western civilization. Christianity was merely a parasitical mythology which attached itself to the scrotum of that civilization and has been sucking blood from it ever since. So don't you fucking dare claim that Christianity was the basis of Western civilization, you lying bastard.
Everyone from Shakespeare to Dickens to Franklin Roosevelt made great use of Bible stories to communicate their themes. We're losing that connection, and that is a terrible shame and a profound cultural loss. If you don't have some biblical literacy, you can't fully appreciate the powerful words of Martin Luther King, for example. Only if you know the story of Moses can you fully...
Reverend King was a socialist, Johnny. Reverend King was a socialist. Okay? Not that you care about that, of course. You grifting bastard. He believed in the teachings of Christ. Have slight problems with his non-violence. Don't get me wrong, the man was amazing. And the stuff that he'd done was very, very good. I love him for that. Okay, so stop being a grifting bastard.
appreciate King's poetic vision of having seen the promised land.
And on this one point, I will have to kind of agree with Johnny. The Bible has been used by many people, including those cited, as a basis for powerful public oratory and writing, and that understanding the Bible gives you a greater understanding of those people's work. And if only Johnny had made that cultural case for biblical understanding, this might not...
Are you a parent? Fantastic. I am not a parent. I can't have kids. I live vicariously through my nieces and nephews, essentially, and being able to reach out to them. My sister basically because my middle sister is having health issues, let's just put it that way. She's given me free rein, said, right, there's your auntie's phone number if you've got any questions in these sort of spheres, annoy her. She's a bit busy, she's a community nurse, and she's got a household to run. Obviously, she's got a husband, but they're busy working, providing for the household, and looking after my two nephews. I love the boys, they're amazing. I didn't know that. Thanks, Jester. I didn't know that. Huh. Nice one. Fantastic, Flo Snake. Good for you. How old are they, if you don't mind me asking? You don't need to say, of course. Entirely up to yourself. But it's good that they've got such a good parent. Nice one. My nephews are both teenagers now. So they have lots of questions about politics and religion and stuff like that. And then, because they know I've got a degree, a biology-based degree, they ask me lots of stuff. They can also go to their mum, obviously, because she's a nurse. Or they can go to their gran, who's a midwife and a matron. So they've got a wide choice. They've got the three of us essentially that they can come to. They've also got their dad, who's actually a tank engineer in the army, oddly enough. Ooh. So they're essentially teenagers. Nice one. Being able to educate them like that is always a good thing, especially in science and politics, if you can, which is good. Oh, two boys as well. My lovely little Niblet. That's my younger sister's oldest. Her birthday was on Tuesday. Their birthday was on Tuesday, 25. Christ, I'm old. I love her. I love them. I really do. And she keeps on asking me for recommendations. I've managed to get her to read a couple of volumes of Capital now. One of the times when I went up to help out with my mum and stuff in Perth, they had left one of the books I'd given them to read. Mum was up in the back bedroom changing the bed linen, and underneath the pillow was volume 3 of Capital. He said, "Is that yours?" "Yes, that is mine, but I've given it to my sweetie." I said, "Why are you getting her to read that?" "She needs to read it." I've also managed to get them to read Reform or Revolution by the lovely Red Rosa. That is one of my favourite books. She said she'll get round to they said they'll get round to Lenin eventually. All my copies of Lenin are down in my other flat. So I said, once I get back down there, you can borrow them. Which is good. I might actually reread them before I lend them to them. My nephews are 16 and 18. The 18-year-old just started working for Tesco as a shelf stacker. He's enjoying it, apparently. Interesting. I think he's liking the money more than anything, really. My sister, his mum is turning him dig money. It's a token amount for room and board in the house. I think he's given her like 20 or 30 quid off each of his wages, which in the scheme of things is nothing. Plus he's getting help doing finances for himself, essentially. He's saving up so he can go on, when they go on holiday next summer, he can branch out for himself and go and do shit. I will help him in that, tell him what to do if he's interested in history or architecture or food or outdoor activities from my super hubby. So I like that. Both of them have tried to read the Bible, which is interesting. And they were saying, my God, this is violent. So that's mostly the Old Testament, my dudes. I don't actually have a copy of my Bible. It's down in my other flat. My God, it's actually been years since I've read the Bible. Maybe I should read it again. That'd be a good idea.
Have been such a bad video, but instead it was mostly cherry-picking bullshit from the Bible with a good cultural point tacked on at the end, which is exactly the kind of shoddy propaganda that we've all...
My lovely sweetie has just managed, a couple of years ago, they have just managed to get through 1984. And they've watched the film with John Hurt in it. Good for her. Good for them. It's a bit of a tall order for me to try and read them now. I read them when I was younger. All right, whatever, Eric. Seriously, a lot of how he writes, his style of writing is just a urge. Yeah. Okay, some people say that he was a socialist. I find that hard to see in the books. I really do. Fair enough to people who actually like him and say he's one of the best English writers we've ever had. Debatable. I appreciate him for what he done, essentially. Fine, you've wrote these books. Good for you. Well done. I can't get through a lot of them. Don't get me wrong, I've read 1984. I've read Animal Farm. Shit. I've read a couple other ones as well that I've forgotten their names now. Road to a Computer. So I've read them, but I don't like his style of writing. I've always struggled. I will grant you have written some very influential books. I'll give him that. Christ, we're still fucking talking about them, crying out loud. 70 years after they're fucking made. 70 years after they're written. Did you have to read Animal Farm at school? That's one of the ones you can choose when you do hires here in Scotland. You don't need to read that. You don't need to read him when we're doing what our standard grades, which is basically from the ages like 13 up to 17, essentially. Is when you do your hires, when you go into higher education, you can choose to read them. You get given a list of books you have to pick. There's 4 different categories, and you have to pick one from each of the sections. My sister went with Animal Farm, Of Mice and Men, Twelfth Night, Romeo and Juliet, and the other one basically said one from this category, so you can pick whatever one from the fourth section for your higher English. I can't remember the other one that she picked. Fuck. That wasn't nearly 30 years ago that she actually read these for her hires. The ones that I done my hires when I was at college, when I was 19, and I also picked Animal Farm. I picked Colour Purple, The Tempest, and crap. Oh, the Silmarillion. So that's the four that I done when I done my higher English, and I done English and communications as well. So it's basically public writing, public speaking, things like that. I done higher chemistry, biology, and higher physics as well.
Come to expect from Prager U.
Our goal should be to get back to that kind of biblical literacy. And it starts with our children. Your children. Read them a Bible story tonight.
An explicit call for indoctrinating your children into Christianity.
Good choice by Candide, and Frankenstein is one of my favourite books, or The Modern Prometheus. That book is really, really good. I like that one. I've also read Bram Stoker's Dracula. My God, that one was involved. Fuck. They didn't. He said, "I will not subject you to any of the history plays by Shakespeare." Don't get me wrong, I've read a few of them. But yeah, subjecting teenagers to like Richard III or Hamlet, well, it's a tragedy. But Macbeth and stuff like that, some of them are unforgivable. And anytime someone says the Scottish play, I feel like taking a frying pan to their face. It's called Macbeth for a fucking reason. Some of us Scots are actually like that. We hate it when people call it the Scottish play. Irritates the fuck out of us. It's called Macbeth. Frying pan to face.
Well, you have to give it to them. They were at least honest about it for once.
And it starts with our children.
Julius Caesar is pretty good. King Lear, that's the one my super hubby done for his higher English. Oh, for an interesting take on that, I watched Curse of the Golden Flower. It is fucking awesome. I was lucky enough, my health wasn't too bad at the time, and we managed to see it in the cinema. So if you've got a big fuck off telly, get Curse of the Golden Flower. It is awesome. And it's King Lear.
And that's basically it, except for a bit of Dennis Prager shilling for a Christian university, which is presumably one of the
Some people deserve it,
fallen
Durgesh.
to the evil powers of the Sorosian cultural Marxisms. But anyways, what did we learn from this video? Well, not a lot that we didn't already know. PragerU are lying shitbags who will lie about fucking everything, including their god, in order to hoard power and wealth in this mortal realm. Remember the camel and the eye of the needle, motherfuckers. Now I realise that I only highlighted some of the bad bits from the Bible, but that was merely to counter PragerU's dishonest, rose-tinted version of the biblical canon. And also, I'm not even trying to tell people not to read the Bible, although I really don't think it's appropriate fare for children, but whatevs. I'm not trying to tell you not to read the Bible at all. The reason I'm an atheist is because I actually took the time to read the damn thing, and also it's perfectly fine to read it from like a cultural point of view, or as a really influential historical book and all the rest of it. That's absolutely fine. But that's really not what PragerU are saying here. They're trying to get you to indoctrinate your kids.
My sister said the same thing about Of Mice and Men, but the more she got into it, the more she quite liked it. She liked studying it. She thought it was quite good. I don't know why. Damn. Harper Lee. Yeah. Well, obviously, Shakespeare.
Into their religious cult. And for that, they can go fuck themselves. Anyways, for being propagandist dicks of the highest order. Hey, Prager! FU! Oh, so clever! And to sum things up, we're going to hear from the serfs again, because at the end of the audio recording that they sent me for the Bible verses that you heard earlier, completely unsolicited to me, they added this extra bit of commentary, which rather sums up my attitude towards the Christian God as well.
I think my summary would be, from having read these now, is that God is a bit of a cunt.
Hello there, and welcome to a new slice of Prager FU, the series where I dissect and debunk the page shill bullshittery of the laughable YouTube channel which masquerades, rather poorly, as a university, Prager U. And when I'm done with them, I flush them away like the fucking turds that they are by saying, "Hey Prager, FU." God, I'm too clever, I really am. And today we get to hear from the great one himself. Yes, it's the big boomer bullshit ballbag himself. It's Dennis Prager. And he's going to tell us all about how bad the left is.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, the left. The one idea which unites an entire half of the political spectrum. So it's going to be as nuanced as any other PragerU video, by which I mean not remotely fucking nuanced whatsoever. Anyways, take it away, Dennis.
Warning, this is Dennis himself. Okay, Kev, let's fucking destroy this old bastard.
What a spunk trumpet.
If what I am about to tell you is true...
Right, I'll stop you there, Dennis. It's not going to be true. Obviously it's not going to be true. It's in a fucking PragerU video, for fuck's sake.
If what I am about to tell you is true, almost everything we most treasure, freedom, beauty, reason, the family, economic well-being, and even goodness, is in jeopardy. Who or what poses this threat? The answer is the most powerful ideology of the last 100 years, leftism.
Yeah, leftism. That single unified political philosophy that isn't farcically broad and vague.
I do like that scene. Carry on, Christina. Sustenance is good. Always need sustenance. Carry on, my darling.
Vaguely defined at all. No. It's a well laid out set of principles that all people on the left agree with. I mean, if it wasn't, then that would make Dennis Prager a massively dishonest piece of shit, which is just crazy talk.
Oh, yes.
Not liberalism, leftism, or if you prefer, progressivism. Leftism destroys everything it touches.
Everything it touches. Everything, yeah, I mean, that's the kind of nuanced, reasoned analysis of a real deep thinker, not the bullshit of a paid shill hack, obviously. For fuck's sake, you really are shameless, aren't you, Prager?
Here are just a few examples. 1. The universities. Perhaps the most obvious example, one that many liberals acknowledge, is the left's near destruction of most universities as places of learning. In the words of Harvard professor Steven Pinker, an atheist and a liberal, because of the left, quote, universities are becoming laughingstocks of intolerance.
Yes.
Firstly, I'm going to need a source on that claim that leftists, whatever they are, have destroyed, whatever that means, most universities as places of learning. But taking a look at your description box, and what a massive surprise, you don't provide any fucking sources, you bullshitter. Also, let's see if throughout this video we can find examples of rightists doing the exact thing that Dennis just accused the left of doing. Well, in this instance, we need look no further than one of your own, Dennis. Yes, a guest host of PragerU videos, Dr. Jordan Kermit Peterson, who, in between bouts of masturbating to lobster porn, planned to create a list of, to use his words, postmodern/neo-Marxist courses, professors and disciplines, specifically aimed at targeting academics and their disciplines that he didn't like. And we all know how poorly defined all his concepts are. So yeah, it really was just going to be a list of people that Jordan disagreed with. Now, I can think of no greater threat to academic freedom than a hard-right ideologue targeting people in an obviously politically motivated way. It's all very McCarthyist indeed. So yeah, I'd say that would be right, has attempted to fuck up universities as seats of learning. Also, dickhead, did you describe hack garbage boy Pinker as a liberal? You know, the guy who said this shit.
How weird it is that you got lumped in with the alt-right for a comment saying something along the lines of that you find, what was the exact quote? Something along highly intelligent people seem to, which is not saying they're good people.
No, that's right. And I think a lot of people who are ignorant of the alt-right equate them with the skinheads and the neo-Nazis carrying the tiki torches.
Yes.
But when I was referring strictly to the alt-right from its origin in
There's other people who hide their far-right ideology to make them appear that they're not like those skinheads and swastika tattooed fucking knuckleheads, or knuckle draggers more like it. There's other ones who hide their true intentions. Funny that. They're the ones being the most disingenuous. We know this because we see them. And they use fucking racist and ableist dog whistles. They say they're not far right, but they are. And we can tell they are when they open their mouths. So you don't need to be a skinhead or swastika tattooed fucking idiot. There are people who are more deceptive, and you know that, Professor Pinker. Christ. There are ones who are very disingenuous about how they present themselves. Let's see, think of examples. Stephen Yaxley Lennon, for one, over here. Fuck off, Tommy Robinson. That is not your legal name. 18 months is not long enough for that cunt. Who else have we got? I'll just name groups now, because I can't remember half their names. So you've got the Oath Keepers, you've got the 3%ers, you've also got the Proud Boys, and countless other ones who are probably all represented in January the 6th. Some of them are outright fucking fascist bastards. We managed to see them all. A lot of them have been arrested and subsequently jailed. Obviously not for long enough. But these people do exist. You don't need to be a skinhead or a swastika tattooed idiot to actually be on the far right. Okay? We see them when they spout shit on social media. Usually get invited onto Fox News, oddly enough.
internet discussion groups.
Right.
And I know some of them. Some of them are former students, and some of them are highly intelligent and highly read.
You reckon he's a liberal? Get fucked.
In the words of Harvard professor Steven Pinker, an atheist and a liberal. Because of the left, quote, universities are becoming laughingstocks of intolerance.
Yes, the left are obviously the intolerant ones, not the highly intellectual far right. Pinker is such a piece of trash, and so is Dennis Prager, of course. Let us not lose sight of that. Also, in terms of intolerance, the right is fucking riddled with it. Here are just a few examples flashing by on the screen right now. Enjoy these choice little cuts of rightist bigotry, as they slash deeply into the bullshit hypocrisy and lies of Dennis Prager. Oh yeah, and obviously fuck all of the people who said these things too. They are also garbage bags filled with dog shit.
At almost every university, and now high schools and even elementary schools, students are taught to shut down, not debate, those who differ with them, and to rely on feelings rather than reason.
Again, what the fuck is that based on, Prager? Where are your sources, you lying prick?
2. The arts. Throughout history, the primary purpose of art was to elevate people through beauty, artistic excellence, and emotional depth. To the left, the primary purpose of art, sculpture, and music is to shock. That's why so much contemporary art is meaningless and involves the scatological, meaning urine and feces. Yes, urine and feces. To give one of countless examples, in 2016, the Guggenheim Museum in New York featured a pure gold working toilet, which visitors were invited to use. The name of the exhibit was America, so one could literally relieve oneself on America.
Setting aside the obvious objection to that pile of shit, namely that art is subjective and what one person finds beautiful, another might find shocking and vice versa, but looking past that den, there are plenty of examples of pre-modern art which aren't about beauty, like these depictions of gruesome slaughter, executions and war, which are combinations of intentionally fear-inducing shows of power and just straight-up propaganda. Also...
Thank you. Well, it's accurate, isn't it? There's a difference between a cunt and a vagina. A vagina is part of the human body. I have a vagina. I can be a cunt, don't get me wrong. We're all cunty in certain ways, even just a little bit. But some people are massive cunts. Stephen Yaxley Lennon, for one. He keeps on forgetting that he's got keep on forgetting to tell us he's got an Irish passport. His British passport is blocked in a lot of places. Canada now. Because he is a fucking idiot. Or he knew what he was doing and he didn't fucking care. I go for that one personally. Oh no, I just forgot. Did you hell? He done it to evade their immigration policy, essentially. Funny that. A far-right bastard trying to flout international law or immigration law for a country. Funny. So now both his passports are blocked. He can't get into Canada now. I'm sure there's plenty of other countries he's not allowed into anymore. He keeps on saying that he wants to visit Scotland. Come on, Stephen. Feel free. See what happens.
You'll notice that some of these are quite shocking, which apparently is inherently bad in the mind of Dennis Prager for some fucking reason. And in terms of emotional depth, you may or may not be aware, Dennis, that most portraits of pre-photography leaders and statesmen were intentionally misleading so as to make the model appear more physically perfect than they actually were, partly as an attempt to make the subject feel more beautiful and therefore more powerful, and partly to play on the physical appearance-obsessed people of the time. So much for emotional depth, eh? And also, the very example you use there, that being Maurizio Catalan's America, actually fulfills all three of your criteria for supposedly good art. It is undoubtedly beautiful in its own way. Its rendering in finely polished gold is a superb thing to gaze upon. It shows artistic excellence as it is a perfect replica of the Guggenheim's other toilets, made out of gold, for fuck's sake. How would one even go about making that? I don't know, but Catalan did, and he made it happen.
My mum and my stepdad have seen that toilet. Wow. Seriously, the skill to actually do that. Well done. Well done. And it is genius because gold doesn't tarnish. Seriously, some of the shit that PragerU does, I'm pretty sure would give it a damn good run for its money. But that is literally a work of art. Just look at it. Solid gold toilet. I wonder how long it took him to design it. Let alone that amount of gold. What the hell? Well done, my man. Well done.
It's a fully functioning golden toilet, for fuck's sake, and it shows a great emotional depth as well. The piece is a satire of America as a nation. It pointedly exposes American culture as an image-obsessed and ultimately tacky affair, with elements of careless disposability which mixes enormous wealth and opulence with shit, literal and figurative. The piece also poses questions to Americans about their feelings towards whether they feel comfortable about urinating/defecating on a thing called America, and about whether simply calling a piece of art America actually means anything or not. Is shitting on America a bad thing or just an irrelevant thing? After all, it's just the name of a piece, it's not actually the nation called America. And does the fact that this conversation is even taking place mean that we have taken the externalising of our feelings towards nationality within inanimate objects too far?
If I knew the actual dimensions of it, I'd be able to give you the exact weight of it. I need the actual dimensions to actually work that out. I know the formula for it, but I need to know the weight and its dimension. Well, its dimensions and all its surfaces and stuff, and I'd be able to work out. I don't know the exact size of it, but it would be heavy. It would be heavy. It's one of the it doesn't tarnish. But if I knew the dimensions of it, I'd be able to work it out and tell you what the exact weight of it is. But fully functioning, nice one.
And should such pathological tendencies towards nationalistic behaviour be seen as bad, or are they themselves a manifestation of inner insecurities in a world where American imperial hegemony is coming to an end? And all of a sudden, we aren't even talking about a fucking toilet anymore. That's the levels of emotional depth this piece has. So by your own fucking standards, Prager, the very piece you cite as the prime example of modern art's shallow pointlessness is surely a fucking righteous piece of high art, you imbecile.
3. Literature. The English department at the University of Pennsylvania replaced the portrait of the greatest English language writer who ever lived, William Shakespeare, with a picture of a black lesbian poet. Why? Because he was a white European male.
Again, none of that is sourced, so it could be complete.
Evidence, please, Dennis. Evidence. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have done that. They would have put up the black lesbian poet, but they wouldn't have taken, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have taken down Shakespeare for her. We don't know. Shakespeare might have been one of her inspirations. And seriously, that wee video there, it is not that easy to actually break up an actual portrait of someone. Especially it was of Shakespeare. That would have been old, and the frame would have been fairly heavy, and it would have been double canvas that you would have used. So snapping it over your knee like that, I don't think that's physically possible, personally. Just my thoughts. So snapping it over your knee like that, no, that hasn't happened. So Prager, evidence, please, you wank.
Shit, and I suspect it might well be. And also, who is to say that the work of the black lesbian poet, who apparently isn't worthy enough of having her fucking name spoken by the great and powerful Prague Daddy, well, who is to say that her work isn't also excellent? I don't know, because you didn't tell us her name, or even leave a source to the fucking story, so I have no idea how good her stuff is or not. And furthermore, could there be any reasons that a university might take down a picture of a writer who had been dead for centuries to replace it?
I like that. Tradition is just peer pressure from dead people. I agree. Traditions can be changed easily. I like that quote.
With a writer who might actually be of relevance to the lives of the students reading literature courses at said institute. Yeah, they might well want to inspire those fucking students rather than boring them silly. But no, I'm sure it was just the white man thing.
It would be.
What was that about being against identity politics and victim playing again, Dennis?
4. Late night television. In America, late night television shows were completely apolitical.
Dennis, why do you say such obviously, provably untrue things? Have you heard of the Dick Cavett Show by any chance, right? It was a late-night talk show which ran on ABC in America between 1969 and 1975, and held the Vietnam debates where a then-young John Kerry...
Jester, have you heard of this show? Oh, yeah, the gold bars that they actually keep it for. Nothing moves out of there, by the way. It's basically one of your strategic reserves. We've still got gold as well. I think we sold we've sold a good portion of ours off now. Yeah. Good point. Well said, Flow Snake. Oh, okay. Well, it is from 10 years before I was born, and I think I'm older than most of you. I've only heard it getting mentioned by leftists, oddly enough. I think Colbert's mentioned it a couple of times many years ago. I think Kimmel's mentioned it maybe once or twice. And these interviews came up when I was watching a documentary on YouTube a few years ago about Watergate. So I've only had small interactions with these interviews and stuff. And dear God, look how young Kerry looks. Holy fuck. I keep on forgetting how old he is.
Who would later go on to run for president himself, who was fresh from the killing fields of Vietnam, debated John E. O'Neill about the then still ongoing Vietnam War, a debate that was so political and impactful that it was later revealed in the Richard Nixon tapes that the then President of the United States said this.
What the hell is Ken? Oh, Christ, he's terrible. He's impossible. He loads every program. Automatically, he'll... Nothing to do about it, is there? We've complained bitterly about the Kevin ship. Well, is there any way we could screw it? That's what I mean. There must be ways. We've been trying to.
That's right, the President of the United States wanted to destroy a talk show host in the early 70s because he was political and impactful. Cavett would also later go on to be instrumental in sparking national interest in what would become known as the Watergate affair. Several times, Cavett interviewed Woodward and Bernstein, the journalists who uncovered the story, G. Gordon Liddy, the supposed mastermind of the plot, and Vice-fucking-President, and at the time future President, of the United States, Gerald Ford, for fuck's sake. All of that happened on late-night...
Would I just need to type in the Nixon tapes into YouTube or Watergate tapes into YouTube, Jester? Oh, I bet they would be anti-Semitic, which is kind of interesting considering that that's when they made basically bumped up their support for the settler colonial state. Essentially, I try not to mention them by actual name. Yeah, I'd be interested in listening to them. Be quite good. Always expanding my education. Good thing. You should always be learning stuff. Nice one. I will look them up tomorrow or during the day. Thanks, Jester.
Talk show TV in the 1960s and 70s, for fuck's sake. It makes the mild liberal hand-wringing of Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert look like middle-of-the-road milquetoast nonsense, which it basically is, but you get my point. You're talking shit, Prager.
5. Religion. The left has ruined much of mainstream Protestantism and Catholicism and non-Orthodox Judaism, which are now little more than left-wing organizations with religious symbols. In many churches and synagogues, one is more likely to hear the clergy talk about political issues than about any other subject, including even the Bible.
To translate that, Dennis is annoyed that some churches have modernised in order to avoid becoming extinct. They aren't as openly bigoted as they used to be, and Dennis is not happy about that. And again, Dennis, the right have politicised religion to a farcical
God, I hate
extent,
this picture.
you hypocritical wank stain. Look at how the evangelical movement has taken over the Republican Party, for fuck's sake, to the point where they will support a twice-divorced, sexual and domestic abuser and serial adulterer for president. A less godly man I cannot think of, and yet they support him because he's right-wing as fuck. So how's that for politicising religion, you hypocritical shitstreak?
6. Free speech. If there was anything virtually every American considered a bedrock value, it was
continued education. Always a good thing. That's why I read. Obviously, I'm disconnected from my fucking socialist library now, which lives under my bed in my other flat. Don't worry, I will get back to them. And I need to expand more than the first 3 volumes of Capital as well. And there's a couple other Engels things that I'm missing that I need to get. Yeah, My younger sister asked me that. She still goes to church. And she's reached out to me and asked, so you can help me resolve being a leftist and still being a Christian. Of course. Of course. I can help her with that. I always do. I love my family. I want them to thrive. And actually having a better socially progressive outlook on your life, I always feel is a good thing. She understands that I'm an atheist. She gets that. It's good. Being able to reach out to me when she gets a minute to breathe, essentially. She works far too much, in my opinion, but she has to maintain her household. But anytime that she has anything, she can always come to me, and she does. And I like that. My mum's actually reaching out to me more now, which is good. She doesn't really go to church anymore. She goes to Christmas service, essentially, which is on Christmas Eve now, not Christmas Day. Because the minister still, he has to have at least one day off. So they don't do, well, in the church that my family go to up in Perth, a good few of them, they don't actually open. There's a huge service at St John's Kirk on Christmas Day at lunchtime, so 12:15. What day is Christmas Day actually? Give me a second. Hang on. It's a Wednesday. So on Wednesday, the 25th of December, there will be a service at St John's Kirk. A good few people still go to it. And it isn't that long. It's done by the bishop, who actually travels into Perth. And they have a small service. They have carols. Community leaders get to speak. I quite like that. I appreciate them doing that. I still can't go to that church though. Still too fucking cold. That's a good fucking question. I actually checked one as well. Give me a second, people. Let's find out. St. John's Kirk. That's Christ, I keep on forgetting how big this fucking place is. Yeah. St John's Kirk is a church in the Scottish city of Perth and Kinross. Church of Scotland denomination. It is located in St John's Place because everything was built up around the kirk, oddly enough. Just southeast of the city centre. No, it is the city centre now. It stands on the site of a former church dating back to 1126. So, kind of old. It was upgraded in 1448, so 558, 1650, 1758, 1958. 566 years old. 576 years old since its upgrade, since what its current form is essentially. So old. Oh, crud. Yeah. Well, like I keep on saying, gender is a social construct. Everyone thought they were going to amend their theological stance on it, but no. Maybe someday in the future, you never know. But I don't see it happening in our lifetimes. I don't see it happening in my nieces or nephews' lifetimes, essentially, or if they have children, not in their lifetime either. You never know, somewhere down the line, maybe in the future, you might recognise it. Yes, transubstantiation is, well, that's essentially what, well, theologically speaking, they're both the same thing, essentially. Put aside the medical aspect for a second.
Freedom of speech. Yet the left is destroying even this unique American achievement.
Unique American achievement, you say? Well, Dennis, you are old enough to remember McCarthyism, for fuck's sake. So what on earth are you talking about? The threat to freedoms in America comes overwhelmingly from the right, you lying fuck.
Almost half of America's young people say they believe in free speech, but not for hate speech. Yet the whole point of free speech is that it allows people to express any political or social position, including what any one of us considers hate speech.
If you call for insurrection against the US...
Okay.
As government, you will likely be arrested as...
I've had to put my phone on charge, so you'll see me closing into the camera so I can read your comments now. Oh, flow snake. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's priests out there who actually agree with that stance. I'm sure there is. But a lot of the hardliners who are actually at the basilica, a good few of them are hardliners and they don't believe in it. Bastion of tolerance, the Catholic Church, apparently.
especially if you're a leftist. And you know this, so fuck off.
7. Race. America has become the least racist multiracial society in world history.
This is so obviously false, I don't even know where to start. In America, Donald Trump is president. You have white supremacist terrorists murdering people. You have police targeting of black and Latino communities. You have staggering, ridiculous levels of racial wealth inequality. Dennis, you're talking shit, dude.
8. The Boy Scouts. The left is destroying the Boy Scouts. They're not even the Boy Scouts anymore, they're just the Scouts. The left forced them to admit girls. Here's the thing about the left. It only destroys. It doesn't build. The Boy Scouts have helped shape tens of millions of boys into independent, strong, good men. So where's the left-wing version of the Boy Scouts?
What the fuck are you even doing now, Dennis? This is your gripe with the world. The fucking Boy Scouts. And to think, PragerU have the gall, the sheer fucking gall, to accuse others of being precious little snowflakes looking to manufacture outrage. Get fucked. Also, Dennis, the guy who founded the Scout movement, Robert Baden-Powell, was a Nazi who described Mein Kampf as a wonderful book. And you, Dennis, have claimed that the Nazis were socialists. I mean, they obviously weren't, but PragerU have claimed that they were, so, stick with me here. So surely, according to your logic, Dennis, that would mean that the Scouts are a left-wing organisation. So turn that question back on yourself. Where is the right-wing version of the Boy Scouts, motherfucker? You see, Dennis, your constant dishonesty and bullshit will always come back to bite you in the ass. So how about you just stop lying all the fucking time? I know that's not what your paymasters want, but it might make you look like less of a prick all the time.
9. Male-female. In some ways, scariest of all, the left is committed to ending male and female as distinct categories.
No, the left, and indeed scientifically literate people in general, regardless of political inclinations, are intent on describing the reality of sex and gender as correctly as possible, rather than the incredibly nuanced penis and vagina rantings that the right produce. Also, it's interesting that you find this the most scary, right? Scarier than the ending of freedom of speech or academic excellence? No. It's boys have a dick, girls have a pussy binary. That's the real sacred cow here, for some fucking reason. You are a really messed up person, Dennis Prager.
So why does the left engage in so much destruction?
Oh, for fuck's sake,
no, we don't. America is essentially a bad country.
I wonder why people would think that, Dennis. Could it have anything to do with the enormous list of countries that America has fucked over via its imperialist shitbaggery, or the economic warfare it engages in with any nation that dare to be independent of its control, or the fact that it produces such reprehensible scumfucks as you, Dennis? Oh no, it must be because the left hates liberty.
Oh, I like that. Correct, Esther. Yeah. Because a lot of those awful transphobes take me out of womanhood because I don't have the correct bits, apparently. Because of how I was born, how I was formed in my mother's womb, I don't have the necessary equipment. One of those fucking transphobes actually said that once, a few years ago now. To make me to be classified as a woman under some of these people's ideology, I'd have to have ovaries, which I don't. Fully developed fallopian and endometrial layer, fully developed uterus, and a pliant cervix, whatever the fuck that is. I have no idea what that is. I've never heard of that before. Trust me, I have studied this. I don't know what a fucking compliant cervix is. I showed that video to my mom and she said, what do they mean by a pliant cervix? They're talking nonsense. Correct. My body. Seriously, my body. I've talked to Carla about this from Carla's Wild Ride, and she doesn't get it. Right, fair enough. I don't have ovaries. I don't produce the hormones properly. Doesn't make me any less a fucking woman. Fuck off. Just because I can't have kids doesn't make me any less a woman. Just because I'm going to be on these pills until I decide to stop them doesn't make any less a woman. I've been on them since I was a teenager, for crying out loud. And a lot of these people would want to take away my hormones from me, and if they had done that at a certain point, they would have left me as a child, essentially. I wouldn't have went through puberty, and I would have essentially been a child. Prepubescent, essentially. And that doesn't sound like fun to me, personally. And that is medically destructive to the body. You need these hormones for things other than reproductive reasons. So no, fuck yous. I am a woman, so shut the fuck up. And no, the left doesn't want to destroy the man or woman. The gender is a social construct, you crusty old bastard.
And freedoms.
But America is only bad compared to utopia. And the left is utopian.
Yes, the entire left. That.
Oh, the original idea of utopia is nothingness. Do none of you fucking read? Utopia essentially means nothingness, by the way. See, I knew they'd hit on something that would piss me off eventually. Well, it all pisses me off. But this is in my fucking wheelhouse. Utopia means nothingness. Dennis. Going on the original meaning of the word, when it was first coined, it meant literally nothingness. Being a stinky trot. And I just kind of this. What should I call it? Post list. What the fuck it? Oh, Christ's sake.
Monolithic group which totally agrees with one another about absolutely fucking everything. Yep, no infighting here, no siree. Yeah, the entire left is utopian, says the ultra-capitalist dickhead who thinks that the free market will solve everything. Yeah, that's some real big boy thinking from you there, Den. And on that galaxy-brained bombshell, I will end this fucking agony.
Yeah.
God, that Prager FU video, even by the shitty standards of usual Prager.
Yeah, Christina. Mm-hmm. He used that concept, and the author used that concept in the book. The original meaning of it. That's why it's called the nothing. A lot of people don't know that about that book. I have read it. I have serious doubts whether Prager has. If he has, he's completely forgotten the original meaning of the word utopia. It has been adapted, don't get me wrong, but a lot of people go on the original meaning of the word, people like me, because I'm a saddle. But yeah, literally the nothing. Mm-hmm. Well done, Christina. Atreyu!
Videos was unbearable, it really fucking was. It was just a long string of unsourced and vague claims about things that aren't real. What is the point of this garbage, Prager, really? I mean, if anything proves that PragerU aren't really interested in changing anyone's mind, but just in reinforcing the already held opinions of right-wing boomer pricks, then it is that PragerU video, because I can assure you, Prager, that nobody who didn't already completely agree with you would have been remotely convinced by a damn thing you said in that video. But that's the point.
PragerU is aimed solely at keeping the boomer neoliberal capitalist dream alive as it circles the sinkhole, and I just can't wait for it to fucking disappear already. So maybe you could, stop doing whatever the fuck this channel is, because not only are you being fundamentally dishonest, but you're not even good at being a propagandist. You're really, really bad at it. But anyways, whatevs. Hey Prager, FU! Oh, so clever. Einstein, eat your heart out, motherfucker. And to play us out was a little clip of the fantastic actor Michael Sheen, who is also a socialist, just in case you were wondering, reading the words of Aneurin Bevan, who is a political hero of mine and an awesome dude, and I agree with the word.
This Welsh legend was the pioneer of our NHS. Praise be Bevan. And praise be Michael Sheen. He is fucking awesome. Now listen to these glorious words.
So Michael, take it away.
No amount of cajolery and no attempts at ethical or social seduction can eradicate from my heart a deep, burning hatred for the Tory party.
Hello there everyone, and welcome to another
Well
installment
said,
of
Michael.
Prager FU, the series where I take on and debunk the page shill bullshittery of the fucking dreadful YouTube.
Yeah. Michael Sheen's a socialist. Not as far left as me, but I'll give him his due. Yes, he is a socialist. Praise be Michael Sheen. Well, he's Welsh. Quite a lot of Welsh and quite a lot of Scottish people were very much leftists. Funny that. The ones actually brutalised by the English being more left than England. Funny. Who would have thunk it? Yeah. He's brilliant. Best friends with David Tennant. Maybe not as left as Michael Sheen, but he's getting up there. You have to remember his dad's a minister. And that's not his real name. His actual name is David MacDonald. But someone had already had that in equity, so he had to change his name. So his equity card has got a different name from his actual birth certificate, but you're allowed to do that. Yeah. Masters of Sex was fucking amazing. I loved that. Based on an actual couple. It was really good. Yes, he was brilliant in that. Yeah. I really love Michael Sheen. He's amazing. Obviously, I absolutely adore him as a Aziraphale. Fucking love it. Shit. Frost Nixon as well.
Channel which masquerades, rather poorly, as a university, PragerU. And when I'm done with them, I toss them aside like the used comrade that they are by saying, "Hey Prager, F you." Oh my god, I'm so fucking clever. I might be the smartest motherfucker that's ever lived. I'll let future historians decide though. Anyways, this episode is a bit of a silly one, but I just had to share it with you all. Because whilst it's still paid shilling by a Prager stooge, it's shilling for Dennis Prager. On Dennis Prager's channel, for fuck's sake. Seriously, this may be the most narcissistic thing you will ever see. Oh yes, we are about to see a dude, Alan Estrin, full-on work Dennis Prager's wrinkly old shaft. I mean, seriously, this is lackey bootlickery of the worst kind I have ever seen. Anyways, have you heard the good news about our Lord and Saviour, Dennis Jesus H. Prager Christington, the greatest motherfucker who ever lived?
Who is Dennis Prager?
Spider-Man? No. Superman? No. A neocon bullshit merchant? Yeah, that one.
Who is Dennis Prager?
A dickhead.
And why do so many people love him?
Fuck off. There's no way you're going to start off a video on your own fucking channel, Prager, with "Why does everyone love me so much?" That's just fucking ridiculous. Also,
that's not physically possible.
Have some fucking backbone, dude. Why did you agree to do this garbage? It's really, really fucking pathetic. And to answer the actual question,
Nobody loves Dennis Prager. Even conservatives are embarrassed by PragerU. I've never met one of them who didn't cringe at how fucking awful it is. The channel is only as big as it is because they've pumped super mega fuck tons of money into advertising it. Indeed, people have told me that when clicking on videos in this series, where I rant on about how fucking terrible PragerU is, that they have been met with ads for PragerU. Just straight up PragerU videos, as adverts in some cases as well, which is where a lot of their viewing numbers come from. It's fucking madness.
As the producer of the Dennis Prager radio show and the co-founder and executive director of Prager University, I have given this second question a lot of thought.
And did you have your penis in your hand whilst thinking deeply about your love for Dennis Prager? I mean, look, I'm not judging, dude. I'm just saying, if there are feelings there, it's better to talk to Dennis about it, okay? You never know, he might allow you a slice of that sweet, sweet geriatric bussy. Yeah, I got lost down the Urban Dictionary rabbit hole when I stumbled upon that little linguistic abomination.
Here is my answer. Luck. Unadulterated. Good fortune. Or it could be this. Through his radio show, his writing, and now PragerU, he changes the way you live. For the better. He makes you a better person.
All hail Dennis Prager! Fucking Christ almighty. What the fuck are you talking about? Why do I get the feeling I'm watching a broadcast from the North Korean news agency or something? This is fucking surreal.
He makes you a better person, a better father, a better son, a better mother, a better daughter.
If he makes you all of those things, then he is quite a skilled surgeon. Or it could just be that Alan Estrin is a fucking lunatic.
He makes you a better person, a better father, a better son, a better mother, a better daughter. Name another public figure who does that.
George Soros, peace be upon him. All things are possible through the grace of Soros.
So let's return to the first question. Who is Dennis Prager?
A bullshitting neocon grifter. I already answered this, cuckhead.
Born in Brooklyn, New York on August 2nd, 1948, he is the second son of Max and Hilda Prager, two worldly Orthodox Jews. Max, a World War II vet, was an accountant, and Hilda, a nursing home administrator. Both were movie star handsome.
Movie star handsome?
What the fuck does that mean?
Fucking hell. What in the fuck is this video? Seriously, what the fuck is this shit? He's even sucking Dennis Prager's parents' balls now. I'm stunned. Genuinely, I don't even know what to fucking say to this.
Speaking of stars, Dennis's sign is Leo, which makes you want to believe in astrology.
What the fuck does that even mean? Seriously, that was just gibberish. Look, firstly, astrology is fucking nonsense, right? Utter crap. But what does his having been born into the date range of Leo have to do with making anyone believe in that pseudoscientific drivel? Estrin, you really are fucking weird, dude.
It's one of those little ironies that Dennis barely spoke a word until he was almost 4, but of course, once he started, he never stopped.
I'd love genuinely to think that Dennis Prager's second utterance was
please.
ethical monotheism. That's amazing.
He didn't like school. To keep himself from being bored, he learned to spell. Backwards. He was the class clown. He was sent to the principal's office so often, the secretary named a chair after him.
Okay, that's the lamest thing I've ever heard. Jesus, this video just gets fucking worse.
In a class of 110 high school students, he graduated number 82. But he was always scrupulously ethical and honest.
Hang on, you literally just said that he was sent to the principal's office so often that they named a chair after him, and immediately followed it with, he was always scrupulously ethical and honest. What the fuck are you talking about? How can you not see the glaring contradiction there? I mean, obviously it isn't as consequential as the lies and contradictory garbage that they usually come out with about actual real-world events and stuff, but seriously, it's just so fucking dumb. Ugh. This video is fucking nonsense. Also, when did Dennis give up on the ethics and honesty thing? Because if PragerU has proved one thing, it's that regardless of how awesome he may have been as a kid, Dennis Prager, as an adult, is a lying, unscrupulous prick.
Cheating was rampant at the religious school he attended. He mounted a campaign against it. You'd think everyone would hate him for that, but they didn't. He was too charming.
The Greek roots of my name, I actually mean purity. Kathlenos, kathles, basically means purity, unsullied, untouched, essentially. Take of that what you will. I'll not give you his actual name, but my super hubby, the Greek land for his name is Kingly One. He's about as far as you can get from a monarchist as possible. I think I'm the only one that's more Republican than he. Well, don't get me wrong, he is Republican. Essentially, he wants rid of the monarchy as much as I do. I always thought that was quite funny that the root of his name is actually Kingly or Saintly One. So fucking funny. Yeah. It's fucking hilarious, isn't it? It always makes me laugh. Always does. My pure. Technically, going on some older theological text, because I haven't had children, I could still be described as pure. Because I can't actually have proof of having done the act, essentially. Which is weird, because I know I have many times. So under some theological tenets, essentially, I'm technically still untouched or unsullied. Fucking hilarious.
I'm too
Okay.
charismatic, too principled. No one could, no one can remain mad at Dennis for long.
Well, I know for a fact that isn't true, because during the arduous task of editing Prager bullshit for this video series, I can and do stay mad at Dennis Prager. He's a dick weasel of the lowest kind.
When he was a sophomore, Max and Hilda made a bold decision. The traditional parenting model clearly wasn't working, so they offered their second son a deal. He had to be at the Shabbat dinner table every Friday, but otherwise he was on his own.
Are we picking up on the Jewish theme here? I think they're trying to emphasise that Dennis is Jewish, but I reckon they may just be laying it on a little bit thick. What do you reckon? Do you think so? Maybe? But then again,
Maybe.
I am just a cultural Marxist, so what would I know?
Okay.
Remarkably, every book Dennis has written is still in print and still selling. At the time, though, the future didn't look promising. Dennis's grades were so bad that his only college option was Brooklyn College, simply because Brooklyn would take anybody. But it turned out to be the perfect choice. He won an essay contest. The prize was a scholarship to study abroad at Leeds College in England. While there, he was contacted by the Israeli government. They needed someone to smuggle Jewish artifacts into the Soviet Union and smuggle out names of those Jews who wanted to emigrate to Israel. It wasn't John le Carré dangerous, but real risk was involved. Dennis accepted the mission. When he returned to the U.S., he was asked by various Jewish groups to talk about his experience. He's been traveling 131 countries and counting.
There's no fucking way he's travelled to 131 countries, right? I'm totally calling bullshit on that.
Now living in Los Angeles, his public speaking and deep involvement in Jewish life led to an offer to host a Sunday night radio show called Religion on the Line. Radio was the perfect medium for a non-stop thinker, non-stop talker with a theory on everything from baseball to Beethoven. That he had the perfect radio voice makes the whole thing seem part of a divine plan.
Part of a divine plan? You know, it's actually impressive that Alan is able to have such clear diction here, given that he has Dennis Prager's cock that far down his throat. Right up to the balls.
Among Dennis's fans was Hollywood writer-director David Zucker of Airplane and Naked Gun fame. He had the idea for a sketch comedy about Dennis's ideas about goodness, but he needed someone to work with Dennis on the script. I turned out to be that someone. Working on what became, For Goodness Sake, changed my life. 10 years later, I began producing Dennis's now nationally syndicated radio show.
And when was it that you started rimming his asshole?
Dennis already had a large audience, but the goal has always been to make it larger and younger, because that's the future.
So why do you only ever do boomer posting? Like, legitimately, you don't ever put anything out that isn't just pure boomer cringe, you fucking idiots.
Think about it. At age 70, Dennis's career is on the ascent.
Well, he does seem capable of fitting largeness around his mouth, doesn't he? Ugh. Seriously, you couldn't pay me £1 billion to go anywhere near that crusty old fuck. Seriously, I'll go near him. Hang on, 48, 58, 68, 78, 88, 98, 08, 18. So 76, 77 next year. My sister's a Leo and she's nothing like this bastard. That's good. Would he be 102? Wow. Super Hobby's grandparents, one of them managed to get past the century, his granny. And a couple of his aunties did as well. One of them got to 103. That's on his dad's side of the family. His mum's side of the family, his granddad died in the same year as my granddad. They both died in May, oddly enough. I think they were about 5 or 6 days apart when they died. Super Hubby's granddad was a little bit older. He was born in 1900. Then when the partition happened, a couple of decades later, he said, "This isn't my Ireland anymore," and he moved over to the east coast of Scotland. So when the partition happened, he said, "Right, this isn't my Ireland anymore," and basically left. Quite a few of them actually left. A lot of them went to Liverpool, a few of them came here at Glasgow, a few of them went over to the east coast, round about Edinburgh, round about the Lothians and stuff. So when the partition happened, a good few 100,000 moved over to the UK because it wasn't their Ireland anymore. Which is a shame, but it angers me. No problem, Flo Snake. Thank you for being here. You're always welcome. Look after yourself, and I will see you later. I'm still going to carry on dunking on PragerU with the help of Kev. And this one is just, dear God, definitely cringeworthy. Holy fuck. I remember the first time I watched this, my face was fucking in agony from laughing so much. I can still kind of laugh and giggle about it now because I'm used to it a little bit. I've seen it a few times now. But the first time I watched it, seriously, my face was hurting me because I was laughing that hard. Oh God, I can feel it coming back. Laughing and smiling exercises your jaw muscles around here and up here and under the eyes and down here. So laughing is actually a good exercise. and obviously being an orator and speaking clearly. If you want to get a good mouth workout by laughing so much, check out Frankie Boyle. James Acaster's quite good as well. You don't need to check out Ricky Gervais.
Ascendant. Pure luck.
Nope, not pure luck. Pure billionaire backing. You guys are shills for fracking billionaires. You are spineless bootlicking lackeys of the worst kind. And I'm done with this fucking shithole of a video. Now this would be the bit where I do some sort of summing up and explain what we can learn from the video. But there really isn't anything to take from this video, other than Dennis Prager being the most self-obsessed, self-aggrandizing, narcissistic prick on the planet, and that Alan Estrin needs to grow a fucking spine. But that's really it, because there's no content.
Frankie is great, yeah.
Hey Prager.
Yeah, well.
FU. So fucking clever. Anyways, to play us out, I'm going to play some clips from a great video made by Aaron Ra, the world's greatest exponent of the Fu Manchu, about how full of shit Dennis Prager is. I've left it linked below, and although I don't agree with everything Aaron says in it, the video is pretty fucking good. Also, go check out Aaron's other stuff, because if you want to see some atheism, secularism and science content, but you don't want it riddled with bigoted shit, then Aaron is very much your man. But anyways, thank you all for listening and watching. I'll see you all next time with something a little more serious.
You, Dennis Prager, are evil whenever you spread misinformation, misleading people with your deceptive videos. For example,
secular humanism devalues the worth of humans.
That was a lie, Mr. Prager, and we're going to talk about that real soon, but not in this video. Unlike you, I do not judge people by deciding to hate anyone who doesn't hate the same things that I hate. There's a lot of hate in you, and since I don't have that and wouldn't trust it if I did, then I need data to determine my political alignment. Now, people have always accused me of being a leftist all my life, probably because I was never a bigoted dick to people like right-wingers typically are, and as you have just demonstrated. Being opposed to corporatism, as Thomas Jefferson was also, forces me to be on the left, on the side of the people instead of the side of the banks and corporations and plutocrats. Being on the left doesn't mean we're evil. It doesn't mean we're enemies of anyone. It means that we care more about society as a whole than we do about the wealthy elite or contributing to the power of corporations who are trying to supplant our democratic republic with a plutocratic oligarchy. I'm talking about the half of the political spectrum that is opposed to authoritarian regimes like the last several presidents have all been. How are you going to achieve less government if you only vote for right-wing authoritarians who want to govern absolutely everything, even what happens in your bedroom or who you are allowed to marry? My wife, for example, is half Vietnamese. In the 1960s, when I was a little boy, the marriage I have now would have been illegal because people on the right took that right away because that's what they do. And the people on the left had to give us back that right because that's what we do.
I was as anti-Trump as anyone, but I wrote from my first column, if he wins the nomination, I will vote for him. And my thinking was clear, and in retrospect was clear. I kept giving this analogy. If you have two doors, over one door it says man-eating lion, and over the other it says maybe a man-eating lion, I will open the maybe a man-eating lion door.
But that's not what you did. Exactly the opposite happened. You voted for the man-eating lion, the one candidate of the four who actually promised to take people's rights away and ruin everything for everybody. You didn't want to vote for Hillary because of your irrational hatred and misunderstanding of the left, but she's at least as far right as Trump is. She's essentially a moderate Republican. So out of blind fear of what you thought was the left, you overlooked the only qualified candidate and elected a fascist instead, the very thing you said you hate. You're supposed to destroy fascism, not equip it with tyrannical power and nuclear weapons.
Defeating the left
well said, Adam.
is
I like
great
that.
a moral
I agree.
urgency as defeating Islamism. Those are the two enemies of Western civilization as we know it.
The greatest threat to Western civilization got your vote and is now in the Oval Office signing executive orders to destroy the environment, the economy, and education, reversing progress everywhere, ruining everything for everyone, and even provoking China. You've elected a narcissistic, incompetent madman. Good job. The most criminally immoral political insanity typically comes almost exclusively from the right.
But when
He's not
people
wrong there.
drop Judeo-Christian religions, Catholicism, Protestantism, evangelicalism, Mormonism, Judaism, when people drop those, they don't stop yearning for religious certitude. So what they end up with is secular religious certitudes, and they are at least as scary.
This gross generalization doesn't apply to me either. I was raised Christian and I was conditioned to accept unsupported conclusions uncritically, but even then, I didn't want or need certitude, religious or otherwise. So unlike you, I do not believe irrational things. And unlike you, I try my very best not to assert as fact things that are not evidently true, or worse, that are demonstrably false.
Hello there, Loganistas, and welcome to a new slice of Prager FU, the series where I dissect and debunk the page shill bullshittery of the laughable YouTube channel which masquerades as a university, PragerU. And after I'm done with them, I say, hey Prager, FU! Oh my god, I'm so fucking clever! And today, the Wilkes brothers, the fracking billionaire gobshites who fund the PragerU clown show, are getting exactly what they want. Full force bootlickery from a fawning ultra-capitalist lackey donkey turd. As we take a look at the PragerU video, Capitalism versus Socialism. And no surprises for guessing that the host of this intellectual car crash, Andy Puzder, who is apparently a former restaurant chain CEO, well yeah, he...
Oh, all right, check him out. See if I have any disagreements with him, but from that little slice there that we got of Aaron, I quite like him. That's quite good. Yeah. Like I said, I was brought up as Church of Scotland. But when I turned 15, I'm the eldest of the three, by the way. I'm the eldest girl. Mum sat the three of us down. You're under no obligation to go to service if you don't want to, because we're all old enough. There's 18 months between me and my middle sister, and 4 years between me and my youngest sister. And she left it up to us if we wanted to go to Sunday school or not. She said, you're under no obligation to go to service if you don't want to. I think I carried on going to major Christian events until I was about 18 before I moved out. But we were under no obligation. Mum was in no way like her dad, which is good. I thank her for that. That's why I'm an atheist now. Right, before we get into this, I have to go and relieve myself. I will be back momentarily, comrades. And I'm back. Hello.
He doesn't understand what socialism is, or strangely enough, even what capitalism is, which is odd considering he wrote a book called Capitalist Comeback. Well, this ought to be entertaining at least.
Capitalism versus socialism. We can sum up each economic system in one line. Capitalism is based on human greed. Socialism is based on human need, right?
Well, kinda, but it's more complicated than that.
Capitalism is based on human greed. Socialism is based on human need, right? No. Wrong. So wrong. It's exactly backwards.
Well, not only is it still more complicated than that, but you're just plain fucking wrong. But anyways, please spew forth your pro-capitalist spiel about how altruistic capitalists are. I mean, we've all heard it a million fucking times already, and it's still as totally fucking wrong now as it was when the first galaxy-brained dickhead came up with it, but don't let that stop you. I mean, what would a PragerU video even be if it wasn't for all the endlessly repeated K2 Institute hack talking points anyway?
Been on Amazon lately? Each of the thousands of products Amazon offers represents the work of people who believe they have something you want or need. If they're right, they...
Wrong. Wrong. It might have been kind of like that when he first started it. Kind of. But not now. No. There's different streams that bald, cheese-spacing fucking dickhead is pursuing now, including healthcare. Holy fuck, save us all. But no, Amazon hasn't been anything like that at all. I'll give them their dues when they first started, but not now. Fuck them. And fuck Jeff Bezos. Oops, that might actually get me demonetized. So no, the lovely Mr. Puster here is talking nonsense.
They prosper. If they're wrong, they don't. That's how the free market works. It encourages people to improve their lives by satisfying the needs of others.
You see,
there's no such
really
thing as the free market.
Same old right-wing libertarian bullshit. Right then, let's go through it, shall we? Firstly, Amazon is a fucking terrible company for you to have chosen as your example of how super awesome and altruistic capitalism is, given how horrifically they treat their employees, how hard they work to fuck over the taxpayer, how little actual tax they pay themselves, and how the CEO, Jeff Bezos, is the ultimate symbol of wealth-hoarding capitalist greed, which is killing the planet and the societies that inhabit it. Second, the items available for purchase there are not the product of the oh-so-kind capitalists, but rather results of the labour by the workers who fucking made them, including the ones working in virtual slave labour conditions. No, capitalists are merely the ones creaming off the excess value. They can and should be removed from this dynamic completely. Thirdly, the capitalist is not providing these products out of the goodness of their heart. They are doing it for the money, for the very greed that you deny is their motivating factor.
Well, I know that I'm not alone in that,
If they care so much about the consumer's needs, why do they put such massive markups on their products? It's because this is all about the money. Not the people, the money, you lying bastard. Also, the free market does not operate in reality the way you imagine it does from the pseudo-libertarian fantasy land that you seem to be inhabiting.
No one starts a business making a thing or providing a service for themselves. They start a business to make things or provide services for others.
Again, they aren't doing it to improve the lives of their customers, for fuck's sake. It's almost like the profit motive is a dirty secret you want to try to hide from your viewers, you devious cockwomble. Also, it isn't actually true that companies don't start out of a need to provide a thing for oneself. Various inventions and innovations have sprung from individuals problem-solving a personal matter. After all, the provider of a product or service is a human being as well, with the same human needs as everyone else. So sometimes they'll do stuff to satisfy a personal need and find that others have that need too, and thus a business is born. I mean, that really isn't the biggest flaw in Mr. Puzder's bullshit script, but I highlight it just to show how little he seems to understand of capitalism, the system he is supposed to be defending here.
I speak from personal experience. When I was the CEO of the company that owns Carl's Jr. and Hardee's restaurant chains, we spent millions of dollars every year trying to determine what customers wanted. If our customers didn't like something, we changed it, and fast. Because if we didn't, our competitors would, pun intended, eat us for lunch.
Firstly, that's a really terrible food pun. Trust me, I am a pun god. Your wordplay game is weak as a diarrhea shit. But more importantly, again here, your restaurants weren't doing this out of charity. It was because they wanted to increase profits, to stuff already rich bastards' pockets. Don't try to dress this up as altruism, because that's utter bollocks. And secondly, I know that you said you researched what your customers wanted, not what they needed. And here we run into one of the first major bumps in the PragerU shill road for this video. You see, restaurants, and I want to be clear, I'm not accusing any particular restaurants of this because I don't wish to be sued to Kingdom Come, but let's just say unnamed restaurants will pump their food full of all kinds of really unbelievably unethically unhealthy additives in order to make their food taste better and thus potentially increase their profits, or to prolong the shelf life of their produce and thus decrease their overheads. Now that practice may make people want their food more, but is sure as fuck won't help them in the long run. The obesity crisis in America is truly terrifying, as are the increases in diabetes and cancer, so the unhealthy crap put into people's foods is really not what the people need. So those companies aren't just not serving the needs of the people, in fact they are actively hurting and ultimately shortening the lives of those people. Because, say it with me now people, it's about the money, not the people. The money, you lying bastard, Puzda.
The consumer, that's you, has the ultimate power. In effect, you vote with every dollar you spend.
And here we go with the voting with your dollars canard. This ethical consumption argument, such that it is, really is one of the most irritating capitalist lies. Firstly, it's a direct attempt to equate capitalism with democracy, which is absurd, given that capitalism is a top-down rigid power structure where you follow orders or you fucking starve. Hardly democratic, wouldn't you say? Also, even under that false democratic facade, it doesn't really work either, because your option to vote with your wallet is based on whether or not you have enough wealth in order to vote at all. If you're dirt poor, there's no real choice but to go for the cheapest shit available, which is likely to be unhealthy as fuck and produced using some very, very dodgy employment practices. Also, even if you have the wealth in order to vote in this system, you still have the problem of getting access to enough information in order to make an informed decision. Because remember when I was explaining about the shitty stuff that those unnamed food companies were putting into their products? Yeah, well, they don't exactly advertise that shit. In fact, they advertise the exact opposite, regardless of how full of shit those adverts are. And they actively suppress reporting on their shady practices by colluding with media companies who themselves rely on the advertising revenue from said shady companies. And all of that goes to ensuring that the consumer, that's us remember, is blissfully unaware of the real face of the capitalist greed which is poisoning both the planet and the people of the planet. Yeah, I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Eating the rich is the only ethical consumption under capitalism.
In a socialist economy, the government has the ultimate power.
Well,
an addendum here. I don't want to eat the rich. I really don't. I would use them as a source of fuel, other than actual sustenance for the rest of us. Think bioethical pellets. Let's put it that way. I don't want to eat them. Christ knows what they fucking taste like. Ugh. Especially if they're taking some of the advice and taking horse dewormer or hydroxychloroquine, taking that from much needed autoimmune sufferers. I haven't been on it, but I've been on it, but I didn't need it. We had to rejig my medicine regimen essentially. I was on it for about 6 months and I went back to my GP, different GP. She's retired now. She thought she'd give it a try to see if it could actually help me. It did, after a fashion. But the side effects weren't worth the benefits I was getting from taking hydroxychloroquine. So no, she took me off it. I didn't even. I could go cold turkey. It wasn't really cold turkey at all because I wasn't on it that long. So I could just basically stop it and re-up the ones I was on before. It's a balancing act, really, with the medicines that I need to take. I think I might need to go in for another review at some point in the first half of next year, really. I've got a fentanyl patch now for pain and other neuropathy reasons as well. And I'm on a anti-inflammatory which we might be changing because it's probably starting to damage my gut again. Because of previous anti-inflammatories I was on when I was a little girl. I got diagnosed when I was 11. And the damage to my stomach and my lower intestines was quite severe. So I had to come off them. I'm back on them now for stopgap reasons, essentially. So they're going to have to rejig that. And the additives they put into the food over in the States, I'm sorry, my lovely Americans, some of the stuff that you put in your food isn't legal here in Europe. So we don't do it. Our food standards are slightly better than yours, don't get me wrong. A lot of the food that poor people are forced to buy because it's cheaper is still kind of shit. But it's not as shit as some of your stuff. Sorry. I want you to have decent food. Seriously, I really do. But trying to deal with that fucking monolith, dear God, I wouldn't know where to fucking start.
Well, Andy, you seem to not know, or are deliberately lying by omission, about the fact that there are various types of socialism that don't want any government whatsoever. So your little canard about absolute totalitarian scary socialism is a straw man at best and a downright propagandist smear at worst.
Instead of millions of people making millions of decisions about what they want, a few people, government elites, decide what people should have and how much they should pay for it.
The lack of self-awareness here is fucking remarkable. The concept of a capitalist opposing the idea of a small group of elite bastards deciding what people get and how much they pay for it is too hypocritical for words alone to do justice to. I mean, Puzda, you gaping anus, the very thing you just described is capitalism. You don't even fucking know the basics about the economic system you are defending here. Or more likely, you do know, but are lying in order to spin your bullshit narrative. But you know, whatevs.
Not surprisingly, they always get it wrong. Have you ever noticed that late-stage socialist failures always run out of essential items like toilet paper?
I'd love for this prick, or anyone else for that matter, to point me to one late-stage socialist country that ever fucking existed. But I know he can't, because it's never fucking happened.
Venezuela.
Oh, for fuck's sake, the right wing just never shut the fuck up about Venezuela. They genuinely seem to think it proves some point, which it doesn't, because 2/3 of the Venezuelan economy is still in private ownership, so it isn't fucking socialist, you cuckheads.
Venezuela, once the richest country in South America, is the most recent example of socialism driving a prosperous country into an economic ditch.
No, actually that was capitalism, in the form of a massive drop in the price of oil, which has crippled the Venezuelan economy. And of course, the connivance of various capitalist countries around the world who have imposed horrific sanctions on the country in order to snuff out any chance of a left-wing good example in the region. Which makes me wonder, if capitalism is so great, why doesn't it just allow socialism the opportunities of the free marketplace of ideas? Why they gotta conspire to destroy and overthrow socialist countries? If socialism is so terrible, surely it'll just fall away naturally, right? It's almost as if the capitalists are scared of letting any socialist movement thrive because they know it would make capitalism untenable as an option going forward. I don't think these capitalists have the best interests of the people at heart at all.
I agree,
Maybe
Kev.
you think
Well
it's an
said.
unfair example. I'm not sure why, but okay. We'll ignore the fact that leftist activists celebrated it as a great socialist success right up until it wasn't.
You know damn well why it isn't a fair example, and I've just explained to you why, so I'm moving on. Venezuela was not hailed as a socialist success story. Many socialists around the world were cautiously optimistic for the Bolivarian Revolution and the positive early changes it made to the system there. But that's all, okay? Optimism. Not mission accomplished, not hang the banner, not, oh, we did it, guys, success story. That's total fucking bollocks, you lying hack bastard.
But what about Western European countries? Don't they have socialist economies?
No.
People seem pretty happy there. Why can't we have what they have? Free health care, free college, stronger unions. Good question, and the answer may surprise you. There are no socialist countries in Western Europe. Most are just as capitalist as the United States.
Well, yes and no. Whilst there are no socialist countries in Western Europe, to say that they are as capitalist as America is rather silly, especially given how much time you right-wing bastards have spent telling us how universal healthcare is evil socialism, which isn't fucking true, but I'm just pulling them up on their ludicrous double standards here. Because if those countries have all those social benefits but are just as capitalist as America, why do you right-wing shitstains fight the introduction of those self-same social benefits in America with all the mega outrage force that you can possibly muster? It's almost as if you know you're full of shit and are just working in the interests of the uber rich or something.
But only a free market capitalist economy can produce the wealth necessary to sustain all of the supposedly free stuff Europeans enjoy.
Citation fucking needed on that one, Home Slice.
Correct.
Where the fuck do you get the claim
Correct.
that only capitalism can do that? You do realise that states have existed a hell of a lot longer than capitalism, right? And that unless you know everything about all possible economic systems, including those that have yet to fucking exist, then your claim of capitalism being the only such system is worth about as much as a fistful of pocket lint, you bullshitter.
In a 2015 speech at Harvard, Denmark's prime minister took great pains to make this point. I know that some people in the U.S. associate the Nordic model with socialism. Therefore, I would like to make one thing clear. Denmark is far from a socialist planned economy. Denmark is a market economy.
Well, the Danish Prime Minister, Lars Rasmussen, and what a deliciously Danish name that is both right and kind of wrong here. He is of course correct that Denmark is a capitalist nation, not a socialist one, but his wording here is suspect as fuck. Firstly, capitalism still kinda has elements of planned economics. It's not the overarching plan of a socialist state, but it's still not an absolute free market. No such thing has ever existed. Or, if there are any ANCAP douchebags watching, nor could it ever possibly exist. Get your heads out of your asses. And secondly, he seems to completely differentiate between socialism and markets, which is nonsense. There is such a thing as market socialism. It's a real philosophy and a real option. But also, he further insinuates that capitalism and markets are somehow synonymous, which isn't fucking true, because A, capitalism is not just markets. It's a fuck of a lot more exploitation on top of that. And B, markets existed before capitalism, and will still exist when capitalism runs its course. Capitalism, as it is so fond of doing, has merely co-opted a pre-existing human
like that banner.
and pretended like it was their
Yes,
own innovation.
capitalism.
It's
can
disgusting
fuck off.
theft of human labour, which is actually a pretty decent summation of capitalism in general, really.
The more capitalism, the less socialism you need. Look at America since 2017. A policy of lower taxes and less government regulation, that's more capitalism, has led to a robust economic expansion, something thought impossible just a few years ago.
Wow, just bold-faced lies now. And it shouldn't be surprising given that this motherfucker was actually Trump's original pick, all the way back in 2016, for Secretary of Labour, before he was withdrawn due to him being about as popular as leprosy, which was down to his appalling treatment of his workers, his opposition to the minimum wage, and the fact that he employed an undocumented migrant, which is very Trump indeed. I mean, it's very, very dishonest of you not to flag up the fact that this guy was not entirely an unbiased or objective commentator here.
Yes, get fucked.
Anyways, as to the substance, such as it was, of the points he made here. Firstly, the Trump tax cuts have been devastating to the state of US finances, increasing the national debt from $19 trillion to $22 trillion in just over 18 months. And the US budget deficit has grown by 17% in 2018 alone, and is also on track to top $1 trillion for the first time by the year 2020. Which is all very interesting, given that not only did Trump not pledge to increase the national debt and deficit, but he promised to completely eliminate both inside 8 years. Yeah, it seems that Trump is as full of shit as Prager FU. And as for the private sector, well, the picture is pretty split. Those well-paying secure jobs that Trump promised to bring back, well, that hasn't fucking happened. Oh yeah, and the trade deficit ballooned by 20%. So much for those trade wars being so easy to win, eh, Donald? But on the upside, Trump's base did very well. No, not the American people, the uber wealthy, of course. Yes, corporate profit rates hit an all-time high in 2018. So if you're incredibly rich, Trump has been very good for you. But if you are part of the 99%, he has royally fucked up everything for you and your kids, and their kids, and their kids, and so on. Kinda seems like these capitalists don't have the interests of the people at heart at all.
Economic expansion gets people off welfare and into work. That's less socialism.
Oh my god, you stupid bastard. Earlier in the video, you said that the Nordic countries having social welfare spending was not socialist. Now you are saying that social welfare spending in the form of unemployment benefits is socialism. Can you please pick one line of bullshit and stick to it, you fucking cretins? Now the rest of the video is basically him repeating his bullshit capitalism is economic democracy line of argumentation, which I dealt with earlier, so I'm not going over it again. But I did just want to play the outro to the video, because it's kind of breathtaking when you actually examine it.
So beware what you ask for. You just might get it. I'm Andy Puzder, the author of The Capitalist Comeback for Prager University.
So the financial backers of this video, the William S. Knight Foundation, is a religiously related spiritual development 501c3 tax-exempt charitable organisation that gives money mainly to Christian fundy bullshit. And when I say money, I mean fuck tons of money. And it's not just these rich wankers funding PragerU. After all, the billionaire Wilkes brothers are the major bankrollers of Dennis Prager's little demon baby YouTube derpfest. Now you might be asking why all of this is relevant. Well, let me play the rest of the outro and we'll see.
Thank you for watching this video. To help keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Yes, even with all of the right-wing filthy rich wankstain money flowing in, they still try to get donations from people. But what's worse than that? Imagine how pathetic you would have to be. Imagine how utterly spineless, what a fucking asshole you would have to be to give your hard-earned money to PragerU, even though you know they are backed by some of the richest pricks out there. I mean, look how much fucking money PragerU has, for fuck's sake. The world is mad, I tells ya. Mad! And on that charity database trawling bombshell, I shall wrap this up. Firstly, as with all PragerU videos, don't believe the bullshit they are pumping out here. It's complete trash, and the links are all below to show just that. Capitalism has fuck all to do with altruism or caring for people. It is greed, sheer bloody greed, and it's despicable. But more importantly than the regurgitated anal scrapings that constitute the content of that PragerU video is the reason for its creation in the first place. Now, whilst Prager have been making anti-socialist and pro-capitalist propaganda for years, the recent uptick in this particular type of drivel that they're creating is quite telling. PragerU and the boomer right are scared, and they're fucking right to be scared. Socialism, or at least what passes for it in mainstream discourse in America, is having a moment of resurgence, and given the age demographics and attitudes towards socialism, or at least what they think socialism is, which is basically social democracy but whatever, right, that trend is only going to increase as older conservative types die off and younger, more receptive people become more socially and economically active and dominant. Also, an advantage with selling leftism to younger people is that the usual Red Scare tactics of the Cold War era really don't have the same impact on them at all, because to them the Soviet Union never really existed. It's just this far-off historical thing, and China is where their iPhone comes from, which is problematic as fuck, but that's really not the point here. PragerU and the old-school neoliberal economic boomerist fuckery that they represent are on their way out, and deep down they know it. They can sense it, but fight it all they want, they will ultimately have to bow to the inevitable. They will lose, and I could not be more here for it if I tried, which I do, all the time. Hey Prager, FU!
Oh my god, I'm so fucking clever.
And I'll leave you with some quotes from Martin Luther King. Now, I know that as a white person on the internet, quoting Martin Luther King usually means I'd be trying to back up some sort of hideously racist bullshit, but in this instance, I just want to remind everyone of the greatness of the man in his opposition to the evils of capitalism. And whilst I don't agree with the religious elements of his orations, the general points he makes are as true today as they were then, by which I mean really, really, really, really fucking true. Take it away, Doctor.
We must recognise that we can't solve our problem now until there is a radical redistribution of economic and political power. This means a revolution of values and other things. May 1967. We must see now that the evils of racism, economic exploitation, and militarism are all tied together. You can't really get rid of one without getting rid of the others. The whole structure of American life must be changed. America is a hypocritical nation, and we must put our own house in order. The evils of capitalism are as real as the evils of militarism and the evils of racism. Well said, Dr. King. Well said. Call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, but there must be a better distribution of wealth within this country for all God's children. American Labour Council, 1961.
Hello there everyone, and welcome to another instalment of Prager FU, the series where I dissect and debunk the page shill bullshittery of the truly fucking dreadful YouTube channel, which masquerades as a university, Prager U, and after I'm done ripping apart their arguments, I simply say, hey Prager, F you. I'm so smart and funny it should be a fucking crime. And today, we finally get round to the video that you all knew was coming. Yep, it's lobster time, bitches. The man, the myth, the legend, well certainly a legend in the mind of his cultish devotees, Jordan B. Peterson will grace us with his derpitude. Fun times. As we take a look at the PragerU video, Dangerous People Are Teaching Your Kids, a title which suggests that neither Peterson nor PragerU have any semblance of self-awareness whatsoever.
Warning for Kermit. I hope everyone is prepared for this one. I didn't get round to it today, but I do remember this one. It's burned onto my psyche. Like he is. Seriously, some of the shit this man has come up with. What the fuck? Okay, shall we get into it? Take it away, Kermit.
Classic intellectual dark webbery. Now this video is such quintessential Petersonian bullshit that if you've seen one Peterson talk, you basically already know what he's going to say. But anyways, take it away, broken record.
You may not realize it, but you are currently funding some dangerous people.
Yes, a lot of people are currently funding a very dangerous bastard called Jordan Peterson on Patreon. Disturbing stuff.
They are indoctrinating young minds throughout the West with their resentment-ridden ideology. They have made it their life's mission to undermine Western civilization itself, which they regard as corrupt, oppressive, and patriarchal. If you're a taxpayer or paying for your kid's liberal arts degree, you're underwriting this gang of nihilists. You're supporting ideologues who claim that all truth is subjective, that all sex differences are socially constructed, and that Western imperialism is the sole source of all third world problems. They are the postmodernists.
We've never said that. Jordan, we've never fucking said that. Look us up sometimes. We do know what we're talking about, by the way. Some of us are very fucking intelligent. And some of us promote these people because they are proper thinkers. And they debunk all of your BS on the daily. Funny that. How's your old meat diet going, by the way? Hope your lower gut can fucking survive it.
I love it here that Peterson is saying that these, as yet unspecified boogeymen, have a resentment-driven ideology, given that he refers to them by his hateful buzzwords of nihilist and postmodernist, and even calls them dangerous in the title of the video, for fuck's sake. Also, here he just shows that he doesn't actually understand the words he uses, as he says that these dangerous people have an overarching societal theory which views Western civilization as corrupt, oppressive and patriarchal. But then he says that these people are postmodernists, which doesn't make any fucking sense given that postmodernism is opposed to the concept of overarching grand societal theories. Peterson is just plain fucking wrong on this one, and I'm not surprised as in this video he is just flinging as much shit at the wall as possible, hoping that enough of it will stick to convince PragerU's derp fanbase. Also, Lobster Boy, please do tell me who these people are that state categorically that all of the third world's problems are solely caused by Western imperialism. I won't hold my breath on that citation.
They are the postmodernists, pushing progressive activism at a college near you. They produce the mobs that violently shut down campus speakers.
Most student protests are peaceful, as you well fucking know. So your focus on only the violent ones suggests that you hate the freedoms of the peaches as used by these people, which makes you a commie Nazi, commie, postmodernist, nihilist, fash commie. Long live the lobsterarchy!
The language police who enshrine into law use of fabricated gender pronouns.
2 points here. Firstly, nobody is trying to force you legally to use any pronouns, you lying bastard. I've already covered Peterson's Bill C-16 bullshit before, but suffice it to say the Canadian Bar Association, you know, people with relevant training, experience and expertise in such matters, disagree completely with Peterson's transphobic scaremongering dipshittery about supposed compelled speech in regard to gender pronouns. Links below if you want to read more about that. And secondly, what's this shit about fabricated gender pronouns? Surely all pronouns are fabricated. They don't just spring up from nature like a fucking vegetable or a tree or something. Humans invented all of the available pronouns, and we can make a million more if we want to. Shit moves on, Grandpa. Fucking deal with it.
And the deans whose livelihoods depend on madly rooting out discrimination, where little or none exists.
And of course, the evil dean is a woman, because as H. Bomber Guy Orini once said,
"You can tell it's feminist because there's worms in it."
Which is just clever misogynist presentation there, Peterson. Well done. Dennis Prager has taught you well in the dark arts of propaganda, you scumbag. And as for your claim here, well, it's backed up by nothing, so I'll give it what it deserves, by responding to it with nothing.
Their thinking took hold in Western universities in the 60s and 70s, when the true believers of the radical left became the professors of today.
The radical left! Jordan, I'd love to see some evidence for this supposed takeover in the 1960s by these hippie commies or whatever the fuck you've dreamt up for yourself in your own head. Again, I won't be holding my breath for that citation either.
And now we rack up education-related debt, not so that our children learn to think critically, write clearly, or speak properly,
but because right-wing economic ideologue boomers like Jordan Peterson have commodified education, just like they have everything else, because they couldn't possibly just see education for its mind-expanding, society-enhancing beauty that it fucking provides. No, they have to put a dollar sign on everything, and further saddle generations of kids who are already going to have to pay for the boomers' wild general economic mismanagement with the debt of college tuition loans as well. What a selfish group of bastards. Long will they live in infamy.
And now we rack up education-related debt, not so that our children learn to think critically, write clearly, or speak properly, but so they can model their mentor's destructive agenda. It's now possible to complete an English degree and never encounter Shakespeare, one of those dead white males.
Possible, Jordan. It's possible to complete...
That is not possible in an English literature or English language degree here in the UK. You will come across Shakespeare. You will, trust me. I have spoken to English graduates, including family members. They also have a degree in jurisprudence, which is basically law. And they learn a lot about the social conditions that Shakespeare was living under and how his plays moved some social structures in our society back in the day. So that is bollocks. Trust me on that. Most people who do an English degree here in the UK will do a fair amount of Shakespeare during their degree. Trust me on that. They do. So Jordan is talking bollocks. Well, obviously he's talking bollocks. It's on Prager FU, for fuck's sake. So don't listen to him by that. Well, don't listen to him, full stop.
Certain English courses without focusing on Shakespeare. And so what exactly? Some courses allow you to focus on the work of other writers in the English canon, which doesn't preclude them being able to focus on Shakespeare in any of the courses, if they so choose. Just that it's possible not to do so in some of them, which is fine because some courses will focus on different time periods or subject matter, making Shakespeare a silly thing to mandate in said courses. Also, what the fuck is it with these right-wing hacks and their opposition to academic freedom? They should be fucking ashamed of themselves.
To understand and oppose the postmodernists, the ideas by which they orient themselves must be clearly identified. First is their new unholy trinity of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Unholy. Jordan B. Lobsterman Peterson considers these things to be unholy. Okay, lunatic, what you fucking got for us?
Diversity is defined not by opinion, but by race, ethnicity, or sexual identity.
Actually, yes, it does still mean diversity of opinion, because JBP, universities have not been taken over by the evil SJWs, and you have not provided any evidence that they have. Also, the focus on diversity of race, ethnicity and sexual identity is part of encouraging diversity of opinion, as people from different backgrounds can bring different perspectives and life experiences to the table, enriching the culture of academia. But then again, you don't care about that. You only really care for the opinion of rich white straight men.
Equity is no longer the laudable goal of equality of opportunity, but the insistence on equality of outcome.
I find this equality of outcome canard so fucking laughable, because surely if Peterson believes in equality of opportunity, he should support the abolition of inheritance, right? Because how can a kid who grows up in slum housing possibly have the same equality of opportunity with a kid who inherits $100 billion? So, bucko, will you put your money where your mouth is and support such a policy? Well, no, of course you won't, because you're a neoliberal, grifting, shill piece of garbage.
And inclusion is the use of identity-based quotas to attain this misconceived state of equity.
And again, I go back to the point I made earlier about diversity enriching academia. Anyways, moving on.
All the classic rights of the West are to be considered secondary to these new values. Take, for example, freedom of speech, the very pillar of democracy. The postmodernists refuse to believe that people of goodwill can exchange ideas and reach consensus. Their world is instead a Hobbesian nightmare of identity groups warring for power. They don't see ideas that run contrary to their ideology as simply incorrect. They see them as integral to the oppressive system they wish to supplant, and consider it a moral obligation to stifle and constrain their expression.
Oh, God, you're so full of shit, Peterson. You being denied a platform, a microphone, and ultimately what you care about, a paycheck, to speak at university campuses is not the death of free speech, you fucking liar. Also, why the fuck should universities allow you to spew your nonsense on campus?
Oh, Christina. Oh, damn. I've always said that some people, if they go too far a certain way, it's difficult to reach them. I try my best. I do. Don't get me wrong. One of my family members, the one who's a procurator fiscal, they've tried to reach out to their brothers. One of them, unfortunately, is beyond now. Bit of a shame. The other one, at least he's not voting Tory anymore. I can give him that. He still thinks we'd be better off staying part of the union, which I violently disagree with, and he knows that. I'm right in the middle of all my cousins. No one else is born in the same year as me on either side of my family. I'm the changeover point, essentially. And so's my MB sweetie. No one else was born in the same year as them. So we're the two crossover points because there was no one else born in the same year as us. And you can see a noticeable difference from my older cousins to my younger cousins. It's weird seeing that happening on one side of the family. Mind you, Perth is unique in some ways. I'll give Perth that. I still love my home city. I love it desperately. I'm glad I don't live there. Don't get me wrong, I love being here in Glasgow. It's amazing. But trying to reach out to people who are older than me, some of them can't be reached, unfortunately. My mum's younger brothers, my uncle, they're twins. One of them thinks that I'm still a bit mad being a Marxist, but you can understand why. Thank you, Uncle David. I appreciate that. He's always voted Labour. It's only recently, it's in our last general election, he actually voted SNP because he doesn't trust any of them now. But for certain social attitudes, bit difficult. But we've reached an agreement after a fashion. I'd rather have a quiet home life and try to reach out to other people before dealing with him. Don't get me wrong, I still love him. With all his flaws and stuff, we are human after all. At least I've got him on the economics. Nothing to do with the fact that he used to work for the Royal Mail. And he's seen what's happened to it since it's been privatised. They've been fined again because they haven't reached the agreements. When it got sold off, they had to stick to the universal standard, which is basically 97% delivery for first class and 92 or 93% for second class for 3 days. They haven't met that in the last 8 years now, since we got sold off. Should never have been sold off in the first place. At least I've got them on economics. I like that. But certain social things.
When you do videos for PragerU spouting conspiracy theory bullshit, it is actually you, Jordan, lobster hierarchy, brutal male domination, apple cider insomniac B. Peterson, who is the real dangerous motherfucker teaching our kids.
Second is rejection of the free market, of the very idea that free voluntary trading benefits everyone. They won't acknowledge that capitalism has lifted up hundreds of millions of people, so they can, for the first time in history, afford food, shelter, clothing, transportation, even entertainment and travel.
Notice the subtle way there that he equates free voluntary trading with capitalism, as if that's the totality of what capitalism is in the real world. As if it's not the foundations of capitalist greed in the Western world that's destroying the planet, and indeed at the same time destroying the societies that live on said planet. And also, fruit-face theory motherfucker, the comfort of Western living was not brought about by capitalism, but rather curtailment of capitalist excess, as well of course as the blood, sweat and tears of the working class. Look, capitalism existed during the Industrial Revolution and the early half of the 20th century, and life was pretty fucking terrible for the vast majority of people. It wasn't until strong workplace trade unions and socialist/social democratic parties and policies became a large influence on the system that life began to improve for the bulk of people. And also, shill, capitalism doesn't get to just claim the fruits of human labour as their own and say, oh look, we created all of these things. No, motherfucker, the working classes created those things.
Those classified as poor in the US, and increasingly everywhere else, are able to meet their basic needs. Meanwhile, in once prosperous Venezuela, until recently the poster child of the campus radicals.
Ah, Venezuela, the right wing's ever-ready wank-rag topic.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I know this video's old, but they're still going on about Venezuela now. For fuck's sake. The vast majority of their economy is still in fucking private hands. When you stop beating this dead horse, you fucking morons.
Third and finally are the politics of identity. Postmodernists don't believe in individuals. You're an exemplar of your race, sex, or sexual preference. You're also either a victim or an oppressor.
Hang on a minute, you literally just said that the left don't allow for individuality, so what's with all this different race, gender and sexual preference stuff then? It's almost like you're totally full of shit or something, because actually that's the basis of individuality, the fact that you have all of those different distinct characteristics. Also, dickhead, you know full well that it's not a binary of oppressor and oppressed. Intersectionality, you know that thing you like to talk about but don't seem to actually fucking understand, well that is a detailed examination of the way in which various identity characteristics intersect with one another, and how systems of bias
biases and privileges interact with all of that. So it really isn't as simple as Peterson wants to make it out here. Lobsterman just wants to paint a simple picture to his simple audience, because that's ultimately Peterson's trick. He makes stupid people feel intelligent by dumbing down and lying about complicated topics. He is an intellectual charlatan of the worst kind.
Such ideas of victimization do nothing but justify the use of power and engender intergroup conflict. All these concepts originated with Karl Marx, the 19th century German philosopher.
And of course there it is, the ultimate Peterson bogeyman for his 2 minutes of hate, Karl Marx, peace be upon him. Now Peterson knows full well that in terms of social justice, Marx only really wrote about class struggle, which is but one component of the multifaceted platform of modern progressive politics. I mean, I'm pretty sure he knows better, but he also knows what pays, that being Red Scare hysterics.
We fought a decades-long Cold War to stop the spread of those murderous notions. But they're back, in the new guise of identity politics. The corrupt ideas of the postmodern neo-Marxists should be consigned to the dustbin of history.
The corrupt ideas of the postmodern neo-Marxists. Oh God, Jordan Peterson is basically a parody of himself at this point. What a dickhead. Anyways, also note the use of the term neo-Marxist here, which is another phrase he is misusing, but whatever. His use of neo-Marxist is a great example of a trend I've noticed with Peterson, that being that he tries to avoid using the phrase cultural Marxism directly, because he knows of its Nazi origin and its continued use by the far right today. And whilst Jordan likes to dog whistle to the far right, he doesn't like to actually be associated with them, because you know, you've got to keep up that thin veneer of respectability. But dear viewer, be under no illusions. When Peterson says neo-Marxist or post-Marxist or neo-Marxian or some variety thereof, he means cultural Marxism. He's just too much of a fucking coward to own that shit. And basically the rest of that Prager FU video is Peterson saying that we need to stop the postmodernists. Yeah, we've all heard your fucking spiel. You broken record prick.
Solar eclipse is no cause. Solar eclipse is no cause. Solar eclipse is no cause. Solar eclipse is no cause.
So, how the fuck to sum up this dumpster fire of a video, other than pointing out how completely and utterly Peterson it all is? It is the very distillation of his Kermitoid being. It's basically just his usual shtick of saying the neo-Marxist postmodernists have taken over the universities, something something Young, something something Hobbes, something something something brutal male domination. Okay, he didn't actually say the last bit, but you get the idea. It's the same old shit, and Peterson's fanatics, as ever, lapped it up. How very sad and shameful. Peterson and Prager FU should be thoroughly ashamed of taking advantage of those disaffected arseholes. Yeah, so, hey Prager. F you! That shit is lobsterific. And to play us out is a clip from the world's foremost living Zizek impersonator, Peter Coffin. And whilst it's not directly about education, it does elucidate a little of Peterson's techniques for drawing in gullible young people. But anyways, thank you all for listening and watching. I will see you next time. Take it away, P-Dog.
Jordan Peterson is a profiteer who benefits the current hierarchy by re-socializing young men who didn't get it the first time around. These young men, like any other person who hasn't made it in the world, have a good reason to question the world. But Jordan B. Peterson redirects the desire to question. You can be productive if you only act this way, and you understand that these certain things are things to avoid, at least if you're not going to approach them from a certain perspective. And that perspective is that you work very hard, dedicate all your time, you find a wife who's willing to stay at home with your children, who maybe is very competent in business, but knows that it's smarter to leave and start a family. You provide her with absolutely everything that she could possibly need to raise perfect children, and also bang your brains out because you think she's hot.
Very successful women, usually very attractive, very intelligent.
Do you remember the first thing he said about women who had made it in law firms and all that? The first thing he said was that they were attractive. And you gotta know that that's what you're going for, man. Now here's the thing. I personally could tell you exactly how to slot yourself into the current power structures and hierarchies. I could do that. There's no reason for me not to either, because it's apparently profitable. I could tell you that you need to deny yourself any questioning of your own identity, questioning of your own place in the world, any reasons why in fact you may feel alienation from the world. I could tell you that you don't need any of that. I could tell you that all you have to do is follow these simple steps, these 12 simple steps, and your star will rise in the hierarchy. And as long as you're willing not to ask me why, I would seem like a guru. You would come to me for everything, and I could charge you for that knowledge. And now you understand Jordan B. Peterson.
Hello there everyone, and welcome to Prager FU, the series where I dissect and debunk the paid shill bullshittery of the fucking dreadful YouTube channel known as PragerU. And then I say, hey Prager, FU! God, that's so fucking clever. And today I will be mansplaining masculinity to a misandrist pseudo-femare tradcon. Yeah, this is happening, motherfuckers. Strap yourselves in, as I explore the PragerU video entitled Make Men Masculine Again, which is a terrible fucking title, and as with everything at PragerU, even video titles have to suck Donald Trump's tiny orange todger. Anyways, it's presented by an idiot called Ali Stuckey from CRTV, so this is going to be all kinds of wrong.
Rape, murder, war. They all have one thing in common. Men.
Oh my fucking god, the first sentence in and it's ridiculously incorrect. Each of the issues cited here, rape, murder and war, have a vast array of factors explaining why they exist and why they persist, all of which would be too long to go into in this video, but suffice it to say, capitalism plays a big fucking part in it. Not that PragerU would ever tell you that because, you know, they are the very definition of bootlickers. But the main point here is to say that while men have engaged in all of the things mentioned, so have women. So you're just wrong, Prager. Also, where is the outrage from the MRAs here? If a feminist had said any of this, you would have never heard the fucking last of it. But because it's a right-wing shitpit saying it, they'll focus on, I don't know, a Gillette commercial or vegan sausage rolls or whatever fake fucking outrage bullshit they've got going on at the time. What a bunch of pathetic, spineless cockheads they are.
Aggression, violence, ambition unchecked by conscience, all the stuff of toxic masculinity, right? And the solution is obvious. Make men less toxic. Make men less masculine. Make men more like women.
Oh, for fuck's sake, right. For the millionth fucking time, the concept of toxic masculinity does not refer to the totality of masculinity, you fucking idiots. Toxic masculinity is a portion of typically male behaviours and social attitudes which harm everyone. So for you to equate getting rid of toxic masculinity as getting rid of all masculinity and replacing it with femininity is either a straw man argument or a sign that for you, masculinity is bad and femininity is good. And as I'm pretty damn sure you would not subscribe to the latter, I'm going to say it's the former, and therefore point out that your argument is fallacious, you fucking arsehole.
But I'm here to tell you that that way of thinking is not only wrong, it's dangerous. Here's why. When you try to make men more like women, you don't get less toxic masculinity. You get more. Why? Because bad men don't become good when they stop being men. They become good when they stop being bad.
Well, it's good that no one's trying to make men into women then, you dishonest piece of shit.
Aggression, violence, and unbridled ambition can't be eliminated from the male psyche.
Firstly, as with your earlier examples, aggression, violence and unbridled ambition are not limited to men. Women get that shit too. And secondly, nobody says that you can completely eliminate any of these things from humanity. It's about checking the destructive power that these forces exert on the world. It's about holding people accountable, for fuck's sake. I thought conservatives were all about personal responsibility, but no, when it comes to toxic masculinity apparently, no, then it's just a free-for-all of, oh, who cares if they rape, murder and pillage, let's just fucking go with the flow.
Aggression, violence, and unbridled ambition can't be eliminated from the male psyche. They can only be harnessed. And when they are harnessed, they are tools for good, not for harm. The same masculine traits that bring destruction also defeat tyranny.
That is true, but I do have to question why you showed an American flag there, because America doesn't defeat tyranny. It fucking loves tyranny. In fact, tyranny is one of America's most successful exports.
The traits that foster greed also build economies.
Ah, some good old-fashioned boomer capitalist bullshit from PragerU. What a surprise. Look, greed doesn't build economies, you dickheads. The blood, sweat and tears of the working classes builds economies, builds greatness, builds wealth and prosperity. That wealth and prosperity is then stolen by the greedy, including the kind of pricks who fund Prager University, and they hoard that wealth unto themselves, leading to the truly disgusting inequalities that we currently see. That is why I'm so glad to see the boomer economy in its last throes. In fact, the one good thing about Dennis Prager continuing to live long into his dotage would be that we would get to watch his beloved economic system crumble in front of his very eyes, which would be enormously satisfying.
The traits that drive men to take foolish risks also drive men to take heroic risks.
And women, for fuck's sake. Look, none of this is uniquely male, none of it. And so far, you haven't even begun to address toxicity, almost as if you want your audience to believe it doesn't really exist, you dishonest bastards.
The answer to toxic masculinity isn't less masculinity. It's better masculinity.
Yes, that's the point. Nobody is calling for less masculinity, but for better masculinity. However, what comes next suggests that your grasp on what better masculinity is might need a little work.
The answer to toxic masculinity isn't less masculinity. It's better masculinity. And we know what that looks like. It's a young man opening the door for a girl on their first date.
You should probably just do that for people in general. To do it just for women enforces a rather sexist trope that I really can't be bothered to get into right now. But let's just say, if you are in a position to hold the door open for someone, just hold it open. It's the polite thing to do.
It's a father working long hours to provide for his family.
Right, so you think that the greed of capitalist bastards, forcing men to work longer and longer hours in a position of wage slavery, keeping them away from their families, is somehow a part of building a better masculinity? Wow, you aren't just licking the capitalist boot anymore, you're full on deep-throating it, all the way so you can lick the fucking heel.
It's a soldier risking his life to defend his country.
Which again, the US Army does not do. They enforce American imperialist hegemony around the world. I'd say that was pretty toxic actually, but I get that Prager FU loves imperialism, so yeah, Prager FU can fuck itself sideways with a rusty fish hook.
The growing problem in today's society isn't that men are too masculine. It's that they're not masculine enough.
Well, insofar as you were...
Yeah. Well said, Jester. My brilliant brother-in-law. He is a big guy. He's 6 foot and quite broad. He did used to be a conservative. Between myself and my sister, and to a certain extent my stepdad, we've actually managed to change him a little bit. I like that. He has served, tank engineer and everything. Good for him. He is very intelligent. We're still trying to change him the fact that we'd be better off out with the union, which is good. We are working on him. Don't you worry about that. But he doesn't go in for it. He watches them sometimes just to have a laugh. And he's asked me about a couple of these. He said, why do these nutters think this? They do realise that we've got the most destructive form of capitalism known to man. Yeah, we do. We only really need to change them about the fact that we are part of the United Kingdom. I think we would be better on our own. We would be. So being able to reach out to him, at least he watches these just to have a laugh. And my 2 nephews, look at these. Seriously, my younger nephew's saying, so, right, they've got these people on, but a lot of my friends are in a lot different positions than us. And I explained that to him. And it's easy. Oh, Christ's sake. Sorry, Jester. Yeah. I don't know how to change that. I could make you all mods if you like. Would that help it? I have no problem. I would love you to be. Well, oh, I've already got you as a mod, Christina. Jester, would you like to be a mod? In fact, oh, damn. I can't. My phone's on charge. Once my phone's charged, I'll make you a mod. It's easier doing it on my phone, oddly enough. Oh, if you need to go to your bed, darling, on you go. Honestly. Oh, any suggestions for people who can actually help create emotes for me would be amazing. I have no problem paying for them, trust me on that, and I'm sure I can talk to them because I've got some fun ideas. But actually getting them to do it would probably be easier for me.
Defined masculinity at all, which isn't very deeply really, you have defined it by traits like rape and violence. So please do tell me how you can possibly justify under that definition that men aren't masculine enough. Do you think there isn't enough rape and violence in the world? Would you prefer that there was more rape and violence, perhaps? Look, the problem in society is not that men are or aren't masculine. It's that society's definition of masculinity is far, far too narrow and strictly enforced. If we just chilled the fuck out and allowed for a much more tolerant view of the range of masculine types,
If you can do that, Christina, I'd really appreciate it. I was waiting until our lovely Dr. Goat got himself all settled back down. Ooh. I'd love that igloo, thank you. I do love that one, by the way. I fucking love it. For some reason. I was there on the stream the first time Kev saw it. He appreciates it as well. I fell in love with it the first time I saw it. Thank you. It really is quite fun. I've got a few ideas. Well, quite a lot of us either get despondent or rage-filled when we see Piers. We were so fucking glad when he fucked off out of Britain. Trust me, lots of us were celebrating. Sorry he got inflicted on America, by the way, my lovely American comrades. Sorry about that. Thank you. I will do that. Thank you, Igloo. Very kind. I suppose I could get myself a tablet and see if I could scratch up one of my ideas, because I think it'd be quite fun. I've got I think the best way I would describe it would be a comrade cat, essentially. So think of like hammer and sickle and a little K. So I've got ideas about how that would look. I was either thinking hammer or sickle. See what one looks better in my opinion. If I do get myself a tablet, a drawing tablet, it should be easy to hook up to my laptop easily, I would assume. Plus, my niece's friend is a digital artist. I could get her to help me with it, and I have no problem paying her either. Well, technically, it's her girlfriend, so I could ask her. She is her. She is she her, which is easy. I haven't physically met her IRL yet. I have talked to her online. She is good people. She works for the Alphabet company, though. Don't worry, she's trying to escape. She needs the money though. And I don't blame her. I'll give her her due. As far as her work is concerned, I don't exist. Or she doesn't know me. They know about my niece. They don't know about me. And it's easy for her to make sure of that anyway. Because I'm pretty sure they don't police her social life that much. She is good people.
We would all be much better off. I mean, PragerU and their TradCon allies would fucking hate it, but then again, that's just another positive as far as I'm concerned.
When men embrace their masculinity in a way that is healthy and productive, they are leaders, warriors, and heroes. When they deny their masculinity, they run away from responsibilities, leaving destruction and despair in their wake.
It is pricks like you, Prager, who are the ones trying to deny men their masculinity. It is the arseholes at Prager University, quote-unquote, that demand that men conform to rigid stereotypes, leaving men on the outside of that, being denied their masculinity. It is you that are not letting men be men, quite literally in the sense that you don't want trans men to be allowed to identify legally as men, you evil bastards.
The consequences can be seen everywhere. 1 in 4 fathers now lives apart from his children.
Well, at least part of that is down to public policies pushed and supported by PragerU. For instance, the massive private prison industrial complex in America, which separates fathers from their children for relatively minor infractions. So maybe PragerU could stop licking the boot and actually try and reform that shit. Another example would be the aforementioned capitalist greed, which forces men into working long hours for low wages.
Well said.
And we know from research that financial stress is one of the key contributing factors in divorces. So again, if PragerU could not support the rampant greed which is tearing society apart, that would just be super awesome. Thanks, guys.
And children who grow up without a dad are generally more depressed than their peers who have a mother and a father. They are at far greater risk for incarceration, teen pregnancy, and poverty.
Sneaky bit of homophobia there.
I'll give them the poverty. But that's capitalism as well. And having a single mother. But myself and my 2 sisters, I think we have all done relatively well, I would say. Considering the capitalist hellscape we live in, we've done quite well. Don't get me wrong, I'm the poorest out of the 3 of us. But I still do quite well. I feel secure. I'm well looked after. I get a relatively decent amount of money coming into my bank account each month. Plus Super Hubby gets money to look after me. Plus a couple of other benefits as well. For being a full-time carer. He doesn't go out to work. I'm his job. The poor bastard. But we do okay. When we're not getting fucking flitted or decanted out of our flat on short notice. Christ, that put us through the fucking ringer. But we do okay. We're the only one where the 2 people in the household don't actually go out to work. Middle sister doesn't work for reasons, but her wife does, and both my younger sister and her partner, they both work. So that is a 2-parent household, and they still struggle. And they bring in what I would class as a decent amount of money. It could be more, obviously. But they get in a decent amount of money to maintain a household with 2 teenage boys, a car, rent, council tax, blah, blah, blah. Car insurance, fuel, all the other stuff that goes with the household. And they do relatively okay. So we've done quite well. Just because we didn't grow up with a dad. My mum and dad got divorced when I was 6 years old. So my youngest sister didn't really know her father, her biological father. I did. I'm the one that remembers him the most before they got divorced. And I'm the one that maintained the relationship when I moved down to Clydebank when I was 18. So just because you didn't grow up with a dad doesn't mean you're any less a person or anything. It's because of this capitalist hellscape that my mum struggled a lot trying to bring us up. Just having the single wage coming into the household was a bit of a struggle for her. But I thought she'd done quite well with us. All three of us are fairly grounded. We lead kind of decent lives. So we do okay. Mum's retired now. Mum's 70. She's doing okay. Some health issues. Don't get me wrong, obviously, she's 70. But she's doing well. I'm the one that's had the long-term health issues. But I'm used to them now. I've been dealing with them for the last 35 years, essentially. Time is I wouldn't say a great equaliser, but it is a great educator. Let's put it that way.
But I didn't miss it. She said mother and father. And of course that isn't the full picture, because we know that it's having two parents, regardless of gender, which helps to ease children away from those problems. So a father and a father, or a mother would be just fine too. But of course not in PragerU Fantasyland, but you know, fuck PragerU Fantasyland.
Of all the rocks upon which we build our lives, family is the most important. And we are called to recognize and honor how critical every father is to that foundation. That was said by then Senator Barack Obama in 2008. If we are honest with ourselves, he went on, we'll admit that too many fathers are missing from too many lives and too many homes.
It's interesting that you would quote from Barack Obama there, considering how much you all fucking hate him, but whatever. Yeah, Obama may well have a point here, but he sure as fuck isn't a great example of it. He grew up without his dad and went on to become president, for fuck's sake.
Healthy families and strong communities depend on the leadership and bravery of good men. Yet, the current trend is to feminize young men in the hopes of achieving some utopian notion of equality and peace.
Oh, what a fantastically scientific graph you've got there, Prager. Jesus, the idea that anyone takes these claims seriously is beyond ridiculous at this point. Anyways, as to what you say there, femininity in men is widely mocked and derided in society, so what the fuck are you even talking about? Your entire argument is utter bullshit.
Here's a secret that every woman knows. Women want real men. Men they can count on and, yes, look up to. No amount of feminist theory will change that.
Different women prefer different things in men, obviously, so you're just talking shit at this point.
Every woman I know wants a strong, responsible man. That's not a consequence of a social construct or cultural pressure. It's innate.
Some things are innate, but some things are learned behaviours and social attitudes. So again, shut the fuck up with your pseudo-scientific bullshit.
The devaluation of masculinity won't end well because feminine, passive men don't stop evil. Passive men don't defend, protect, or provide. Passive men don't lead. Passive men don't do the things we have always needed men to do for society to thrive.
The problem is that the definition of a feminine man is one who is passive, which is not necessarily true. So again, you're talking shit.
And in a world of wickedness, weak men are nothing more than enablers of wicked men. Rape, murder, war. They all have two things in common. Bad men who do the raping, murdering, and warring, and weak men who won't stop them.
So again, you're saying here, rape, murder and war
Fuck, that's quite a leap.
and that we somehow need more masculinity, and for that, you are a monumentally, spectacularally evil person. And on that bombshell, let's wrap this up, shall we? Now, PragerU are responding to what they see as a problem, which is the changing views of gender in the world today. And they see this as a problem because it clashes with their religiously inspired bigotry. And at the core of PragerU's problem is that they think that gender has somehow changed, which it hasn't really. It's just that rigid gender stereotypes have forced people to live in unnatural ways that they don't actually want to live. It's just that they were sort of forced to, whereas now they're not forced to. And so that's the change that Prager have perceived. In the same way that you'll hear absurd people say, oh, where did all these transgender people suddenly come from? Well, they didn't suddenly come from anywhere. They were always there. It's just that they had to live a lie before, and now they don't. This is, you know, freedom, which PragerU claim to support, but in reality they don't actually support freedom at all. Because the tradcon view of the world espoused by Prager is fundamentally anti-human. It seeks to force every person into one of two very small gender roles, the ultra-masculine man or the ultra-feminine woman. It denies to everyone the freedom to exist outside of those tightly controlled parameters, which is so fucked up because most people fall outside of those roles in some way or another. So please don't listen to the garbage at PragerU. Live your life the way that suits you, not the way that religious bigotry dictates you should. PragerU, you should be fucking ashamed of yourselves for pushing this damaging, outmoded, antediluvian, gender-restrictive bullshit. Oh, and Prager.
Well said, Kev.
God, that's still so fucking clever and funny. And I'll leave you all with the beautiful words of E. American Johnson from the Non-Compete channel on the topic of toxic masculinity. I've left a link to the full video below. Please go and check that out, and go and check out the channel more generally because it's very good. And I will see you next time.
Toxic masculinity is something very specific, and it's from a place of self-abuse, okay? It's from a place of fear. It's from a place of anger. Whereas healthy masculinity comes from a place of self-confidence and strength and compassion. Masculinity is not inherently toxic. Toxic masculinity is a specific set of behaviors and traits and social patterns. And these thoughts and behaviors hurt us just as much as they hurt women and people of other genders. Toxic masculinity makes me a victim, and it makes me into an abuser. It makes me feel and think and do things to this day that I do not want to engage in. Patriarchal society does give me advantages. I absolutely have privilege as a man, and I do have power over women in ways that women do not have power over me. But that power and that privilege comes at a great cost, and it's not a cost that I want to pay anymore. I don't want to hurt women. I don't want to push people down to elevate myself. I don't want to have this elevated status in society because the cost that I have to pay for it is basically pain and lies and having to hide my true self and my true identity, and I'm fed up with it. I don't want men to commit suicide at a rate that's at least 2 times higher than women. You know, I've had 5 male friends commit suicide in my life. I don't want to have to bury my emotions. I don't want to have to hide my pain and my anxiety and my depression from other people. I don't want to feel like being who I am makes me weaker in the minds of other people.
Hello there everyone, and welcome to Prager FU, the series where I dissect and debunk the paid shill bullshittery of the terrible fucking YouTube channel which masquerades as a university, PragerU. And I quite rightly say, hey Prager, F you. God, that's still so fucking clever. And in the video we'll be taking a look at today, another hack piece of shit will be talking bollocks about a subject they don't really understand, so it's a typical PragerU video really. But this time it's a real special one. Seriously, it takes being wrong to a new, previously unthinkable level in the video Why You Should Be a Nationalist, which is an interesting take from a supposedly small government organisation like PragerU. It's almost like they realise their brand of neocon bullshit has fallen out of fashion and led to the rise of the far right, but rather than trying to combat that movement, they've jumped on the bandwagon because they're...
Oh. Is everyone doing okay? We can change over. We can do something else if people are burnt out on Prager.
Utter scum. Anyways, in their video there are so many incorrect things that I could make a series on this video alone, but there's one particular lie that is so breathtakingly stupid that I think you all will know it when you see it. But the video is also underpinned by two logical fallacies that I want you all to look out for. Firstly, shifting the goalposts, and secondly, a massive and moronic false dichotomy. Anyways, let's take a look at this fucking garbage, shall we?
Britain votes to leave the European Union. The United States elects a president who says he'll put America first. Around the...
Excuse me. 2 out of the 4 nations didn't vote to leave the EU. Thank you very much, Prager. Scotland didn't want to leave the EU, and neither does Northern Ireland. Right? Wales and England did. So, as always, we get dragged, kicking and screaming, to shit that we didn't vote for. Why does this keep on happening? Quite curious, isn't it? So please get this right, Prager. 2 of the nations didn't vote to leave the EU. Thank you very much. Okay?
The world, nationalism is winning elections.
Firstly, both Brexit and Trump won their elections on ridiculous lies, which are coming home to roost now, so maybe citing them as examples of why people should be nationalists is perhaps telling of the fact that nationalism can only ever succeed by dishonesty and deception. And secondly, nationalism isn't actually winning in that many places. It's certainly a growing force, but winning it most certainly is not. Marine Le Pen lost in France, Geert Wilders lost in the Netherlands, UKIP are all but destroyed in the UK, the Sweden Democrats are not in power, the AFD in Germany is not in power, so let's not overblow things and suggest that they've been that electorally successful, because they haven't, you lying prick.
Many see this nationalist revival as the great danger of our time, fearing that nationalism will take us back to a more primitive and racist past. But it wasn't long ago that great political figures such as Woodrow Wilson and Teddy Roosevelt, David Ben-Gurion and Mahatma Gandhi, Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher recognized what I call the virtue of nationalism.
And this
Grouping those ones together, I'll give you her and the Gipper. They are both pretty much the same, well, similar attitudes, let's put it that way, similar political philosophy, right? Right, let's go back. Let's see if we can actually...
in the Netherlands, UKIP are all but destroyed in the UK, the Sweden Democrats are not in power, the AFD in Germany is not in power, so let's not overblow things and suggest that they've been that electorally successful, because they haven't, you lying prick.
Many see this nationalist revival as the great danger of our time, fearing that nationalism will take us back to a more primitive and racist past. But it wasn't long ago that great political figures such as Woodrow Wilson and Teddy Roosevelt, David Ben-Gurion and Mahatma Gandhi, Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher.
Woodrow Wilson was a fucking monster. Teddy was an arch-imperialist, don't you know? He was better than Wilson in certain aspects, I'll give you that. David Ben-Gurion is a fucking Zionist piece of shit. Mahatma Gandhi, I agree with some of the stuff that he stood for, I do. But the other two, I hope they are rotting, essentially. The pair of them are bastards. She absolutely ruined my country, and we're still living from the effects of her being in power. Thanks, Maggie, you absolute fucking demon. And the least said about Woodrow Wilson. For more on him, check out Cynical Historian. He has a burning hatred of Wilson, just like I do. Don't get me wrong, I've got some problems with him, but his hatred of Wilson, I fully am on board with. Yes. Teddy Roosevelt wanted to bring in what would essentially be like a single payer healthcare back in the day. I appreciate that. Well done for trying, Teddy. I'll give you that. But he was still an imperialist piece of garbage. David Ben Gurion. Oh, where do I start? Nowhere. I'm not mentioning the cunt. I do agree with some of the things that Gandhi has said and what he done. I'll give him his due. But the other two, fuck them with a passion. I agree with Frankie Boyle. You can save the money and just give the entire Scottish population a shovel and we can hand her over personally to the devil. It would have been cheaper, personally. We despise her. Absolutely despise her.
Recognize what I call the virtue of nationalism.
And this is where he sets up the first of those logical fallacies, the goalpost shifting, because his collection of leaders here is just fucking weird, and draw a definition of nationalist that is so broad as to be meaningless. Gandhi was a nationalist in the sense of being for Indian national independence, which is rather different from the Trumpian, selfish, hateful nationalism that you seem to want to promote here. Ben Gurion and Roosevelt were both nationalists, but also imperialists, albeit of different stripes, so again would be excluded under your later definition. Then there's Thatcher and Reagan, who both professed a certain form of nationalism, but were also massive free market lovers, and thus not really nation-first nationalists as you seem to imply. Also, they were both imperialists, which you later state is opposed to nationalism, so again, they would be excluded. Then there's Woodrow Wilson, who was most certainly not a nationalist, but rather a liberal internationalist. He was one of the leading forces for setting up the League of Nations, a forerunner of the United Nations, for fuck's sake. He was also an imperialist, which you specifically state later in the video is opposed to nationalism, which is actually fucking false, but whatever, it's what you claim, and clearly that would eliminate Wilson from your list. So basically none of the people there would fit in your later definition of nationalism, which is ultimately why your shifting of the goalposts is self-defeating.
A nationalist believes that the world is governed best when nations are free to chart their own independent course, cultivating their traditions and pursuing their interests without interference.
Nationalism does not entail any such belief. You seem to think that nationalists care what happens elsewhere.
Excuse me now?
They fucking don't. They just want their own self-interest met and damn the rest of the world. The ludicrous omni-nationalism you seem to imply here is pie-in-the-sky bullshit dreamt up by far-right garbage in order to make nationalism seem more...
Medicine time. Oh. Tasty. That brief interlude was brought to you by omeprazole, protector of Katie's stomach.
or palatable to gullible folk. It's the same old wolf in sheep's clothing rhetoric from the thatch, and I'm having none of it.
Nationalism is not about racism. All nations are internally diverse. And it isn't about isolationism.
Nationalism has always been intrinsically linked with racism, for fuck's sake. Indeed, here is your challenge. Show me a list of all the nationalist governments that weren't racist, because I could use a piece of blank paper to scribble on right now to distract me from how irritating your fucking lies are. And in terms of isolationism, yeah, you're right, nationalism doesn't have to be isolationist. In fact, the number of nationalist leaders who have sought to invade and destroy other nations and peoples would suggest that they oppose isolationism just a little bit too much often.
Nationalism is the opposite of imperialism, or globalism, or transnationalism.
There's a lot to unpack here, right? Firstly, you say that nationalism is the opposite of imperialism. Well, firstly, that knocked off the majority of examples from the list of leaders you mentioned earlier. Also, it's just flat out fucking wrong. Nationalist leaders of varying different types have been imperialists in a variety of different ways. In fact, imperialism is one of the defining characteristics of nationalist government in action. Again, give me a list of all of these non-imperialist nationalist regimes, for fuck's sake. Then there's that more recent far-right canard of globalisms, which as a pro-Zionist organisation like Prager FU, you should be aware it's mostly a code word for the Jews. It's just interesting that you're playing into anti-Semitic garbage, that's all. So yeah, I refuse to take the description globalism seriously until one of you fucking pricks on the right give me an actual definition, right? I've asked so many of you for this definition, and it invariably comes back as something really fucking vague. It's pathetic. So we'll move on to the third one here, transnationalism, which is a really pointless addition to the list because definitionally the concepts of nationalism and transnationalism are opposite to one another. So putting it in the list is like saying that closed is not open or dark is not light. It's just axiomatically the case and thus isn't really worth mentioning. It just seems like filler, like fluff you've just put in there to sound like you have more of an argument than you actually do. It's the very hallmark of the pseudo-intellectual charlatan.
Nationalism is the opposite of imperialism, or globalism, or transnational.
Bring it. Dropping my phone. Yes, we will watch this and we'll need a cleanse. I would love that. Thank you, Jester.
Which are all names for the attempt to bring peace and prosperity to the world by uniting mankind under a single political authority.
And here we see the setting up of the second of the logical fallacies, the false dichotomy, which I'll return to in a moment. But firstly, to address the ludicrous notion that the three things listed are attempts to bring peace and prosperity to the world. Show me one fucking example, you dishonest fuck, of an imperialist government who gave a shit about the peace and prosperity of those they were subjugating. God, just so full of fucking shit, Prager. What the fuck is wrong with you? Also, how are any of those things an attempt at one world government? In fact, what has ever been an attempt at that? What the fuck are you even talking about, you lunatic?
The debate between nationalists and globalists, then, is over whether we should aspire to a world of many independent nations, or to be one unified superstate, like the Enlightened Federation of the Star Trek movies.
And there we have it, the false dichotomy at the very heart of this prick's quote-unquote argument. He genuinely seems to think there are only two types of people. Nationalists, who believe in this nice, fluffy, peaceful form of nationalism, which has never actually fucking existed, or globalists, who believe in one world government. What the fuck is he even talking about? This is so absurd I don't even know where to fucking begin. Jesus Christ. Well, firstly, Prager stooge, the nationalists you speak of are a fantasy. No nationalist that I have ever met or heard of is the peaceful live and let live ersatz hippie that you seem to claim here, so shut the fuck up. Secondly, globalism isn't a thing, it's only in your head. And thirdly, there are fuck tons of different types of people in the world, not just two. Just look at the variety of different political parties that exist and the millions of people that vote for them. So setting up this binary choice is just fucking dishonest. Also, get your head out of your ass. You think like a child. You literally seem to think that anyone who doesn't think exactly like you is an evil globalist who wants a one world government. Look, virtually no one wants a one world government, for fuck's sake. I've never heard anyone call for it. And actually, what shows how false your dichotomy is the fact that in your supposed anarchist, who don't want any government anywhere, they want power to be as local to the people as possible, not a giant one world super bureaucracy, for fuck's sake. That's literally the opposite of what they want. You're so full of shit, dude.
A case can be made for both sides of the argument, But for the last 30 years, really since the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the end of the Soviet Union, the one world side has been dominant.
What one world side? What does that even fucking mean? There is no one world side, you lying bastard.
Today, this is changing. Maybe not among elites, but among ordinary citizens, or as they're known in America, the deplorables. It turns out that a lot of people...
The racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic hate-mongering that so many of them engaged in. It's almost like racism and hatred go hand in hand with nationalism or something.
It's hard to believe is best.
Well, as a supposed respecter of those that you know is fucking false.
It's human nature. Our strongest loyalties are to those who are closest to us, to our family, then the larger community or tribe, and finally to the nation. Long ago it was discovered that the key to human freedom is to build political life out of this natural loyalty.
What the fuck are those claims based on? Seriously, stop pulling shit out of your ass.
The only alternative to this kind of community and nation-based politics is to use force, to coerce obedience.
Hang on a minute. So how exactly are you to enforce borders if not by force, you fucking idiot?
In the 20th century, communism and Nazism both sought to impose a universal vision at gunpoint. Both the communists and the Nazis were imperialists. They wanted to eliminate the independent nations of the world.
And that's the problem with your omni-nationalist bullshit from earlier. The nationalism of one nation doesn't care about the nationalism of another nation. They care only for themselves, so that nationalist regimes will happily crush and eradicate other nations because they don't give a fuck about their interests, only their own.
Nationalism holds that borders are crucial. The border is where each nation's ambitions should stop.
Nationalism has never ever made such a claim, you lying cockwomble.
This idea first appears in the Bible, where Moses gives borders to Israel and tells the Jews they'll be punished if they trouble their neighbors.
God also directly orders that the Israelites kill the Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites and Jebusites. So yeah, the aggressive genocidal imperialist nationalism, which is actually representative of nationalism in the real world, does appear in the Bible. I wonder why you didn't mention that bit though.
When Henry VIII declared that England would no longer obey dictates from Rome, he became Europe's first true nationalist.
Well, he only really did that so he could get a divorce from his brother's wife, so that he could start fucking a younger woman, who he would eventually have beheaded, so he could fuck yet another woman. Yeah, a fine example of peace, love and understanding.
Hello, I'm your lovely benevolent government. Give me that. Why, it's mine. Give me that, or else. There we go. Eminent domain. That's basically the government saying, give me your shit, or I will utterly destroy you. I will treat you like a bug and stomp on you. That's what eminent domain essentially is across the planet. Let's see, do we think he actually knows about it? I think he does. Does he care? Does he fuck? If he gave a fuck, they wouldn't have started this channel. If he had any bit of intellectual honesty, he would have just become a standard politician, just like the rest of the GOP fucking cunts. Oops. Let's see, would anyone have actually voted for Dennis? Possibly. Who knows? Because he's never actually put himself up.
National independence served as the foundation for a better, freer world.
Well, I would
personally
argue it was the reduction in the power of religious institutions and monarchies in Europe during that time which led to that development. But it's intriguing that your little graph there stops at the early 20th century. Why would that be, Yoram? Because, I mean, that was kind of the golden age of nationalism, surely. Unless we are all about to get one of the most spicy takes of all time, one that's so wrong it would make Ian Miles Chong blush.
But World War I and World War II changed everything. Traumatized by these catastrophic conflicts, many now seek comfort in a simplistic narrative ceaselessly repeated that nationalism caused 2 world wars and the Holocaust. But this is one of the great untruths of our time. Adolf Hitler was no nationalist.
And there you have it, the most incorrect thing you will ever hear. Now, the idea that Hitler wasn't a nationalist is especially brilliant coming from Prager FU, who insists that he was a socialist because socialism is in the name of National Socialism. But at the same time, he somehow isn't a nationalist, even though national is also in the name. Their double standards and mental gymnastics are truly next level. Now, I just want to point out that I'm not saying that he was a nationalist because national was in the fucking name. I'm merely pointing out their double standard nonsense. The reason I'm saying he was a nationalist is because he obviously fucking was. Hitler was a pan-Germanic nationalist who believed and espoused a thing called Volkisch nationalism. But I wonder how Prager are going to justify their incredibly wrong assertion that Hitler wasn't a nationalist.
Adolf Hitler was no nationalist. He was an imperialist.
Oh, right, so if you completely ignore how imperialism and nationalism are intrinsically linked and therefore totally redefine words to mean whatever we want them to mean in order to fit whatever bullshit narrative we want to spin, moving the goalposts in farcically obvious ways, then yeah, Hitler totally wasn't a nationalist, and Joseph Stalin was an off-duty Czechoslovakian traffic warden, and Mao Zedong was made out of cheese, and Prager FU is totally not an intellectual dog turd on the lawn of humanity. Also, this is where he trips himself up on his goalpost-shifting douchebaggery, because he says that Hitler was an imperialist, but earlier in the video described imperialism as an attempt to bring peace and prosperity to the world. So this dickhead's slimy ad hoc redefinitioning of words means that, by his logic, Hitler was trying to bring peace and prosperity to the world, which is an interesting analysis of history. Oh, sorry, did I say interesting? I meant, of course, the most dumb analysis ever. Yeah, that.
Sadly, European elites learned the wrong lesson, believing that independent nations are inherently dangerous. Better, they reasoned, that all countries should live under one government.
What the fuck are you talking about? Who has called for this one world government? You're such a fucking liar, dude. And again, this isn't a binary choice. It's not a selection between ultranationalism and one world government, you bullshitter.
In 1992, this vision gave birth to the European Union. British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher hated the idea.
Oh my god, you can't even get basic facts right. Firstly, Margaret Thatcher left office in 1990, therefore she wasn't Prime Minister in 1992, so what the fuck are you even bringing her up for? And second, you even got the date of the EU's formation wrong, which is such basic shit, you lazy pricks. Right, the European Union came into being in November of 1993, not in 1992. How about you do a little research, which is a rather small ask considering you have a gall to dare calling yourselves a university, for fuck's sake.
It's the spirit of Margaret Thatcher, and indeed of Henry VIII, that reasserted itself in Britain's vote for independence from Europe in June 2016.
Yes, it was the spirit of racist, right-wing hysterical dipshittery that led to Brexit. You're quite right, although perhaps not in the way that you think you are.
Nationalism is making a comeback. If you care about freedom, you should hope it succeeds.
Nationalism has never stood for freedom, and does not now stand for freedom, you lying fucking prick. And fuck you for saying otherwise. Now, in terms of summing up this video, it's a pile of shit, and everyone involved should be ashamed of themselves. Their attempt at whitewashing nationalism and pretending that it doesn't end up in direct fascism and fucking genocide is disgraceful, and their attempts to whitewash Hitler are just fucking despicable. Like I said, they really ought to be ashamed of themselves. So, Prager FU. So fucking clever. Now, in terms of summing up my attitudes towards nationalism and fascism, I'm going to leave that to a much greater man than I, but in doing so I won't earn a penny from this fucking video because it's using copyrighted content. So, you know, the Patreon's linked below if you want to fucking make up for that. But anyways, yes, it's Charlie Chaplin's speech from the end of The Great Dictator, which sums up things rather perfectly. No passaran.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want.
Did you?
Our
Well done,
knowledge has made
Jester.
us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel...
I've only seen this in the last year, this film. bit shocking, really. Never really watched Chaplin before. Don't get me wrong, I've obviously seen clips of him and stuff all over the place. And Seth MacFarlane, the absolute madman that he is, has actually parodied this great man on Family Guy and American Dad at times. But other than that, I hadn't seen The Great Dictator before. Getting to the ripe old age of 44 before actually seeing this film is kind of shocking on my behalf. I get that. Sorry it took me so long. But it's only in the last year, really, that I've seen this. I think I stunned my super hobby when I said I hadn't seen it before. He just assumed that I had.
Too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life
Yes,
will be
he
violent,
was, yeah.
and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world, millions of despairing men, women, and children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines. You are not cattle. You are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate. The unloved and the unnatural. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
The wood spider is the most accomplished of all web-building species. Recently, scientists gave these tiny creatures a variety of
He was, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know that he wasn't. Yeah, he didn't really like Hitler. He's British, by the way. Did you know that? Charlie Chaplin, British. Jester. I'm an arachnophobe, by the way, but I will play it. Because some of these spiders are just... Okay, you've got a place in the biological hierarchy, essentially, biological concept. I'll give them that. They do perform a function. But, yeah. Still an arachnophobe. Sorry.
Psychoactive drugs to observe their effects on web building. When given a minute dose of LSD, the spider's web took on an unfamiliar, minimalist structure. When given caffeine, the web structure was not affected, but the spider's behavior was. Given THC, the active ingredient in marijuana, the spider didn't build a web. It built a hammock, where it lay all day and watched the caffeine spider go. When given alcohol, the spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers, waited till the caffeine spider was exhausted, then came up behind it and popped a cap in its ass. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. When winter came, the marijuana spider had no place to live. It ended up in the crack web as the crack spider's bitch. For more information on the crack spider's bitch, contact the Canadian Wildlife Service in Ottawa.
So remember how Trump's thing on the campaign trail was that he was going to lower grocery prices? He made promise after promise that we'll get them down. And a lot of people voted for him because of this. Yeah, now he's saying...
Where the fuck did you find that? That just actually helped me deal with the fact that they're evil eight-legged hellspawn. That is so fucking funny. The idea of a spider driving a hot rod is just fucking hilarious. I can see why.
It's going to be very hard to get grocery prices down. Which, you know, isn't surprising when you look at who is on his team. Whole lot of billionaires.
My name is Richard Medhurst. I'm a British journalist. I was born and baptized in Syria. So let me give you my perspective on what's happening in Syria, both as a Christian and a journalist who cares deeply about the future of the country. For the last days, the media have been showing images of people celebrating and jubilating and saying the country is finally free and everything is fine and dandy. But this couldn't be further from the truth. The media have been lying about Syria for 13 years, and many Syrians will come to find that they have been duped. This was not a revolution, but a regime change operation. Syria was the last anti-Zionist Arab state in the region. It was the last one that supported the Palestinian cause, and they've been trying to destroy it for decades. In 2011, dozens of foreign countries and groups conspired to overthrow the government. Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UK, France, Germany, the US, the EU. Many jihadists came in from Chechnya, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. You've got fighters now in from Ukraine, Turkey, Libya, Uyghurs from China. Many of them are not Syrian. The CIA spent over $1 billion trying to overthrow the president. So that's their most expensive operation in history, right? They brought all those weapons in from Libya after they did another regime change operation there. This was the largest propaganda campaign in modern history. MI6 were funding the white helmets and other cutouts. They lied about chemical weapons, just like they lied about them in Iraq, to justify bombing and sanctioning Syria and crippling its economy. Syria is not only occupied by Israel, but by 2 NATO armies, by Turkey, by the United States. And all these rebels got their training and their gear from those actors. You've got a photo of Jolani, who's just casually standing there, watching Damascus as it's being bombed by Israel, doing nothing. And what is he wearing? He's wearing a t-shirt, a shirt from Emerson Gear. So that's either...
Feel free to help me, Jester. I urge you. I've been like this since I was a little girl, essentially. 8 legs just seems unnatural to me, really. One of my best friends has said, how would you feel if you woke up and see an elephant standing at the end of your bed? You'd be worried. You'd be panicked. How the fuck does an elephant get into my bedroom? He's got a point. I'll give him that. Chris knows what an elephant would be doing Springburn. Bit of a puzzle for me, but I'll give him that. Apparently I should see spiders as a friend, because they deal with all sorts of other critters which are actually quite bad for the household. Fair enough. Still can't get over the fact that they're 8-legged spawns from hell. I'll get there, don't worry, before I croak it. I'm sure I'll love them eventually. It will take me some time. It's already taken me over 30 years, for fuck's sake. I will promise I will try my best. But, come on, 8 legs, why do they need them? Seriously. Obviously, the only place I've seen actual scorpions is in the zoo and in a couple of terrariums. Obviously, the scariest scorpions, they're from the desert regions. The smaller the scorpion, the more deadly it is. So if you see big fuck-off ones that are about the size of your palm, relatively harmless. Still look kind of big. Their claws look scary to me. But because I see spiders on the daily, and I still get freaked out by the bastards, it is a learning curve. I will get there. I am trying my best. Oh, Numpty Woman Discord. Just post it in my general if you want to show me pictures of those things. One of the GPs I've had in my life from the same practice I'm in just now, he suggested I try flooding, which is essentially, well, proper flooding would be taking me, the arachnophobe that I am, and just flinging me into a room filled with the 8-legged bastards, thousands of the bastards, to see if that actually changes me, converts me. It won't. It will scare the living shit out of me, literally, probably. Holy fuck. What, are you in, like, Arizona or Nevada? I think you get those ones in Texas as well, I believe. I'm assuming you're somewhere in that region? Oh, you're in New Mexico. All right. Thanks, Jester. See, look, that sounds scary as fuck to me. Where are the snakes? I want to say Texas. Maybe Nevada? Lesbian lizards? Interesting. I like. I am here for lesbians. My sister is a lesbian. I am a bisexual. So I like lesbians. Lesbians are awesome.
Israel or Turkey that gave it to him. And Turkey was giving these terrorists safe haven in Idlib for years. Syria cannot be removed from the geopolitical context of the Levant. You can't talk about Syria like it's some remote island where things happen in a vacuum. Syria was the piece that connected Iran and Iraq to Lebanon and Palestine. The timing of this offensive in the last few days wasn't a coincidence. It happened right after there was a ceasefire in Lebanon. So as they destroyed Gaza, as they destroyed Lebanon, the Israelis then moved on to destroy Syria. And Turkey, which again is a co-conspirator in all this, is admitting, Erdogan is admitting that he is behind the offensive. He said it on camera.
There's studies to see if we can actually develop some sort of technique for parthenogenesis for us. Tall order. Trust me on that. If you want an example of parthenogenesis, check out Dolly the sheep, 1997. It happened here in Scotland. Parthenogenesis for humans is going to be incredibly difficult. Our genome is highly complex, and trying to engineer us to be able to do parthenogenesis is going to be fucking difficult. There is a couple of studies that I keep an eye on every now and again, and it's not going to be easy. Trust me on that. This, even just this, myself, me, or Richard, or yourself, Jester, or Christina, or Homozygote, or Raptor, actually being able to do that, incredibly difficult. So I'm not going to hold my breath. It might happen, you never know. But the actual science behind it still got a good few wrinkles in it. Well, wrinkles. I would say dirty, great big fucking mountains of problems in the way to actually make it happen for humans. But you never know, it might happen in the future. Depends what studies get done to actually progress that idea. So we'll be relying on the usual way of reproducing ourselves, let's put it that way. The science on that is doing quite well as well. So human birth, human creation essentially, the science on that is looking quite good in the minute. Don't get me wrong, it's not completely perfect yet. Because the way we reproduce, the way we actually create humans, still kind of fraught. Funny that, the human body being difficult to deal with. Good thing medical science exists.
Tabii İdlib, Hama ve Humus hedef tabii Şam.
Erdogan is supporting Israel. He is NATO. He's Muslim Brotherhood. So when you have Erdogan admitting this and then Netanyahu doing a victory lap on Syrian soil on the occupied Golan Heights, I mean, what am I supposed to say?
המשטר הזה נפל, זוהי תוצאה ישירה של המכות שהנחתנו על איראן ועל חיזבאללה.
The day that Syria fell, Palestine also fell. These jihadists are an extension of NATO, okay? They've got NATO training, NATO weapons. And have you noticed that they never attack Israel, ever? Erdogan and Al-Qaeda, all they do is talk about the Ummah, and yet...
This is perfectly designed as a bollocks. Trust me. Just using me as an example, I can utterly refute that. Trust me, I've studied myself enough over the last sort of 25 years. This isn't perfectly designed in any way, shape or form.
yet they won't lift a finger for Palestine. These jihadists are in Damascus under the Israeli bombs, and they still won't fire a shot at Israel. They won't even talk about the bombings. These rebels have conspired to leave Syria defenseless. Instead of fighting Israel, they're busy changing flags and eating ice cream and giving speeches. That's how much they care about Syria. And make no mistake, because these are extremists, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham is a rebrand of Jabhat al-Nusra, which is a rebrand of Al-Qaeda. Jolani, who now they're trying to portray as some kind of statesman and a moderate, was the head of Al-Qaeda's branch in Syria. He was a deputy of al-Baghdadi in ISIS. The US even put a $10 million bounty on this guy's head. He is a head chopper. He is a terrorist. You think Al-Qaeda is going to give Syrians freedom of speech and protect minorities and make people equal? They're already carrying out public executions, beatings. This is vigilantism. And they said they'd give Syrian soldiers amnesty and then lied about it, and they filmed their own executions. How is Al-Qaeda being in charge of Syria better than the previous regime? The people cheering this on are mental. You've taken away a bad car and then given people a bicycle instead and called it a set of wheels. I mean, this is a downgrade, to put it mildly, in every way. Syria was secular. Syria was safe for all religions and ethnic groups. Syria, remember, is a Christian country first. Christianity was born in Syria. Syria is just as much Christian as it is Muslim. But now Christians and other minorities are under threat. The first photo that they post of this new cabinet and this new prime minister, this is a state institution, right? They've got an Islamic extremist flag right next to the Syrian flag, the new Syrian flag. What kind of message is that supposed to send to Syrian Christians who make up 10% of the population and other minorities? It tells them, basically, screw you. You're excluded. That's what it means. And we see the extremism on the streets. We see the ISIS trucks driving through Christian neighborhoods in downtown Damascus, firing Kalashnikovs into the air and terrorizing people. A Christian journalist who was stopped in a Christian neighborhood and questioned about her religion.
أجبرني أن أقول هذا الشيء. قال طلع فيه إنه أنت مسيحية علوية سنية مو سنية لا إنه شيعية درزية.
I mean, this is unheard of in Syria. You've got priests that are hiding their crosses when they take photos with these new leaders. And then we're supposed to look at that and believe that this is inclusive. This climate of fear did not exist a week ago, all right? Syria is going backwards. Syria was self-sufficient in oil, gas, wheat, cotton, grain. Syria had no foreign debt. Its central bank, its monetary policy were independent. They were not controlled by the West. Syria had free healthcare, free education, social welfare programs, social safety nets, improved literacy rate, improved infrastructure. I saw all of that with my own eyes. And now what is happening? It has regressed. But as soon as this new regime in Damascus announced that Syria will be a free market economy, meaning come in, bring your foreign direct investment so you can control our monetary policy and our politics, what happens? The United States removes Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, meaning Al-Qaeda, from the terrorist list. Isn't that amazing? The West and Israel have been dying to move on Syria's gas, and that's exactly what they're going to do, just like they're going to steal Gaza's and Lebanon's gas, so they can replace the Iranian and Russian gas, which they sanctioned. In 1 or 2 years, Syrians will be begging for the old days, just like Iraqis and Libyans do right now, when they remember what their countries were turned into by NATO. And look at the level of whitewashing, right? Do you hear any of the Western media talking about persecution of minorities and how Christians are being treated? Instead, they're rehabilitating this disgusting head chopper, Jolani. They're glorifying Al-Qaeda in the media, but I'm the one who gets arrested for terrorism, right? I'm the one who's under investigation, even though they're breaking the law.
But I think Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, the leader, has made great efforts over the last 10 years to distance himself from those terrorist groups. And certainly the actions we've seen of Tahrir al-Sham over the last 2 weeks has been those of a liberation movement, not of a terrorist organization.
And then they have the nerve to complain about Russia invading Ukraine, but they call Israel's invasion a buffer zone. I mean, the nerve. Don't forget that Israel has a Greater Israel project. You've got IDF troops who openly carry patches of Greater Israel on their uniforms. Smotrich, the finance minister, said on video just a few weeks ago that He wants Greater Israel to extend to Damascus, to swallow up the Syrian capital.
כתוב בחז"ל שעתידה ישראל, עתידה ירושלים להתרחב עד דמשק. רק ירושלים, עד דמשק.
Bezalel Smotrich a une vision maximaliste de la terre promise. Elle inclut les territoires palestiniens, mais aussi des territoires en Jordanie, en Syrie, au Liban, en Irak, en Égypte ou encore en Arabie.
And many who are pro-Palestine are still too dumb to understand that there is an Israeli agenda in Syria. And don't forget, Erdogan had control of Idlib and was harboring all these terrorist groups that he sent on the offensive. Turkey attacked Syria from the north. Turkey's now moving its own troops into Aleppo. And Israel attacked Syria from the south, while the Americans are in the east occupying the oil. And what did Israel do? Israel took control of Mount Hermon, of Jabal el-Sheikh. This is the most strategic place inside of Syria. It's the highest peak. It overlooks Israeli troop positions. And they took it without a fight. They've taken an area of land now in the last 48 hours that's several times the size of Gaza. They have destroyed Syria's military infrastructure, missiles, tanks, planes, ships, you name it, research laboratories. This is Israel's largest air offensive in history. Over 400 airstrikes. Not a word from these so-called rebels who claim to be representing the interests of Syrians. Israeli troops are 19 kilometers from Damascus. And the irony is the Israelis pretend that, oh, they don't want the weapons to fall into the hands of jihadists. You're the ones who gave the jihadists weapons in the first place. Netanyahu was in hospital, in an IDF hospital, shaking the hands of these so-called moderate rebels who are Al-Qaeda and doing photo ops with them. They were giving them medical assistance. They were giving them weapons. They were doing everything in their power, acting as an air force for them in order to help them overthrow and topple the government in Syria. And now we've got reports of scientists also being killed and hunted down in Syria, which is exactly what Israel did in Iran. They are crippling Syria's defenses for generations. And any government that is formed now is already going to be neutered, impotent, and illegitimate, and will have no sovereignty. How can you form a government? How can you defend the country when you allowed the enemy to destroy all of the military assets? This is treason. It's frankly treason. And the United States said they will call the Golan Heights, the occupied Golan Heights, Israeli, as long as Assad is in power.
As long as Assad is in power in Syria, as long as Iran is present in Syria, militia groups backed by Iran, the Assad regime itself, all of these pose a significant security threat to Israel, and as a practical matter, the control of the Golan in that situation, I think, remains of real importance to Israel's security.
Well, guess what? Bashar al-Assad is gone, and yet they haven't changed their position. Joe Biden has kept Donald Trump's position of stealing land from Syria. The United States put Caesar Act sanctions on Syria. Bashar al-Assad is gone. Have they lifted the sanctions? No, the sanctions are still there. Is the U.S. Still controlling the wheat? Is it still controlling Syria's oil fields? Yes, it is. Donald Trump admitted it. Joe Biden kept them there, and now Bashar al-Assad is gone, and they still won't move their troops. They're still right there stealing our resources. Isn't it amazing? So in conclusion, Turkey's stealing more land. Turkey is going to attack the Kurds and persecute them, and now has them surrounded. Israel is stealing more land. Israel's destroyed Syria's military and Syria's central role in the Palestinian cause. Al-Jolani and his Al-Qaeda scum are going to sit on the throne, and US corporations and banks will take over Syria's economy, hollow it out, steal its resources, and block the new Silk Road's access to the Mediterranean Sea so they can cripple China and the global south. This has been their plan all along. The same people that are committing a genocide in Gaza have taken over Syria under the banner of a fake revolution. And those who call themselves pro-Palestinian, many of them are too blind to see that by celebrating what is happening in Syria, they're siding with Netanyahu.
Hey Spuds, welcome back to another video, first video on the channel. I don't know, but welcome either way. I'm very glad to
2, 3, huh!
I need is a good time, so you're of no use to me. All you know is your time ain't worth a thing. You just wanna bring me down, but I wanna fly and say that I know you all too well. You talk shit and love the smell. Don't think that I can't tell. You're faking nothing else. You should know this well. Ain't trying to wish you ill. Hope this life treats you swell. Oh yeah, P.S. Go fuck yourself.
Oh, a bop it? I didn't see. Hey, don't tell me what to do. All right, fine, hand it over. Come on. Hey, this is cool. Tell him, pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
Heard you were saying shit, I caught a ray of it. You shouldn't play with it. You blew my mind, it's a joke, so that's all fine, ain't a joke, no. Pray to the God from the bottle, Rolex right, all the ops on my bottle. Burn CDs to the top of my Tahoe, falling down when I speed on a pothole. Napster and I down the whole load. All these magazines on the floor though, telling me that's a no-no. Make God grab the chrome so the chopper the best. She made the cut, so I hope that I'm blessed. You got the shit, but she copping for less. Got it for free, denying you best. Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Okay, now listen. You don't wanna phone me, slipping it up, you surrounded like Dobie. Act like a lizard, you lowly. You taste like a lizard, you soapy. Meditate days, I'm lonely. I mean, I'm Obi. Feeling like home is the only. Came off the bench like Ginobili. Time had been rolling, no rolling. Possession ain't nothing, they told me. I spoke with the master on 03. They told me that I better associate. On my path nobly, I got the hands with forbidden the clothies. They wanna beef, but they eating the 4-3. I'm fucking with God and we know she. Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Flat stands, I'm feeling forceful. Authored more so, tear your torso. Ay, ay. Fuck the Morse code that I forego. I'm resourceful. Ay, I got the crop, I got the bag and I ain't even shot. Gave me the Sadies, I ain't even cop. All that they gave me, I guess, is a payday. Bank would've seen me, calling the Mayday. Ain't validate, Mayday, wouldn't go long. Popping the CD, showing the photos. See me with Ruby, saved like a Toto. I'm good for the dough. Talents I balance, I flip in a row. Water the wrist like I'm flipping on boats. She got us a him, but she giving me more. Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up.
Father, God King, rarely do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus.
Divine intervention, is that what you seek? To untie apprehensions that were placed on that Greek. You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under, why not make it a game? Convince each of them that he ought to be released, and I'll release him.
Who's them?
Apollo! Hephaestus! Aphrodite! Ares! Hera! Or me? What do you say?
Great.
Very well. All right.
Bring it.
Apollo! You all know I'm a fan of catchy songs, so with so many sirens gone, I think God is in the wrong.
They were trying to do him worse. All he did was reimburse them. Now they'll tread with caution first to live another day and sing another verse.
If that's true, release him.
Hephaestus!
Justice not given is forced. Why should I give in my support? He sacrificed his own cohort.
Did you forget they failed to listen? He was betrayed and then imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build a future with those who miss him.
Fine, release him.
You're a little high and mighty. Odysseus claims to love his mother, but let her die of a broken heart. He was busy fighting, more like busy spiting. The Cyclops let him feel the pain that his mother felt and wrought. Wait! Please reconsider this.
Really, Athena? These old tricks?
Ares!
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, pathetic and weak like his son.
Hold your tongue now, here's signs, my friend, and tell your lover that a broken heart can mend. You want more bloodshed, then set him free to get back to his homestead. He'll make everybody bleed. Release him. Hey, baby. So many heroes, so many tales. Give me one good reason why you should prevail. He's got the mind of a genius. Try harder. He's pretty skilled with words. You can do better than that. He's kind of funny. Never once has he cheated on his wife. Release him. I've played your game and won. Release him.
You dare to defy me, to make me feel shame. No one beats me, no one wins my game. Thunder, bring her through the ringer. Show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes the kingdom fall. Is she dead?
I set upon the sea to search for phantom sails from tales my mum told me. A ghostly galleon filled with gold, she sails alone. No crew nor captains guiding and can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. Sun and horizon met, I weighed the anchor, hoisted sails, my course was set. My cutthroat crew conspiring with the stars, our guide. They point the way through perils fraught and lead us to the one they call the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. Lean left, hard right, hold tightly to her helm, she'll try to drown you just for spite. Heave ho, till first light, she'll give a fight to all who try to claim the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. A mighty tempest grew, the banshee cried, turn back, but our resolve was true. We pointed bow ahead and shouted, we'll break through. The jaws of hell can't hold us back, there's nothing that can keep us from the shadow. The winds blew stronger still, the ocean raged against us, tried to break our will. The sirens in the water thirsty for the kill, our vessel reeling to and fro to bear us to the one they call the shadow. None can keep us from the one they call the shadow. Lean left, hard right, hold tightly to her helm, she'll try to drown you just for spite. Shadow, none can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. As thunder split the sky, the lightning drew a shape beyond the tempest sigh. A chill ran through me spine as legend came alive. A vast I cried, all hands, as we prepare to take the one they call the shadow. All hands!
As we approached her shell, the skies went silent, seas went calm as if by spell. No signs of fight or flight were in her. All was well until I tried to take her helm. Her rigging came alive, she hung my crew before me eyes. She stole my sight and cursed me captain of the shadow. She took my eyes and cursed me captain of the shadow. Lead left, hard right, steer clear of her, I fear she'll eat your soul, she'll take your life. Heave ho, till first light, she'll claim the souls of those who try to tame the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow.
Talking.
Right. Well, it's lovely talking to you as always.
Oh, hello.
We were just talking about you kids.
I'm Denise Heberly.
And I'm Bill Goodman.
Together, we've been fighting fascism for over 50 years.
And so much has changed over those 50 years, such as the ingredients to a successful firebomb.
And the glass that bank windows are made of.
But there's one thing that hasn't changed over 50 years, something that is so important to tell you kids who are new to this movement.
Shut the fuck up. You're sitting in the police transport van after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. In a holding cell with your comrades?
Shut the fuck up. Cop knocks on your door?
Shut the fuck up.
Texting on an unsecured device?
Shut the fuck up. Pulled over by the cops after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. Cop just asking about your day?
Shut the fuck up. Feds call your mom?
Tell your mother to shut the fuck up.
Now, repeat after me. When the cops come calling, what do you do?
Shut the fuck up!
I approve this message. God. Right. Okay. There's it.
My name is Tom Morello. When I'm not on stage playing guitar in front of thousands of screaming fans, I'm home reading books with my kids. But some of our favorite books are being pulled from library and school shelves as book bans and classroom censorship bills sweep the nation. I take my rights very seriously, and so should you. Let's all flex our muscles and exercise our rights by reading Peaceful Fights for Equal Rights by Rob Sanders, which was banned from states like Texas and Pennsylvania for its equal rights messaging. As someone who's written a thing or two about that very subject, let me just say, Rob wrote a book you don't want to put down till you've read every last word. And he deserves the kind of screaming applause usually reserved for guitar solos. I dare you to listen to this book and not love it as much as I do. Peaceful Fights for Equal Rights, written by Rob Sanders, illustrated by Jared Andrew Shore. Starts with a quote. "We must pursue peaceful ends through peaceful means," by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Assemble, take action, create allies. Make buttons, make banners, make bumper stickers too. Boycott, boycott, boycott. Chant, cheer, call someone, campaign, camp out. Demonstrate. Don't give up. Don't give in. Educate, encourage, endure. Be fearless. Fly a flag. File a lawsuit. Have faith. Give time. Give strength. Give money if you can. Shake a hand. Lend a hand. Have hope. Be hope. Inquire, inform, imagine, invite. Join others on the journey. Join others in the fight. Take a knee. Write a letter, pass laws, march, mediate, meditate, motivate. Never stop. Never stop. Organize, organize, organize. Persist, persevere. Like that kid. Ask questions, never quit. Quietly do what's right. Read, remember, and resist. Be silent. Strike. Turn up the volume. Trust me, it gets results.
It does.
Unite. Vote, volunteer, keep vigil, be nonviolent. Wear it, wave it, work for it, write about it. Explain change, exemplify change, expect change. You can only do what you can do. So do it. And be zealous. I love this book because it exemplifies a common thread in all the people that have worked to make a better, more equal, and just planet. The world is not going to change itself. That's up to you. But you know what I don't love? That politicians and school boards across the country are moving to keep some of our most beloved books, like Peaceful Fights for Equal Rights, out of schools and off library shelves. So, let's show up for students, teachers, librarians, and for ourselves, and keep reading and learning. It's our right. It's our fight.
Well said, Tom. Thank you.
This blood runs through my veins. What you think that we're afraid? I remind you of our name. You ready? PA, we will defend LE until the end. ST ain't going nowhere. INE, this is our land.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea, with us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years, Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
Fast forward the years and you haven't left. Now the world has seen how you made this mess. You need to leave, got the wrong address. This is Palestine, 100%. I promise I'm not backing down. The whole world sees who to blame, and now we'll stand and shout it out. I'll remind you of our name. You ready? PA, we will defend LE until the end. ST ain't going nowhere. INE, this is our land.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea, with us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years, Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
5,168 days of the UK ruled by a Tory government. 5,168 days of failure reinforced by lies and corruption. First they gave you Brexit and the cost of life, took away your protest rights. COVID took a ton of lives, called the youth a sacrifice. NHS waiting lists, making friends with racists. No policy on poverty, crack down on refugees. The proverbial doormat they'll step on to get votes back. Put them in a boat stack. Change, don't approach that. What's the trick? Call it genocide, a conflict. Now every politician's fucking in on it. 14 years, 168 months, 5,168 nights, 5,168 days in which the UK has consistently declined. Why? David Cameron, what was happening when you created your own fucking head about your own legacy? Now your legacy proudly stands as nothing but instigating 10 years of lies in government. Theresa May, with all said and done, how the fuck did you contribute to the EU referendum? You could not, would not finish at last. The country was left to the whims of a psychopath. Boris Johnson goes without mention. He'd lie about breakfast if it meant that he got seconds. Did you smile at the face of death as your cronies described it as unfortunate excess? Were you systematically withdrawn, or were you really as thick as you let on? Liz Truss stumbled in not long after her 50 days serving ended in disaster. Rishi Sunak, where do we start? With another fucking narcissist who could have been smart. Soon naturally, factually, swiftly elected as a billionaire posh boy with zero perspective. Lest we forget all the cunts that you gave a job. Braverman, Gove, Matt Hancock and Rees-Mogg. Every single sycophant who stood idly by or directly through logs and a country on fire. Are we overreacting a bit? If we were in power, would we know how to manage it? Or are we missing a point when we ask such a question? Is knowing how to lead about knowledge or intention? Oxford, master's, politics degree, but jokes about the food that the poor kids eat. Great Britain has been passed through the fingers of thieves for 5,168 fucking days. What have we achieved?
Bye, everyone. Thank you for joining me. It has been amazing.